It is just after the bottom of the hour, the 4 o'clock hour here in beautiful Flagstaff, Arizona. This is going to be the center of the trail and ultra running world for the next week. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins. Chris, it's great to be here. How you doing this morning?
I am so excited. This is Cocodona 2026. We are here yet again. Another running of this wonderful race that we have grown to look forward to, and also takes the best out of us as well as several hundred athletes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. An endurance test like no other, the run from just north of Black Canyon City to Flagstaff. We've got a wonderful setup this year up at Run Flagstaff for the Cocodona presented by Ultra, and we're excited. We're excited. We're about 25 minutes away from the start here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. This is the first time we've actually had a studio with public access. People will be coming into the store here, Run Flagstaff, to watch the Cocodona 250 broadcast presented by Ultra on the Mountain Outpost channel. And there's windows into the store that are, no glass panes or anything. So if people want to come in and watch what's going on, really see how the sauce is made behind the screen, behind the scenes. We've got our producers, our directors, on the other side of the camera. They can see it all.
Yeah.
And we are going to bear it all over the course of the next 125 and a half hours here in
Chris,
Arizona.
You were here and you were part of, not here, but you were part of the very first Cocodona live stream in the first running in 2021. Is it safe to say we've come a long way?
We have, to use what the kids say, leveled up. This is absolutely true. We have a very robust team. The amount of technology and the support from our sponsors, such as Ultra, and we'll talk about everybody else along the way as well. It's given us the capability to bring these stories to the audience, and that's what Cocodona is about. Yes, there's a race. There's 5 races this week, and we're going to be following the starts and the finishes of everything we can, but we are, over the next 125 hours, going to be sharing the stories of as many athletes as possible. We'll be following the front of the pack for the first half of our broadcast, as we are typically to do. But then I love the fact that while we have 50, 60 hours to focus on the front of the packers, the Rachel Entrekins, the Courtney DeWalters, the Jeff Brownings, Joe McConaughey's, Heather Jacksons, the people that we're used to hearing about, then we kind of see ourselves pivot to the stories of those that maybe some of us more closely identify with, those that are struggling and gritting it out on their journey over 250 miles that are taking 5 days. They're not getting it done in 58, 60 hours. They're taking twice that amount of time.
Yeah, and we have a massive team. We've got our production team back here this morning, Zach, Trevor, and Jordan. We've got some field reporters out there. Of course, we've got our drone pilots that'll be getting up momentarily as daylight dawns. And we've got a team of commentators. We're going to be here every morning brew with Chris and AJW. We're also going to have our traditional Aravaipa After Dark in the evenings from 6 to whenever, and we'll have some special guests for that. We'll also have a team of commentators through the day. Caleb Stevens is going to jump in after you sign off in a couple of hours, and we've got Alyssa Clark, we've got Claire Farrow. Who else we've got on there?
We've got Hillary Yang, Corinne Shalvoy, Jake Jackson, Luke J., and as you mentioned, Caleb Williams, we mentioned Shelby Farrell. These are people who have been a part of this race, who have had experience. I mean, you look down that list of people. Hillary was part of our broadcast team last year. Claire was as well. So was Corinne. Jake has run the race. And Luke J. has been a part of multiple Mountain Outpost productions. Shelby Farrell has been on the both sides, here and out in the field. And same with Caleb Williams. Or Caleb Stevens. I'm really excited because we have more commentators on the team than we've ever had before. And even in the overnights, we're gonna, especially starting Wednesday, we're gonna have anchored coverage through the finish of the race, which means Saturday morning, I believe that Jake Jackson and I will be on the call for the Golden Morning.
Yeah, and I looked at the schedule. You better keep your voice preserved for that. The Golden Morning, I think, starts around midnight for you.
Yeah.
For me, on a personal note, I I missed the live stream last year. I wasn't able to be a part of it because I was running the race. And I have to say, I'm very excited to be on this side of the microphone this year, but I also feel as though having run the race, and it was a long 5 days for me out there, I feel a certain amount of real excitement going into being able to commentate on the race. So looking forward to it. Great to be side by side again. We were together at Black Canyon, and we're back again. So this is just great stuff.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to several days, and as much as I have fun with whoever's with me, it was I'm super excited to have us back together on the call here for so many hours here at Cocodona. Let's jump right into the competitors that we have this year.
Yes, indeed.
I think that the story of the race this year is going to be the women's field. First and foremost. I mean, we'll get to the guys in a few moments, but you've got the person who has now been anointed the Queen of Cocodona, Rachel Entrekin, here to defend her title for a third time now, and coming in as a favorite and also as a professional for the first time. She had run this race as an amateur, as a physical therapist, and now she's been able to put that on the back burner now that she is a sponsored athlete. And now when she came into the expo yesterday, now sponsored by Norda Precision, another one of our sponsors here at Cocodona, Koros and other companies, you could tell that she is finally able to reap the benefits of her hard work. But that's not to say that she is coming in as the favorite.
Right, because we have Courtney DeWalter here.
Yeah.
I think it's well known that Courtney was in the race last year, was out in front of the entire field going into Crown King and on the way to Prescott, and ended up pulling out of the race up at Mingus Mountain Camp. So she's back for another crack at it. I think we remember years ago, it was 2018, Courtney won in dominating fashion at the Moab 240. It's been a while since she's cracked the 200-mile distance again, but this is Courtney DeWalter. So it'll be really fun to see how the dynamic between those two plays out.
And when you talk about that Moab 240 performance, people might not realize, we don't mean that she dominated the women's race. She dominated the race.
The entire race.
She won a 240-mile race outright by 10 hours.
Yeah.
Over every man, every woman. I remember leading up to that race, actually, our Aravaipa founder, Jamil Curry, and I were talking, and he was like, well, maybe Courtney and I will, be duking it out. No, there was no duking
it out.
And, Courtney and Rachel are the story of the front of the women's pack, but that's not to take anything away. Right behind them, you have a couple of recent F2s in this race, and Manuela Villaseca, Lindsay Dwyer. You've got Mika Thews, who is a battle-tested 200-mile expert. Sally McRae, who finished fourth a couple years ago here. One of the names that I'm really looking forward to following here this year is Meg Eckert.
Absolutely.
The way that I looked at Meg Eckert this year in this race is the fact that you're talking about, pending ratification, the 6-day world record holder, running over 500 miles in 6 days, which is just staggering. Somebody who has gone, 2-3 days deep into backyard races. Somebody who is also just outright fast and has run and won races such as Mogi on Monster 100, had success here in Arizona on very gritty, grindy trails. I feel like this Cocodona experience for her is just going to be kind of like molding it all together.
Lives at altitude in Santa Fe, New Mexico, is a middle school teacher, commutes to work. She has a wonderful spirit, a great supportive team behind her. Yeah. I'm really intrigued by Meg Eckert and how she plays out. We've followed as well Heather Jackson's career.
Yes.
Heather Jackson made a jump over from triathlon back at what was that javelina that she first ran? Was that 2022? Or
it was 22 or 23.
22 or 23 when she came in to kind of take the ultra world by storm. This is a definite step up for Heather in this 253-mile race. Can't wait to see how Heather plays out. We've got to mention Lauren Jones and Stephanie Rosebaugh as well. Lauren from Atlanta and Stephanie from Prescott, Arizona. Both of them have finishes here and will be kind of in the hunt as well. So right there, that's pretty much a top 10 of really really, really strong elite runners. And, it is, you're absolutely right. Now, not to take anything away from the men's race, but the women's race is quite the story here.
Absolutely. Another name that has come up in recent conversations is Lila Goudral. I believe that's how it's pronounced.
Yep.
Or Lila Goudral. From the East Coast, a younger runner at the age of 23. A lot of people have her name on their lips as a dark horse contender. Some podiums in 100 milers, the long haul in Florida earlier this year. Last year, finishing 4th at Old Dominion. Somebody who is stepping up big time in distance, and we'll see what happens. Sometimes it plays out. I mean, look at Dan Green last year, and
I had Lila on my podcast a couple of months ago, and she's a nurse. I was struck by her sort of maturity as a early 20s runner. And kind of definitely has that East Coast grit, that the Beast Coast grit, as we like to say, but also eyes wide open, comes in with a great attitude, coming in along with Meg Eckert with ample support from Mount to Coast Performance Footwear. So I'm intrigued by Lila, and I don't think she's going to be intimidated by either the distance or the field.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Another name that we should be keeping our eyes on is Allison Powell out of Bozeman. Shout out to that Bozeman crew, always sending us their best here at Cocodona, whether it be Allison, Jeff Garmeyer, what have you. Finished 13th here last year, but has had success at the 200-plus mile distance, won the Divide 200 in 2024, finished second at Jigger Johnson 100, an exceedingly tough Northeastern race. So, the field goes a dozen deep easily on the women's side.
Yeah, and then, of course, there are a lot of stories out there. As you mentioned, we'll focus mainly on the front of the pack over the first couple of days, but so many stories in the middle and the back of the pack that'll be fun to follow as well.
Yeah, we'll be talking a lot about those. Actually, you know what? I want to give a quick shout out to that end before we dive into the men's field. Stan Berry. So Stan Berry is somebody who we have followed through this race, through other races. He was the DFL at Haviland 100 a couple of years ago, but Stan Berry is somebody who runs a lot of these races, and he reached out to me last night, and he said, hey, can you give me a shout out? I mean, he'll be one of the last runners rolling into Whiskey Row probably tomorrow morning or so. So it's his 41st anniversary. And so I want to give a shout out to him, and we're going to talk about Stan and the stories of 1,300 plus other runners over the course of the week, and I just wanted to kick things off.
Well, I get a shout out too, then, Chris,
absolutely.
And a woman who is a dear friend of mine who is no stranger to the sport, celebrated her 65th birthday a couple of months ago. Pam Reed Reed of Wyoming and Arizona is back to Cocodona. She ran the first year, and Pam is an incredible person, an incredible athlete, just a great spirit, and she just is going to come in here and do her thing. She's fantastic. And so along with Stan and Pam and the rest of the stories out there, let's jump into the men's field. We're just about 10 minutes away from the start here. What do you see there?
I think we have a whole lot of returning and familiar talent in the race this year. And you've got the inaugural winner, Michael Versteeg. You've got the second winner, Jeff Browning. You've got the third winner, Michael McKnight. You have Jeff Browning coming back, finished second a couple years ago in that infamous or famous Harry Schubertus pass with less than 5 miles to go, chronicled in the movie The Chase. Shout out The Chase if you haven't seen it yet. But you've got a lot of familiar names. Eder Ramirez, who finished on the podium here last year. These are names that we are no stranger to, and I can't wait to see what happens out there. Killian Korth. I don't know if people are necessarily sleeping on Killian, but you're talking about a guy who dominated the Triple Crown of 200s last year, and he had a very trying year at Cocodona last year. Started out basically saying, I dare you to catch me. but had things fall apart for him. But we'll see if he's able to stick the landing here. This year.
I've been following Killian. In fact, I had him in my top 10 ultra runners of the year last year, which was somewhat unusual. He didn't quite make it. I think his overall votes put him at about 11th. But I think Killian Court is here to win.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be fun to see. So you've got like experienced, grizzled veterans. I would certainly put Jeff Browning and Michael McKnight in that category. String Bean Joe McConaughey in that category. Eder, I mean, last year he was right there. And he kind of snuck up on everybody. So Max Joliffe, another runner that's going to be out there. Adam Kimball from California has done some incredible like multi-day FKT type stuff. Really, really cool. Hey, we've got the flyover of the course.
Yeah,
the flyover of the course before we jump into the start.
You're talking about Eder Ramirez. I've had a chance to get to know Eder over the last few months. I ran into him at Black Canyon earlier this year. He was crewing, and I asked him, what he had coming up between then and Cocodona, and he mentioned that he was running Jackpot, the 100-mile USATF Championship. So I'm like, trying to, get some speed work in, because every time I see Eder, he's usually running something much more technical. And he said, well, let's see how fun this is going to be for me to run a flat 100. He ran, for his first time running a, quote, time trial 100, he ran a 13:44. And it's like, wow, he's got speed to burn, and he is fit. And he looks
keep
fantastic.
in mind, this course, there's runnable. There's, after the initial day, there's a lot of running to be done.
It's one of those races where, they always say the race begins at blank. Well, if you're a runner, I mean, as long as you can survive the first 40, 45 miles, you might insert yourself into the discussion.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Was that Dan Green I saw in the chat? Looks like our 2025 men's champion.
All right, Dan, good to see you from West Virginia.
Yeah, that race had a little bit of an impact on Dan's life.
Yes, it did.
So shout out to him. I see, people are, sharing who they're looking forward to following this week. Some of the other men that we talked. We didn't even mention Jeff Garmeyer.
I know,
somebody who's had multiple top 10 finishes here. Jeff loves this race. I spoke with Jeff earlier this week to discuss the weather with him. He didn't realize that the temperatures, and we'll get to this in just a moment, the temperatures are going to be much more mild this year than we expected. It's going to be kind of reflective of last year. The only problem is that with last year's race is that the overarching weather was pretty chaotic. We had snow on course. We had some torrenting rain. And okay, we're going to throw to Hillary Yang in just a few moments here. But yeah, the weather, it seems, if the forecasts are to be believed, the weather forecasts could be extremely agreeable and help the runners produce some fantastic
it looks
times.
like a very, very slight chance of rain tomorrow, but very slight.
All right, let's do it. Let's go to Hillary Yang in the field.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Chris and AJW. It's so much fun to be here. The start line, I mean, we're like 6 minutes out from the start right now. Drones are in the sky. Everyone just started gathering a few minutes ago. I heard this massive cheer behind me. I have a feeling that might be like Courtney or one of our major stars rocking up to the start. But yeah, what a great day. I heard you guys talking about the weather. It is really warm here at the start line. I feel like, I don't know if that is like bodes well or bad for the day, but like temperatures are very comfortable right now. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the energy. It's really fun. But really great to see so many familiar faces too. It feels like every year this race just levels up. The production, the media teams, there's so many crews. This whole parking lot at Deep Canyon is a sprinter van field right now. Coming in this morning was kind of crazy to see this long line. But yeah, a ton of excitement right now. It's sort of surreal. It's here, you guys. It's here.
It looks like we've got over 400 runners towing the line this morning. Looks like there's probably in excess of 1,000 people there to spectate, which is kind of amazing given where they're at and what time it is locally.
Yeah, seriously, for what time my alarm was set for this morning, which was like 2 a.m., there does seem to be a lot of people here. And if you think about it, like every runner here probably has like 3 to 5 people supporting them. So easily probably 1,000 people here at the start. I love the start line. Like they've got the coffee truck rolling. It's just sort of like you're in it, right? Once you're awake and you're here, it's like, let's go. I think the weather is going to be incredible today. It's going to be a little cooler tomorrow too. Like it's such favorable racing weather. And you know, it was interesting. I was like mulling around the start line, watching everyone pick up their trackers. And it was kind of funny seeing different strategies. And there was a few people that were lying down on the ground, just like off their feet, taking a little nap. And I thought, those people know what's up. You know, they know they're going to be on their feet for a long time. So I hope everyone out here is feeling rested and ready to go. But either way, here we are, right? Like just nothing to do but just, yeah, one foot in front of the other. And it'll be really fun to see everyone at Crown King in a few hours and see how the race is shaping out at the front, which I know you guys are talking a lot about, and so excited for all of it. It's going to be great.
Hillary, tell us a little bit about what your plan is.
Okay,
After the
perfect.
start line, where are you headed next?
I don't know where he is, but yeah. Stand right behind
Hillary, this is AJW. Give us a little bit about your plan for the day. After the start, where are you headed next?
So I am going to hang out here for a little bit, head to Bumblebee, which is where all the crews will be staged. And then from there, going to roll out to Crown King and catch the leaders from Crown King, which, you know, mile 36, first crew accessible part of the course. They'll have gone through that long 25-mile section, carrying all that water. It's going to be a lot of fun to see them there. I really enjoy that spot. So I'll be out at Crown King, and then from there, I will bounce ahead to Whiskey Row. So I'm going to be following the lead pack for all of today. And yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how this race shapes out. I know we've had a lot of chatter about the front of the pack, and seeing who comes through. I don't know, moves are going to be made early, that's for sure.
Oh,
how are you
that's
guys doing
so
this
cool.
morning?
That sounds like a great day. Well, we'll be talking to you
It's
a lot
gonna be so
then.
good.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, Hillary, you're going to be out in front of the field at the earlier part of the week, but then in the later part of the week, you're going to be here in studio also following the middle and back of the pack. So you've got the opportunity to witness everybody the entire course of the Cocodona week.
Absolutely. And I love that, you know, coming from the 200s world, I think anyone who does these races is an incredible athlete. And I love telling the stories. And really, you go through this entire experience out here in the next 3 or 4 days. And so I'll be able to share a lot of what I've seen in the field, bring some of those pieces to everybody. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I feel very lucky, but great to start the day with you guys. I know we're kicking things off in a couple minutes here. Yeah, it's happening.
Here we go.
Yeah, we're just 2 minutes
Here we
away.
go.
Just about
from
2
the
minutes
start.
away. Yeah.
Any on-site scuttlebutt or word on the street that maybe we haven't heard about yet, or is everybody just kind of in their own zone right now, getting ready for the race?
You know, it's interesting. It feels pretty relaxed. I think because it's such a long race, everyone knows, like, you know, you got lots of time to panic later. I did get a great hug from Rachel Entrican this morning as I was rolling in, and she was just bouncing around, seeming like totally unconcerned that she has to run this big race. And she knows a thing or two about doing it. So that was fun to see her. And yeah, lots of familiar faces, ton of media. Again, it just feels like every year Cocodona levels up, and the energy all around, like front of house, back of house. I think everyone's pretty stoked right now. Yeah, I can't stop smiling. I'm so happy to be here, you guys. This is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, actually, that's something I was kind of wondering about too. You know, we mentioned that, you know, you've got a few hundred runners, you've got 1,000 or more spectators. How many camera crews are out there this morning?
Honestly, I think for the front of the pack, like anyone that's going for a top 10 finish probably has their own camera crew. We're looking at, I don't know, dozens of media here. I hear all the hums of the drones in the air around me. It's quite fun. It does feel like it's a production. And I mean, with the race this long, there's so many stories to tell. So I'm sure we've got stories from the whole pack. Yeah, it's busy.
All right, here we go. Chris,
Sounds like
Chris and Hillary, we are about under a minute away. Good
All right.
shot. Zooming back from the
I will
start
get
line.
out of the way of the runners.
Yeah, you definitely need to stay out of the way. We don't want anything to happen out there, of course, Hillary. By the way, congratulations to you and Billy.
Thank you very much. Baby's first Cocodona.
So as you're seeing right here, runners will just come through this chute, kind of run across the field there at the Deep Canyon Ranch, and then make a sharp right-hand turn and pretty abruptly begin climbing into the foothills of the Bradshaws. The course follows the Black Canyon 100K course for about 400 meters, and then makes a left-hand turn and ramps up high. Here we go.
Media getting out of the way very quickly.
And they're off, Chris, the 6th running of the Cocodona 250, 2026. Cocodona 250 is on.
Special thank you to our title sponsor, Ultra, for making all of this possible.
Presented by Ultra. First year, Ultra is the presenting sponsor of the race. Thank you so much, Ultra. And they've, of course, been a big part of how we ended up here in Run Flagstaff. So here we go, the 409 starters, largest field in Cocodona history, is heading out from Deep Canyon Ranch.
Of course, you can track all 409 as well as runners in the other 100-plus mile distances by hitting the live tracker at the top of the chat. We're going to do our best to bring as many stories and profile as many runners as possible over the course of the next 5 days. But if you want instant detail on where somebody's at, that's how you obtain that.
Yep, and in addition, I would encourage you as well. You could go to Aravaipa Live Results. That will track runners literally as they're going across the timing mats in various places on the course. But basically, everyone has a tracker as well as those timing mats. So if you want to follow along, please do. There you see a little bit of a conga line develops here as they make that right-hand turn and begin the climb up into the Bradshaws.
Of course, the runners, the first task that they have before them is the climb up into the Bradshaws up to Crown King, a small mining town. This is going to be about 35-40 miles in. Crown King, which is about 25 miles from the nearest pavement. They will be actually hitting the aid station, which is in the yard of the Crown King Saloon. I believe, the oldest continuously open bar in the state of Arizona.
Wait, did he stop?
Which, given the state's history, is actually quite impressive.
And I think most people know that the first 34 miles of Cocodona 250 are infamously difficult. As the runners leave Deep Canyon Ranch, they begin the climb into the Bradshaws. A quick 2 miles in, they make kind of a left-hand turn. Steve Adderholt added this section a few years ago where they basically go up a dried-up creek bed. It's about a mile in that dried-up creek bed. I remember, last year it was about a 29-minute mile for me.
You too, dog.
There's some all four sections through there. It gets up to the Black Canyon Trail, and then on the Black Canyon Trail, it's kind of nice running all the way to the first aid station proper, mile 7 at Cottonwood Creek, where everybody is required to, I think most people know, leave with 4 liters of water. And then just 3 miles later, there's a 10-mile mark with just water.
Hey, Brad,
and
keep
hopefully
going.
we'll have some coverage from
For
out
about
there. That's a really
15
cool little
minutes.
spot. Before the 14-mile section, really the toughest climbing of that first 34 miles into the heart of the Bradshaws after that 10-mile water stop.
Of course, this is the final year of the Mad Dash to register for Cocodona, as starting in 2027, the race is moving to a lottery. It just simply had to happen at this point. You had so many people trying to enter and crashing the system that this is now a lottery system. And so if you're interested in that, you can go to aravaiparunning.com, and on the front page there is a 2027 lottery update. I believe that it's already oversubscribed at this point. We are in excess of 600 lottery entrants for next year, and I would assume that number is going to grow significantly, because I believe that our wait list for this year's race actually got up into the 700, 800 mark.
And Aravaipa has done a wonderful job creating a what best to call it, a balanced weighted lottery, so that it is weighted to allow for equal participation among men and women, and also a small advantage or a small weighting on previous finishers, up to 3 previous finishes. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I think the lottery will take place in June, maybe June or July. But sign up now. Get your name in the lottery, because the 2027 running will be the first running of that. You mentioned Crown King. After mile 24, where the runners go through Milk Ranch, where they can pick up an additional liter of water. They begin the climb up and over Lane Mountain. There's an aid station hosted by one of our sponsors, Ultra Spire, at mile 34. I have it on good authority that Paul Bonet is the aid station captain this year at Lane Mountain.
Yep.
And then the descent down into Crown King at mile 36 and a half. After Lane Mountain, the runners finally, and I know we're several hours away from Lane Mountain, but just to get a course summary here, there's a significant change in the terrain, a nice graded gravel road to relax a little bit down into, as you mentioned, the yard of Crown King, the oldest continuously operating saloon in the state of Arizona.
As far as those people who are interested in this kind of thing, you mentioned Paul Bonet. I was going to name off the oldest and youngest participants in this year's Cocodona. The oldest runner in the men's race is Paul James Johnson, going for his 5th finish here at the age of 69. The oldest female competitor is Karen Bonet-Natraj out of Auburn, California. This is she's going for her first finish here. Karen, a longtime member of the trail and off-roading community. The youngest woman running the race is Lila Gaudral, 23 years of age. And on the men's side, the youngest competitor is 16, but I want to highlight the youngest 2 because they have the same last name. And it's a couple of brothers that you're familiar with. Do you want to tell us about?
Yes, the Chisholm family. This year, I think everybody remembers, if you followed along the live stream in the past, Brody Chisholm, one of the older brothers of Asher and Elliot. Asher is 16 and Elliot is 18. People who watched the live stream back in 2024 remember the Chisholm family. Mom Jenny, I think Jenny's in the race again as well.
She is.
And what an incredible family from New Hampshire, through hiking background. They've done quite a bit of through hiking as a family. And this year, the 2 youngins, Asher and Elliot, you may recall, we had the whole family on the broadcast back in 2024. And at the time, Elliot was pretty determined to run this thing. And I remember when I asked him, I said, well, don't you want to start with maybe, Flagstaff Crest or so? No, I want to go for the big one.
Yeah, Asher and Elliot running the race at 16 and 18 years of age. Of course, their mom actually going for a 3rd finish and has acquitted herself very well here, finishing 7th last year in what was a pretty stout field. As we can see the runners making their way up that first. I wish it were a little bit brighter outside because then you could see how gnarly this first section is. You want to describe the terrain that they are heading up here, AJW?
Yeah, absolutely. Once they get off that Black Canyon Trail, which is literally, they're only on it for a quarter of a mile, this is not even really a trail. It's kind of a mix of a little bit of cross country and kind of what used to be a kind of a Jeep road. It just sort of, as you can see, it kind of just goes straight up. There's a sort of a gully that it goes straight up. It finally hits a trail that sort of zigzags in and out of a couple of arroyos and then hits a road. By the way, a Deep Canyon Ranch, in addition to being a working ranch, is also a working mine. So they will hit this road that's a mining road, and there's literally a live, active mining operation going on there. I'm not exactly sure what they're mining, but it's a live mining operation right there. And you mentioned Karen Bonet-Natraj. Unfortunately, Karen was in the race last year, and in the early April training training run, twisted her ankle right in this mining area really badly, to the extent that she had to be sort of carted off and was unable to complete the race. Erica, one of the co-race directors, was one of the people who came and rescued her and promised her an entry this year as the oldest female competitor. So yeah, the terrain is tricky for about the first 4 miles. As I mentioned, they'll pop out on that road. It's a good sort of mile rolling on the road, and then that creek bed that takes them up to Black Canyon Trail proper. But this really develops it's a big conga line, as you can kind of see in the lower left there. You just kind of put your head down. People are probably already cracking their poles out and just kind of getting in the flow of the morning. It's super early. So many of these athletes, I'm sure, have been waiting a long, long time, especially going through the taper. And here they are. It's like, okay, finally, the race has started.
Yeah, the taper tantrums are finally exhausted at this point, and they're able to get out on the course and feel it underfoot for the first time. In some of these cases, these runners are I guess, culmination of a journey that has lasted several years. And then there's a couple people who have done it every year since its inaugural year. I want to shout out the 4 individuals going for finish number 6 here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Those would be Jeff Garmeyer of Bozeman, Montana, Jose Sosa of San Ysidro, California, Andrew Glaze of Redlands, California, and Aaron Flesher of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Amazing. 4 5-time finishers. If you're running this race and you want to finish and you find yourself in the area code of one of these 4 gentlemen, it's probably not a bad call to just sort of lock in and because they're a good chance they're going to make it.
Yeah, and when I named up those names, obviously, you have Andrew Glaze, who is a very familiar name in the face in the sport of trail and ultra running. You have Jeff Garmeyer and Aaron Flesher, who have a background as through hikers. This was, I believe, only like Jeff Garmeyer's second race ever when he towed the line the first year. And Aaron Flesher didn't have as much of a resume as other people either. I know that this was his first time doing a 100-plus mile race, but he had, a decade of through hiking experience all over the western United States. And then, of course, Jose Sosa comes from more of a running background, having done multiple 200s before Cocodona. But the 4 of them are going for finish number 6. Another person who has run every iteration of Cocodona until this year decided to take a year off and is going to be joining us on the broadcast later this week in studio. But between now and then, he's going to be hanging out at Mingus Mountain shooting hoops with the runners.
Yes, Kevin Goldberg, a multi-time finisher here, chose not to run this race this year. Having run it in every previous iteration, he realized that when the runners leave the comfortable world of the lodge at Mingus Mountain Camp, they run across an outdoor basketball court. And he thought, this is Kevin of the Distance to Empty podcast. I'm sure many of you have listened to that. It's a podcast specializing in the 200-mile distance. He has created the MBA, Mingus Basketball Association. We talked to him a little bit in our pre-production meeting the other day. They have shirts.
He's leaning into it very hard.
They have different size. They have a men's basketball and a women's basketball. They're going to be inviting each competitor to take a few shots. In fact, I'm going to go up there tomorrow. I have to. So in between our morning brew with Chris and AJW and Aravaipa After Dark, I'm going to drive up to Mingus and see what this is all about, because Kevin has really, really leaned into it. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. In fact, I had a buddy of mine ask if they could mount a camera up there and have full-time coverage of the MBA. But yeah, Kevin, we're missing him in the race. As I think regular viewers know, he's run the race every year, I think, with 7 or 8 battery chargers so that he can keep up on the chat in the live stream. I suspect he'll be diving into the chat if he hasn't already. But Kevin Goldberg, what a great ambassador to the 200-mile distance, and that'll be a very fun little diversion for the runners up at Mingus Mountain Camp.
Ironically, this is the first time I think I've checked into the chat where Kevin Goldberg wasn't in there. So, of course, Kevin Goldberg also did a great job in the lead up to Cocodona 250 2026 with his interview series on the Aerovipa Running YouTube channel. He interviewed over 24 runners leading up to Cocodona this year for Flagstaff bound. So if you're interested in learning more about some of the elites, he interviewed a lot of them, and I highly encourage you to check that out.
Yeah, it's a great series, Really a good-looking shot here. As you can see now, they're starting to, it's a little bit bumped away, but it is a little bit of a, they got some runnable stuff here for the next mile or so, and then out onto that road I mentioned before. So as the morning light dawns, a little cloud cover this morning, which is nice, but really fantastic section of trail here just for a few minutes before that creek bed. Should be a lot of fun. Yes, someone in the chat mentioned, and it's really good to bring it up, Jeff Garmeyer, unsupported Appalachian Trail FKT this past summer. Really impressive result there. Jeff can just keep going. He seems to have a well of energy, and we've seen him over the years with a little banged up knee or a banged up ankle, and he just keeps rolling. So I suspect he'll be not in the front but towards the front, and always comes at it with a great spirit. By the way, speaking of podcasts, you were mentioning and you commended to me an interview Jeff did on his podcast, Run Outside, or
Free Outside.
Free Outside, thank you. Free Outside, where he chatted with Aerovipa's Bryce Brooks, and they did and I am not saying this lightly, they did a deep dive into the history along the Cocodona course.
Yeah.
Some history going, into prehistoric times, a geological history, the indigenous people of the area history. It is a fascinating listen. So if you have a little bit of time, Jeff Garmeyer's podcast, Free Outside, is well worth a listen, along with Kevin Goldberg's Distance to Empty and Aerovipa series.
Yeah, that episode, I believe, was... Whoops, I accidentally turned it on. I was just a couple weeks ago, April 24th was the release date of that. So if you go to Free Outside and you want to learn extensive detail about the Cocodona course and the history behind it, talking about the towns along the way that we know about, places like Crown King, Prescott, Sedona, but also delves into the history of places that no longer exist. Mining camps from decades gone by, places where the entire village or commune may be burnt down due to everything being made of wood back then.
Cool little anecdote about Walnut Canyon. Of course, an aid station way up in the 200s, but that Sunset Crater, Bryce mentioned that Sunset Crater, which is a crater that sort of, it's not as big as Eldon or Humphreys, but it's a big crater to the sort of northeast of Flagstaff, erupted 1,000 years ago, and the indigenous people all moved. They had to move out of that area. It became completely uninhabitable with the ash, and they settled in Walnut Canyon.
Yeah.
And some of the structures that are still visible in Walnut Canyon, or remnants of structures, were from that time. So again, just a fascinating listen on Jeff Garmeyer's podcast.
Yeah, for those that are tuning in for the first time here to the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra, buckle up and make lots of coffee, because we are going to be going live all week. Even if we are not on the air, it sounds like we're going to have overnight static cameras on various locations throughout. Over the course of the week, we've got several other co-hosts that are going to be helping to take the reins over the course of the broadcast, but we are also going to be having. What was I going to say?
The cameras.
We're going to be having nonstop live stream coverage coming from Wednesday morning through Saturday morning. So Wednesday overnight, Thursday overnight, Friday overnight, you're going to be able to tune in and see what's going on. We'll have people calling those middle and back of the pack finishers, which I think is an amazing feature of this race. I felt like Cocodona was the first live stream where we were really able to do a deep dive into the individual stories. And speaking of individual stories, one of the other things I want to shout out is the Cocodona Chronicles that our friend Tony is going to be undertaking over the course of the week. They will be sliced in during the broadcast, maybe as part of some of our commercial breaks, but also the Cocodona Chronicles collection from 2025. You can watch it as a full cut of all of them in succession. It's about an hour or so of your time. Of course, you don't want to do that this week. You want to maybe save it for next week. But the amount of content that is going to be shared by Aravaipa Mountain Outpost, as well as other people. I mean, there are going to be camera crews all over this race at this point. So, shout out to all those people who are trying to share the story of these 400-plus amazing runners as they make their way to Flagstaff.
Hill, by the way, does an amazing job. Not only does he get that footage. I remember running into him right about where this runner is right now. A few 20 or so minutes into the race, and he will get the footage, run back to his van, edit it out, and literally get it out within maybe an hour or two of his of recording it. And on the flip side, I remember as I was stumbling down Eldon toward the end of my run here last year, seeing Tony coming the opposite direction, big huge pack on his back, hiking up the Eldon Lookout Trail. I'm like, Tony, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm going up to get some footage for Dylan's movie, The Cutoff, which of course, we're going to mention this several times. If you have not seen The Cutoff, an incredible film by Dylan Harris, which chronicled last year's race, runners who were chasing the cutoff, check it out. It's free on YouTube right now, and it is amazing, just amazing. And Tony went up to that saddle just below the Eldon Lookout Trail and the towers, and sat there and got footage for about 7 hours for the final part of that film. Just amazing. So keep an eye out for those Cocodona Chronicles.
You can already see, as it's starting to brighten up out there, it's unusually overcast right now.
Yeah,
like,
they've got cloud cover.
Yeah, and they're going to love that for as long as they get it.
Mm-hmm.
The temperatures down in Black Canyon City, do a quick peek on that. Normally, it is nice and cool in the morning down there. It heats up quickly, though. But if the cloud cover sticks around for a little while, this is considered by all observers and participants to be the hardest part of the race from a technical standpoint. I'm getting a 66-degree reading at Black Canyon City right now. So, of course, they are on their way to Crown King. And if they can, Crown King is currently 49 degrees. If they can fade the sunshine as long as possible, it can set some people up for a lot of success. Of course, they are going to be hitting their first aid station, I believe, at mile 11. Is that where the
mile 7? Mile 7. They hit the Cottonwood Creek aid station.
Mile 11 is just something different entirely.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Not sure who's going to be out there. You might know.
Oh, I know. So it'll be a familiar face.
Yeah.
It will be Ken Rubley out there taking care of runners. Of course, one of the things about the Cocodona course is that it has evolved somewhat. And after the first year, when they realized there was 20 miles without a water drop, that they needed to do something about that. And so former race director of Jackpot, Beyond Limits, Ultra, Ken Rubley, I call him the P.T. Barnum of ultra running. He is definitely a character. And last year and the year before, he was out there with Frozen Grapes and popsicles for the runners. This is all it's not like a guerrilla style aid station. This is sanctioned by the race, and he's got enough for everybody. But I know he'll be joining the broadcast here this morning if we've got, I assume he brought his Starlink out there. But that's something I'm looking forward to. Ken Rubley always entertaining us and the runners and keeping the spirits high early in the race.
I suspect he has a surprise up his sleeve. Last year it was Christmas. There was a Santa Claus. There were Christmas carols playing. Reminder about that, by the way, every runner is required to start the race with the capacity to carry 4 liters of water. They don't need to leave with 4 liters of water on their person, but the capacity to carry 4 liters. So, typically 2 liter. That was Pam Reed. Pam Reed just came by, a very recognizable figure there. But most people would have, say, a 2-liter bladder and 400 or 500 milliliter bottles or some combination thereof. They don't need to leave the start with all those filled. When they get to Cottonwood Creek, they need to top them off. They do need to leave with 4 liters from mile 7. And then what we're mentioning at Ken's aid station, which is really just a water drop, a manned water drop with a lot of fun going on, they can top everything off there. And then it's 14 really long, hard miles to the next water drop at Milk Ranch, where they can pick up only 1 liter before the climb up and over Lane Mountain. There, as you can see, Daylight Runner waving to the live stream.
So somebody was asking about the colors on the runner tracker pinned to the top of the chat. I can tell you from looking at it right now, the red course is the true course, the Cocodona course. The green would be the Bradshaw Butte course, and the blue is the Sedona Canyons course. So if you're following Cocodona, it is red. Bradshaw Brute is green, and Sedona Canyons is... Wait, Cocodona is red. Bradshaw Brute is green, and Sedona Canyons, or the Cocodona proper is red. It's way too early for this.
A note on that: the Bradshaw Brute course really is designed to be really, really difficult. So, for example, going on the Cocodona course follows Senator Highway, which is not really a highway, for most of the way on the way to Prescott, while the Bradshaw Brute gets a bunch of single track through there. By the way, the Bradshaw Brute starts at 7 a.m. local time, so the inaugural running of that race will start in a little bit over an hour and a half.
Absolutely. We'll be expecting to have eyes on that race as it starts too, so... I just saw Tom Murray go by. Tom Murray, I believe, paid for his whole race registration and volunteer credits. Of course, Tom Murray, for those who are familiar with Haviland 100, has been the aid station captain for Rattlesnake Ranch, the 3rd aid station on the course for as long as I can remember. So shout out to Tom going for his first Cocodona finish. As we keep eyes, I just saw Roy Quinn there. That's a Flagstaff local. Roy Quinn going for his second finish, coached by Peter Mortimer. And if he is able to do it the way he wants to do it, he is going to go no crew, no pacers the entire way.
Wow. I have to say it warms my heart to see very few bucket hats. It's nice to see that trend has dissipated. Of course, you do want sun protection out here. We have a lot of the desert hats with the flaps off the back, but it looks like we've returned to more standard ball caps for most of the folks out there. So good to see that the bucket hat trend. Oh, okay, sorry, there's one. Some love in the chat for Marcel, one of our active Aravaipa runners, going out for his first Cocodona finish. He was a lot of fun to do the training runs with. I hosted a couple of training runs back in April, and it was so great to have Marcel along for the ride on those.
Yeah, we're going to do our best to bring as many runners on the course as possible into view. We're going to be not only having follow cams at eye level, we're also going to have eyes in the sky throughout the race. That is one of the things that I love most, is the fact that we get all of the drone footage. And it's sharing the beauty of the state of Arizona and the landscapes here. And I think that one of the things that people might not realize or recognize, of course, this looks like what you would expect. Brushy desert area. You can see a couple of saguaro cactuses peeking out in the background. But as the runners proceed north towards Flagstaff, you're going to see that they are heading into the largest continuous ponderosa pine forest in the entire world. We have a lot here.
Funny story about drones and the team out there. I don't know, it was around mile 18 or something in that massively long stretch between Ken's aid station and the Milk Ranch water drop. And I come across this little ridge, and who's out there all by himself with his little thing, looking like he's playing with a Game Boy, but Jamil flying a drone, a drone.
Jamil will probably be out there today, but he's also actually running Mingus Traverse this week as well.
Of course, why not? It does look like the forecast. There's a slight chance of rain tomorrow, but it does look like the forecast for this year's running will be significantly better than it was last year when the rain started in the evening of day one and extended all the way into the mid-morning of day 3, and it was just a muddy, sloppy mess up there. So very excited for the runners to have more gentle Arizona-type weather this year, particularly, possibly even without too much heat on day 1. Great shots here of the runners in this nice section of single track, connecting down to that mining road that I was referring to before the dried up creek bed at about mile 3.
Hey there.
And of course, along the way too, you mentioned covering every runner from front to back. We have tried to get the runners' information forms. Runners, we ask them to fill out a form so that we can provide information about them when we see them along the live stream. And there's a cameraman.
Yep.
And so it's great to get that information. We also have really benefited from folks in the chat sharing information about runners they're following and with a little bit more information about them. So please feel free to do that anytime in the chat. We can't monitor it all the time, but we try to. And if there's a runner you're looking for or a runner you have a story about, please share it in the chat, and we'll try to share it with everybody.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who is hanging out with us. I mean, we've got over 5,000 viewers right now, 5,600 here joining us here on this Monday morning. There were over 2,000 people waiting before we even started.
Yeah.
That was at one point our maximum captive audience. So we appreciate you all tuning in.
We're happy to provide you a diversion during the work week.
This is the most productive work week of the year for most people, I would assume. I mean, you probably got a couple of spreadsheets open on one screen, like maybe you're working through a purchase order on another, or some
Right.
sort of accounting software. I'm speaking from personal experience. And then on that other screen, that third screen, you've got Cocodona going, or maybe you've got it on in a TV in the background. All I know is that we take no responsibility for anybody getting put on a PIP this week because they happen to be so intently tuning into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
I know that some of the local watering holes in Flagstaff and Prescott will have the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel tuned in. I know running stores, my former running store down in Phoenix area, Soul Sports, should have it on, as well as I suspect it'll be on here in Run Flagstaff as well.
Yeah, the brighter it gets, the more excited I am, because we can't necessarily identify all of the runners at this point, but at the same time, we are going to, we're going to get to know some faces over the course of the week. So, of course, all right, sure. All right, on that note, it looks like we have reached the back of the Cocodona 250 pack here. The runners are underway this morning. They've been out there for about 33 minutes. We're going to go to a quick course flyover, so You can see what these 400 plus intrepid Voyagers have waiting for them over the course of Cocodona Week. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
All right, this is the, I'll provide a little annotation as we go over this flyover. And looking at the elevation profile, you can see the steepness in the early going here.
Absolutely. Of course, as you can see, the first thing they do is immediately climbing high to the high point of the first half of the course, really.
Yep, drops down a little bit here. It's deceiving. It's really, really tough footing in there. A lot of it is old, sort of defunct Jeep roads that the original course designers kind of discovered in their research. The bottom, right where it is now, is Milk Ranch Water Stop. Now is the big climb up Lane Mountain. They top out at Lane Mountain, and then the nice smooth descent into Crown King. I want to make a note, Chris, on a couple of course changes on the section the flyover is going to right now. First, leaving Crown King is a much more gentle climb than the old course. It goes out the back of the saloon and up onto the Senator Highway. And then along the Senator Highway, it stays on it for about 1.5 miles longer than it used to. But the distance that they lose, the distance that is cut off with that more short, more direct route out of Crown King is regained with that next climb that you can see. The tracker's headed towards it right now, which is up to the top of Mount Union. You can kind of see it there in the elevation profile. Mount Union is the tallest peak in the Bradshaws, and the old course went sort of along the flanks. It has towers at the top of it and all of that. Now they go straight up over the top of Mount Union. And then just have a short, about 200 to 250 foot descent. They hit the road. We should see this in the coverage. The road that goes to Camp Kippa. That's more of a smooth road. There's a main aid station at Camp Kippa, sleep station, and so forth. And then from Camp Kippa to Camp Wamatochik.
Of course, from Wamatochik, they head continuing through there to Whiskey Row in Prescott, Arizona. They actually run through the streets of Prescott, the former territorial capital of Arizona, until they hit the Granite Dells at Watson Lake. And from there, they begin their journey kind of northeast towards Fain Ranch, one of the few fully private areas of the course outside of Cocodona proper, and then they make their way up to what we've got highlighted right there, and that's Mingus Mountain.
Yeah, and that is a long, grindy climb. They hit Mingus Mountain Camp, and it's a descent off of Mingus Mountain pretty much all the way 25 miles to Jerome. It is technical. It's really rocky. It's not a section where you can necessarily make up a lot of time. Crosses a paved road, which is kind of like, where'd this paved road come from? And then a big descent to the old mining town of Jerome at right about the halfway mark, also the start of the Sedona Canyons, and then dropping, you can see right there to the Verde Valley, the crossing of the Verde River, the lowest point on the course. And then it begins its grind back up. It's a really, really nice section of single track through here that is just fantastic. It's the longest continuous section of single track is that section to Dead Horse Ranch State Park, ultimately Deer Pass. And then it begins the gradual climb to Sedona. It's gradual at first. They get to the aid station at Sedona around mile 168, and then it's really a relatively lengthy run through the town up to the Mingus Mountain Wagon Road trailhead, where they get onto the Hangover Trail. The Hangover Trail is about 3 miles. It's in classic Sedona red rock. It's pretty bit tricky at times. And then the climb proper. They used to go up Kasner Canyon. Now they go up a much more gradual climb, zigzagging up a road, which there's a water stop about halfway up that road. And then eventually onto the Coconino Plateau. You can see that entire space on the right of the elevation profile is the Coconino Plateau, to the Schnebly aid station. Schnebly is an exit right off of Highway 17, the interstate that goes up to Flagstaff. And they begin the first of 2 pacerless sections. It's a big U from Schnebly Hill to Munns Park. You're on that big U right there. It's all up at the high Cocodona Plateau. It's an area where there's quite a few of those nesting spotted owls. It comes back to Mud, so 13 and a half miles with no pacer. You can pick up your pacer again at Munns Park. You cross under the highway there, and you're on the western half of the highway. Rolling through, you can see the terrain is relatively calm through here as you make your way to Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, once you've actually gotten onto the plateau, I'm not going to go so far as to say that it's easy, but you've definitely gotten most of the climbing out of the way at this point. It still rolls and it's still technical, especially when you're basically undergoing the next stretch up through and past Kelly Canyon. But the climbing actually kind of presses pause there for a little while.
Yep, and the surface is pretty good too. I mean, it's some kind of graded gravel roads. It's some single track or even a little bit wider, sort of 1.5 track as it makes its way to Kelly Canyon. Just it's good running. Now, of course, you're 200 plus miles into it, so it's not a ton of like running going on, but it does, and you're basically within 12 miles of where we're sitting right now if you were to just drive straight. But of course, this being Cocodona, you're not going to be driving straight. You're going to head over to Walnut Canyon. Yep, right there, you're going to pass under the freeway again and make this big easterly swing on your way to Walnut Canyon. After the Fort Tuthill aid station, Fort Tuthill major aid station, you'll see Chris Thornley there and the team from Squirrel's Nut Butter, and then make your way to Walnut Canyon, where you once again have a pacerless section for the run-in to the base of Mount Eldon and the final climb over Mount Eldon.
Of course, once you get to the top of Eldon, the climbing is, it's pretty much done at that point. One of the ways you can celebrate when you get up and over Eldon is through some barbecue. The only Peter Mortimer, the second place finisher of the inaugural Cocodona 250 back in 2021. It became a thing back then, and we'll talk with Pete actually because he'll be our guest on Aravaipa After Dark tonight, this evening. So stick around for that in 12 hours. But Pete decided after he finished the race, he finished second. He went home and rather than go and sleep for a day or two, he literally went to work grilling and smoking meat. And he drove up to the Mount Eldon aid station at the time at the top of the mountain and basically just started handing out things like pulled pork, hot links, and ribs to runners as they came through. So now, as the race has evolved, Jamil and Steve Adderholt have decided that part of the Cocodona experience should always be to experience Pete's Meats up on celebration of being almost done with Cocodona. So they have like a full barbecue spread up there, and Pete and a team of guys actually turned his kitchen into a full restaurant operation.
And I got to say, it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I remember, you might recall in 2024, I hiked up there and grabbed some samples to bring down to us here at the live stream. Last year, I had a full plate when I got there during the race. I want to make a note where you can see the tracker is right now. That's the descent off Mount Eldon on the Eldon Lookout Trail. That was added as a descent just last year. 2 miles, 2,000 feet, big rock step downs, really tricky. You might recall the course before then went up the Eldon Lookout Trail and then down the gravel road. Now the course has been redirected again as a result of the population of the Mexican spotted owls, and it's a descent down that Eldon Lookout Trail, which I've got to tell you is not for the faint of heart. So in my opinion, there are 3 really terrain challenging sections of the course where we're footing and making sure that you've got your wits about you. First, the Granite Dells after Prescott. Second, the Hangover Trail in Sedona. And third, where our tracker is right here, going down off of Mount Eldon on tired legs, steeply down, finally back on level with Flagstaff. Once you get down, it's a nice flowing set of trails along basically town trails that take you into Buffalo Park, the famous Buffalo Park here in Flagstaff, and ultimately spill you on to the paved roads of Flagstaff and triumphant glory of your finish of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square.
Of course, that right there is the start line. We will be seeing the Bradshaw Brute take off from there in a little while.
Again, we're 45 minutes in. The first aid station that runners come to is at mile 7, Cottonwood Creek. Just a little pull off on a gravel road. They've got a nice gravel road section once they get off the Black Canyon Trail, about mile 5.5. Takes them to that Cottonwood Creek aid station, and then from Cottonwood Creek, it's relatively gentle rolling gravel road all the way to mile 10, about 10.5, where they'll have that water stop that we've talked about earlier.
Also, as we mentioned, the runner tracker is pinned to the top of the chat. Another place you can go, we have a new feature that has been rolled out this year. You go to our website, mountainoutpost.com. You can see there will be links to what we have, a race update section, which is basically a continuously updated thread with runner updates. That is going to be curated by our friend of the family, Aid Station Fireball. Liam has made the journey from the Great White North down here to Arizona yet again to help us on the back end, make sure that we have as much detail as possible to follow these runners. In addition to our live stream, we have our runner tracking that is pinned at the top of the chat, and now we've got a Cocodona 250 live feed this year. So, and if you go over to that page, you can see that there's obviously not any significant information as of yet, but there's a way you can sift through men's, women's, DNFs, leads, any notable items over the course of the race. So that's something that you can do to follow the race even further as we continually enrich the viewer experience here at Mountain Outpost.
Yeah, and I mean, Liam, Aid Station Fireball, I don't think there's a more well-informed and active fan of the sport and prognosticator of the sport than Liam. So I guarantee you, if he's got his hands on it, it's going to be really cool. This is something we're seeing for the first time because this is the inaugural Bradshaw Brute. Check it out. They're taking down the Cocodona 250 banner, and underneath it is the Bradshaw Brute banner.
I kind of love that.
I really love that.
Peeling
there it goes.
The curtain back a little bit. But yeah, you can see that they are taking down the Cocodona banner, and yeah, as you said, putting up the brand new Bradshaw Brute 100, which covers mostly it aligns with the first 100 miles of the Cocodona 250. But there are a couple of significant changes. I believe as early as mile 3, the courses deviate. If you go to the runner tracking, the green is the Bradshaw Brute course. And from what I can tell, whenever there was an opportunity to make things even harder than the first 100 miles of Cocodona, Jamil and Steve and the team that put that course together decided to take it.
They did. And keep in mind as well, it is a no pacers, no crew. So you are dependent. It is a solo run. You're dependent on the aid stations and drop bags. I think you can have drop bags. Yeah, you can have drop bags, just no pacers and no crews. And yeah, it is tough. It is tough. I know Andre Lee, who's a mutual friend of ours, has spent a fair bit of time. Has spent a fair bit of time on the course and has noted that is a brutal section, especially after Crown King.
Yeah.
It takes the hard way to Prescott. So there it is. Cocodona banner has been taken down. Of course, it'll get re-put up here at Heritage Square in a couple of days.
Yeah, we'll be following the race, over the course of the next several days. The one thing I will say for those first-timers or newbies tuning into Cocodona, the tracker for the first hour or two is not gospel.
For those of you tuning in,
we do not know of any significant non-starters this morning.
Right.
So those things, I mean, when you've got 400 plus spot trackers pinging from within a quarter-mile radius, you're going to have some floats, some things going on. As things shake out, you will see those items corrected, and if there are issues with spot trackers over the course of the race, we are equipped at various junctures, such as Crown King, Whiskey Row, some of the more large aid stations, that they can replace batteries or update tech at that point. So.
Right. So don't be alarmed by trackers that seem to go awry or that aren't pinging. Or I remember we've had trackers that just sort of Jeff Browning, ran into a lake a couple of years ago, and so don't worry too much about the trackers, especially in this early portion. And we've got eyes in the sky.
And our early leader
shot. All right, that is the men's leader. So if you see that road there, just in the right underneath our clock, that is the road that this single track will spill out onto, and then run right into Cottonwood Creek. So this is about mile 5.
Shout out to John G for making the Skycam possible. Of course, John G, another one of our generous sponsors, helping make the Cocodona 250 live stream possible. Seems somebody, obviously we can't quite tell who that is just yet.
But they're taking a flyer.
Yeah,
I'll say
that is cooking.
Yeah. Then men's early leader on the single track, as I mentioned, right around mile 5. This is the Black Canyon Trail. Nice and smooth through here.
I have my assumptions on who that is, but I don't want to sound silly, so I'm going to not say who I think it is until I can get confirmation or at least comfort on who that is.
Every year we try to, get an idea of what kits that people might be wearing, or if they have any distinguishing, a neon-colored hat or something. I have to say, with this gentleman, just looks like kind of a classic white shirt and white hat and Yeah, this is a great shot here. This creek coming down.
I mean, it could be Kevin Tedonio. And this would certainly track. Of course, Kevin won the Crown King Scramble earlier this year, so definitely no stranger to running in these hills of the Bradshaws. But it seems like this would be a bit surprising, to put it mildly.
Yeah. But, you know, it's early. Guy just maybe wanted to have a little time alone.
Well, this is how you
Can't
get it,
fault
by
it, yeah.
going out on the front of the pack. You know, it is always interesting. And when we talk about following these runners as the race progresses, talking about trying to get to know what they're wearing in their kits, you know, if you're working a race like Western States or Black Canyon, you know, some of the other stuff that Mountain Outpost live streams, you can get eyes on what somebody's wearing and track it. Can't quite do that with Cocodona
Right.
because people go through so many clothing and kit changes
yeah.
over the course of 250 plus miles.
Yes, indeed. You're changing. Even the front runners are changing, you know, two, 3, 4 times, just by virtue of the weather. They require, the race organization requires everybody to leave Crown King with a cold weather kit. It's not hugely cumbersome, but it's a real rain jacket, hat and gloves, space blanket, extra batteries for your headlamp.
I mean, if that is Kevin, I mean, he just, like I said, he just won Crown King a couple weeks ago, so definitely has familiarity with the terrain. But this would be an extremely aggressive move by Kevin at this point. But who knows? Maybe it's one of those situations where he can say he let out Cocodona 250 one year, and nobody can ever take that away from him.
Or he was just feeling good and having a good day and seeing how it goes. This he's going to climb up here and in just a couple of minutes just make a right-hand turn onto the dirt road.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes aggression pays. I mean, you know, we saw it last year with Dan Green and Harry Schubertus going out and running a sub 18-hour pace for the first 100 miles of this race. You know, I mean,
for a brutal first 100 too.
Yeah, we could see some of the runners in the field that we were more accustomed to going out hot, like String Bean or Heather Jackson. It'll be interesting to see if they take, I mean, in the case of String Bean, we know he'll go out hot on this race. In the case of Heather Jackson, being in uncharted territory as far as a 250-mile foot race, you know, who knows whether or not she elects to do what she normally does and try and set the course early on, not only because this is her first 250, but because of the fact that, you know, she's in this field with a couple of very experienced 200-plus mile runners. I mean, you've got Courtney, you've got Rachel, you've got Meg Eckert. You know, this is kind of like Heather's first foray all over again.
I suspect Heather kind of has one way of racing. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying she will pull a flyer like she did it at Javelina a couple of years. There's the gravel road right
We
up
just
there.
saw, I believe that might have been Howie Stern out there
Getting some pictures?
Getting some pictures as the runner went by here on the John G. Skycam.
So again, he's going to make a sharp right here on that gravel road. Takes the runners all the way to Cottonwood Creek. It's about 1.5 miles from here to Cottonwood Creek, that first aid station, and then it's about another 3.5 miles to the water stop at mile 10.5.
Very critical turn right there for him to make sure that he didn't miss. That is marked and flagged properly, so that's good to know. Otherwise, what would happen if he kept going there would basically end up taking the Black Canyon Trail south back to the start.
Right.
So that is a very critical turn at this point in the course. If it is indeed Kevin Tedonio, it is going out real hot and basically already a 10K into the race, less than an hour in. And this is a brutal section.
Good, 10-minute, sub 10-minute pace right out of the gate.
Because the course gets faster after the first 40 or so miles.
All right, Bradshaw Brute is starting at 6 a.m., so in about 1 minute.
A couple of notable names in the Bradshaw Brute this year. One of our broadcast colleagues, Jake Jackson, any surface, any distance. Jake Jackson is going to be participating in that race. I would put him as a prohibitive favorite in the men's field. And the women's field, another member of the previous member of the 24-hour national team in Stella Springer. I could totally, I would not be surprised to see Stella and Jake be the winners here of the inaugural Bradshaw Brute 100, which is starting on your left-hand side here momentarily.
And 38-hour cutoff for the Bradshaw Brute. And I've made the prediction. It's a modest beginning this year with, I think, a little over 100 starters. But I think in 10 years or 5 years, this is a Hard Rock qualifier and a race that everybody wants to be in. It is just tough. It is just tough. And as I mentioned earlier, no pacers, no crews.
Guarantee that's Jake with the selfie or the 360 camera in his hand on the left-hand side there.
He usually likes to pull that out for these starts. And the Bradshaw Brute is off, the second of the Cocodona family of races in 2026. This is the inaugural running. Of course, there are 3 other distances ahead. Mingus Traverse, 78-ish miles, starts tomorrow. And the Sedona Canyons 125 starts on Wednesday. And the Eldon, formerly known as Eldon Crest, Flagstaff Crest race starts on Friday.
It is pretty wild that it is still overcast down there, and it's overcast up here. It seems like the entire central column of the state of Arizona is under cloud cover right now. Of course, we are just 1 hour into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, here through the inaugural hour of the 2026 race. We're going to be joined momentarily. Actually, I am going to be lifted from my chair momentarily by an individual who has experience not only broadcasting this race, but running it as well. I know the two of you can probably swap war stories over the next few hours, and I'll be listening intently as I try and cosplay as an accountant for the next few hours, and that is Caleb Stevens.
We got confirmation that is Kevin Tedonio on the right of your screen. He is in the lead. That's the Cottonwood Creek aid station, mile 7, where runners are required to leave with 4 liters of water at least. So we did get confirmation Kevin Tedonio is the leader at the first aid station, mile 7. On the left, you see the start of the Bradshaw Brute.
With regard to the Bradshaw Brute, we mentioned Jake Jackson and Stella Springer. Stella has had a pretty wild last few months, winning the 2025 Angeles Crest. Also being a last-second member of the U.S. 24-hour national team, basically running the World Championships on less than 12 hours notice and finishing in the top 20 in the world. And also setting a world record pending ratification at the Jackpot 100-mile USATF Championships for the age 55 to 59 age category. Yeah, Stella is 55 and doing all that stuff. As
Here we go,
see our
Kevin
first runners.
Tedonio.
Kevin Tedonio making a bold move early in the race here. Kevin Tedonio of Del Mar, California, his inaugural Cocodona. As we mentioned, no stranger to racing in the Bradshaws, Kevin, as He won the Crown King Scramble earlier this year, just a little over a month ago. Of course, both of us ran that along with Kevin. He finished in about half the time we
just took
did.
a little longer out there.
Beat
that's
me
all.
by about 5 hours in that 50K. But Kevin has some other recent results, finishing the Kodiak 100-miler last year in Southern California. Ran another Air Viper race, the Harding Hustle 50K. And we are going to go to another one of our colleagues, Luke J., out in the field. Luke, what do you have for us?
Okay, on the right.
You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah,
We
there you are,
can.
Jake.
Luke.
Luke.
Yeah.
Luke J.
So
Gotcha.
I'm here at Cottonwood. Kevin, as you guys mentioned, came in and just left a couple minutes ago. Grabbing, filling up with all his water. As you guys mentioned, runners have to leave Cottonwood with 4 liters of water. And so we know people are going to take a little bit of time here to make sure they fill up. He looked great. It's obviously super early, so you can't bank anything here, but he was moving and he was working and he was already sweating. So we'll see what happens.
Do you think that, based on what you're saying there, Luke, I'm inclined to believe that maybe he's going out just a little bit too hot. The weather conditions are favorable, but this is an extremely bold, hyper-aggressive move this early in the race.
Yeah, really, really aggressive move. 7 miles into a 250-mile race, I would say. Yeah, aggressive is the right word. And keep in mind, like you guys saw when Gus was filming Kevin heading out, like they have a pretty grind of a climb up here. So it's 25 miles to Lane Mountain from here. And there's only 2 spots to get water. And so that is the reason that they have to leave with 4 liters of water. So about 2 miles up this road, there's a very limited water supply. So if people really need it, they can grab some water there. And then the next spot is 17, and then they hit Lane Mountain at 25. So yeah, we should be seeing where it is. There's a whole pack together. So
That would make sense.
I haven't checked track leaders, but yeah, it looks like a bunch of them are together.
The tracker is still kind of shaking itself out here at this point, but we would expect to see a rush of runners coming up here very shortly. Actually,
there we go.
Yeah, you're about to get bombarded here, Luke, with what looks to be 1, 3, 5, 8, 15 or so runners coming in, all within about an 8 to 10 second gap. So.
All right, so
Yeah.
this, I think we could safely call this, at least in this early going, the chase pack. And as Chris mentioned, yeah, it's at least a dozen runners there. Luke, stay with us here because you'll get a good firsthand view of who this is and how they look. And
I believe this is bib 154. Can you see bib number there?
So, what's your bib number? Hey, what's his bib number?
164 is in Cottonwood right now. Gearing up, filling up with his 4 liters of water.
That would be Lucas Sagan of Poland.
All right. All the way from Poland.
Going out
Quick
very
work.
aggressive. Multiple top 10
and out here.
Spartathlon finishes for Lucas. Also finished UTMB, but hasn't raced in the States very much in the last 8 to 10 years. Ran Kodiak in 2024, but other than that, all of his results stem from Europe.
And here
Right
comes
on.
this pack into Cottonwood Creek.
So this looks like we have Killian, Rachel. I see Max, Courtney, Jeff,
That's Killian Korth leading up
Cody,
there.
Zach, Hauer. Yeah. Heather Jackson,
Jimmy Strayhorn. I
Ed
see.
Har.
Big group.
Yeah. Good crew right here.
Jeff Browning.
There's Joe filling up.
Great, great
We
camera
had
shot
one
here.
runner. Let's go.
Of course.
String bean right there. showing out for the
We
camera.
had 3 runners already out. It looks like, yeah, Killian, Joe, and one other guy. It looks like he did first place, or not, the first guy out of this group didn't even fill up. So I think he must have started with a bunch of water. Adam Kimball heading out. We have Mike McKnight rolling in here with might be this is Mika.
There's Mika in the orange.
Yep. Yeah, so we got about 15 runners in Cottonwood right now. So pretty much guaranteed that
Is that
this will
Elliot
be
Chisholm right there?
the closest the leaders will be for the rest of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Elliot Chisholm right there on the green shorts.
Yeah.
One of the youngest runners in the field at the age of 18.
Of the Chisholm family.
Yeah. Of course,
That's cool.
his brother Brody was the first one to our attention. I believe the first teenager to complete Cocodona when he ran it a few years ago. But yeah, the whole family, as you can see,
Go, Rachel.
There's Rachel heading out.
Entrican heading out.
Get it, girl.
We've got Luke J down there at Cottonwood. If you're just tuning in, Courtney is out. There's Jeff Browning getting his bladder and heading out. Again, they've got a water stop where they can top off in about 3 miles, and then it's 14 miles with about 8,000 feet of climbing to the Milk Ranch water stop. There's Courtney.
All right, so let's see. We just had Rachel, Ed Haar, Jeff Browning, and Heather Jackson all leave within 30, 40 feet of each other.
Courtney DeWalter right there in the center of your shot.
Courtney's on her way out. How are
It's an
you?
illegal bag of powder.
Courtney looks
Joy.
looks happy as always,
Dude,
and Mika's gonna jump in with her.
fun out
See you in a
there.
couple off
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll see you.
There's Max.
Max Joliffe leaving with Courtney and Mika. That's a great, wow, that was a, Luke, that was a pack, definite pack coming in there. Lots of action at the aid station for sure.
Yeah, these conditions, I'm really excited for the tempo and mood of this race with how everything is looking so far. The cloud cover is going to help save these runners. In years past, we've already seen people start to, kind of, I guess, thread the needle in terms of trying to get as far as uphill as they could ahead of the heat. But this year, you could see it. The lead runners really didn't seem like they were really too stressed about anything at that first aid station, with the exception of our current overall leader, Kevin Sedona. He looked like he was probably a little bit aggressive at that point. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if how long he's able to maintain that solo lead.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I mean,
who
that's
knows?
that's a huge bold move in a 253-mile race. Absolutely. But it did look like, I mean, I have to agree with you, Chris. I think the notorious first day heat, I'm not sure it's going to be a factor this
Yeah.
year. I mean, I'm thinking maybe it gets to 80 degrees, but the exposure, right? There's no shade out there. But I really think these guys and gals really got a good one weather-wise this year so far.
I agree, and you can see we have a weather forecast crawl on the lower left of your screen, so you can see where the forecast stands on the various spots on the course. Because as the week progresses, we are going to have people literally 100 to 150 miles apart from one another.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Absolutely, and we're going to go back to Luke J in the field. Luke, what's going on down at Cottonwood Aid?
So we just had that big group come and go. So that was pretty exciting. Moods were high, vibes were high. Looked like lots of people, just staying together, working together. I don't think anybody's in race mode yet, except maybe Kevin. But yeah, I didn't see, it's at mile 7. Everybody looked good. Lots of water, obviously. It's pretty interesting to see the different systems for people getting their water. We got a fight breaking out between Versteeg and
That was
Garmire.
Garmire and Versteeg going toe to toe. And that's Troy Croxdale,
yeah, we got a really
Burrito
dramatic
League
fight
champion
here
down there.
in the aid station.
Yeah, the vibe at that aid station is fantastic so
If
far.
it's not rubbing, it's not racing.
Yeah, it's real serious here, everyone. Real serious.
Looked like maybe Versteeg got a forearm shiver in, but there before Jeff was able to counter. Looks like was that Troy Croxdale that just left there?
Yeah, I think that's Troy there next to Jeff.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
I saw him come in, but
his calves have their own zip code.
Yep, Troy's calves have been spotted.
that's
there
that's
he
what that's what Burrito League does for you.
Yeah, and I think one thing you don't think about with Burrito League is how many times they have to turn. How many 180-degree turns?
It's a lot. It's a lot of 180-degree turns. Hey, I see you still got your hoodie on, Luke. Is it really nice temperature out there?
Yeah, it's very pleasant right now. Very pleasant. I think it's like 61 when I checked my phone.
Yeah.
Some people in sweatshirts, but most everybody, I'm about ready to take it off and go t-shirt. But most people rolling in, some people are sweaty, but some people are already doing cooling strategy. So already staying wet. Yeah, Versteeg shirt is off and in the dirt. And bib 666, you never know.
Yeah, I would say, but between the two of them, given Versteeg or Garmire, I don't know. Like, Versteeg's got that kind of wiry build to him. Garmire's a little bit more filled out. That one's a tough one.
I'd take Garmire in that any day.
Yeah, Garmire's tight end. Versteeg's like the wiry receiver.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would if I was Versteeg, I would leave Jeff alone.
I'd say I'd stay away from Garmire. There he is. Big crowd at the 8. So again, everybody's got to top off and leave here with 4 leaders.
Yeah, you can see all those aquatainers over there. It's a whole lot of water that is being distributed to the runners.
And I was mentioning, it's pretty interesting to see. I've seen, you're seeing full Camelback bladders, like a 2-liter bladder, but then you're also seeing some people who prefer the flask, who are, filling up 6 flasks. Lindsay on the way out with a big smile on her face. Troy. We got Manu, Meg Eckhart coming in. It's on a lot of people's pre-race picks.
Yeah, Meg taking her time at this point. If she's rolling in with this crew rather than the lead / chase pack.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if anybody knows how to run more than 250 miles, it's Meg. So
absolutely.
I think Meg's going to run her own race. Really do.
She always has. That's one of the things.
100%.
I feel like she's not really affected by things going on around her because there have been times where, like when she came out here to Mogollon and completely crushed the competition. And then there was, I believe another race. I think it was maybe a High Lonesome, perhaps, where
there goes Garmire and Versteeg,
where she looked like she was just kind of in her own space and ended up finishing like maybe 5th or 6th, I want to say. But yeah, she's going to do what she's going to do and let everybody else run their own race.
Quick note, I would say Meg was super efficient because Garmichael and Versteeg came in wrestling together and, taking their shirts off, rolling in the dirt. And then Meg was out with Garmeyer and Versteeg. So I give Meg the win on the aid station.
Yeah. Indeed.
Well, I mean, in the case of Garmeyer and Versteeg, I'm sure that like the two of them having started at least every iteration of this event, probably just trying to keep things light, keep their mood upbeat because they know what awaits them. I'm not saying that Meg does not, but I guess if your inaugural running of Cocodona means that you have to face Courtney DeWalter and Rachel Entricken heads up, you're probably going to be a little bit more focused.
Looks like Lila Goudreau just came through. She's got that pink kit on.
Oh,
so
okay.
She's just a little bit behind Meg and Versteeg and Garmeyer.
Of course, Lila, a lot of people's hot dark horse pick this year at Cocodona 250.
Yep. So we've seen Courtney and Rachel. We've seen Manu and Meg.
I was worried about those.
We've seen Lila. We've seen Heather Jackson. Just kind of going through in my head the women's field here.
Yeah.
Lauren. Not surprisingly, everybody through looking pretty good.
Of course, this is being the first aid station on the course. It's going to be the one that's probably open the shortest amount of time, which is still going to be like 5 hours.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then again, they've got about three here. These are some runners coming into it. About 3 miles and change, maybe a 5K to mile 10 where there's a water stop and usually some kind of treat.
Yeah.
We got Chris Martinek out of Montrose. Sally coming in.
Our first yellow runner sighting, Sally McRae. Is that her in the black right there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's Sally McRae wearing the black kit in the center of your screen. No, we've got a lot of people anxious to follow her race over the next few days. Finished 4th place a few years ago, wearing bib number 6.
On just trashed feet. I mean, her feet that year were trashed by Crown King. So I suspect she's gotten that dialed in since.
Yeah, that 2023 that Sally McRae had, where she finished 1st at Moab, 3rd at Tahoe, and 4th at Cocodona, was something to behold. Coming in, I guess, this year is more of a dark horse pick, like not on a ton of podium predictions from what I've seen, not a ton of people expecting her to finish in the top 3, but I think that in that 5 to 10 range, I think is where a lot of the expectations lie for Sally this week. But we'll see. I mean, she's no stranger to this race, no stranger to 200s, and the conditions this year are much more favorable so far than they were a few years ago. So we see yet another pack coming in.
Yeah, Jeff. Howdy.
Is that Jeff Peltier right there?
It is. Camera rolling.
Of course.
Of course.
It's almost like, yeah, he's, rolled into the aid station, making sure that he's got a good, before he even fills up his pack. Like a true creative.
Flasks out, phones out here at Cottonwood Aid.
Look at the crowd here now.
Yeah. This is good. This is exciting.
Shout out to the aid station volunteers.
Hey, we got Robbie. We got Robbie.
Going, fellas. How's everyone doing? Thanks so much for being here.
Robbie, I know it's early, but how are the vibes?
Vibes are high. Vibes are high. I was running behind Sally the first bit, so she's just chugging along, keeping everyone happy. How's the vibes here at the aid station?
Epic, man.
Epic.
You got enough water with you?
I think I have enough.
Are you going all flasks?
Flask and then a bladder in the back, so about 5 liters. So,
all right.
yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let you go.
See you later.
Have a good one, man.
Is that Robbie Cheney?
Robbie Morrow.
Oh, Robbie Morrow.
All right, Robbie, thanks for spending a little time with us here.
Bib
you
number
gotta love,
247.
Pausing to chat.
Out of Buena Vista, Colorado.
Arkansas Valley for the win.
Has experience. Ran Leadville last year, running the Mammoth later this year. So good luck to Robbie as his Cocodona voyage is just beginning.
Great little shot here of the kind of everybody sort of over at the kind of filling their stuff. Lots of water.
Nice work.
This is where they've got to leave with at least 4 liters. Some are going to leave with 5 or even 6. This is Cottonwood Creek Aid Station we're looking at. Mile 7 of the 2026 Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. My good partner, Chris Warden, is bidding off. He's got to get to his job.
Like I said, I have to cosplay as an accountant for a few hours before I come back and play. You have to, actually make a living. And I'm actually going to cede the chair, but I'm going to hang out for just a moment as we see the unmistakable.
I'm here with Andy Glaze. He's in the middle of a 250-mile run. What do you have to say for yourself, Andy? Daily reminder to do hard things. Let's go.
Andy Glaze, everybody.
Andy on his way out. We'll see you at 25. Go. Good work. Good work.
And while Luke is having fun getting to know some of the runners over the course of their entry and exit into Cottonwood, I am going to bounce out, and Caleb is going to jump into the chair with you, AJW. Folks, stick around. We've got about 123 and a half more hours of race yet to cover here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra.
All right, Chris, good luck with that work. I suspect we'll see you in the chat.
Good reminder.
Hey, what?
Good job, Sally.
All
How are
right.
ya?
High
Hey,
five
what are
with
you
Sally.
doing? Is this the live feed?
Yeah, it's a live
What's
feed.
up, you guys?
Say hi to anybody?
Yeah, I want to say hi to Mackenzie, Isaiah, Eddie, my whole family, Pacers crew, and everyone watching. You guys are awesome. Time to run.
Right on.
Thank you for being
Enjoy
All
it.
right,
We'll see you at
thank
the
you,
next
Sally.
one.
Kind of fun to see folks taking a minute to visit with Luke and chat. Steady flow
We
of
got a
runners
nice
coming in
train
here now.
of people. We got Hayden, big dog Hayden coming in. Yeah, dude. How are you? Who do you want to say hi to?
My mom, my dad, my crew, my girlfriend Danny, and Tina, who's coming today. And yeah, the man upstairs. Let's go. It's gonna be a good day.
All right, go fill up all that water, man.
All right. Love to see the folks taking a minute to chat with us. Thanks, Luke, for the front row seat. This is Luke J. out in the field at Cottonwood Creek Aid Station, mile 7.
Want to say hey to anybody?
Yes, my lovely wife, Lauren, usually my crew chief. She can't be here, in my 16-month-old twins, James and Rose, baby.
All right.
Let's get it done.
What's your name?
Peter Ward.
Peter Ward, on his way out. Yeah.
16-month-old
100%. What's your
twins.
name?
He's got his hands full.
Hannah.
Yeah,
Luke.
Luke, nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Hey, family. Hey, fiance. Love you guys. Doing good so far. Super stoked to be here.
Right on. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Go Hannah. Bib 88 out.
Oh, that's great. Great stuff, Luke. So we had Hannah saying hi to her family. So good. Everybody's
What's
in
going on?
good
What's your name?
spirits.
Dylan
Dylan,
Ledbetter.
you want to
Yes,
say
sir.
hey to anybody yet on the live stream?
Just everybody watching. Yeah, the support, man. The crews, the volunteers out here are freaking sweet. The race is already going great. Couldn't ask for better weather. So God bless us out here today. And this week's going to be amazing.
All right. Well, enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Love everybody.
Bib 174 on his way out of Cottonwood Aid Station. Runners have a pretty good grind of a climb to the next major aid station is mile 25. So they got to leave here with 4 liters of water. And that's why you're seeing people take some time to make sure they fill up. So
That was David Veronesi, bib 174. Oh, sorry, correction. Dylan Ledbetter, bib 174 from
Francisco.
Clarksville, Tennessee.
good. How are you? You want to say hi on the live stream? Say hi to anybody?
My English is so bad.
Where are you coming from?
I'm from Brazil.
From Brazil.
Yeah.
This is your first time doing Cocodona?
First time Cocodona.
All right.
So easy. Piece of cake.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's the hardest race in the world.
There you go.
Yeah,
Making easy work of it.
maybe in 2 days I'll be there.
We'll see you there.
Do you believe me?
Be there. See you there. 100%.
That's Francisco Porto from Belo Horizonte, Brazil.
How's it going? You want to say hey to anybody?
Yeah. My crew that's out, I guess they're in Prescott by now. My wife Karen, my people I coach at Arlington, Tennessee, and
What's your name?
Rob Berry.
Rob Berry.
Yeah.
What's your bib number?
Bib number 62,
Bib number 62. Give it up for Rod. Enjoy.
Fayette County, Tennessee.
All right, Tennessee in the house.
All right, Somerville, Tennessee. That's our second Tennessee runner you've had a chance to chat with.
Cocodona. Yeah. We got runners pulling out like 18 flasks out of their bags to fill up here. So
we've got Caleb Stevens back here in the studio. Caleb, how are you?
AJW, good morning, man. There's no better week than Cocodona week. I am so excited to be here. Just watching you and Chris do your thing to start this thing. It's awesome. It's like Christmas Day.
Exactly.
Everybody's so excited in the chat. I love this.
It's so good to have you here, Caleb. Of course, a veteran of this race. Man, they're busy there at Cottonwood Creek.
pretty interesting. It's cool to see people already kind of teaming up, finding some buddies to leave with. You know, you got a long few days ahead of you, so making friends is a good idea, especially this early in the race.
Yeah, I think that's one of the fun storylines about a race like this is these friendships that are being made early in the race. You'll see those same people on day 3 or day 4, and you might not have seen them for several days in between. But the connection that these runners are making right now, they'll be grateful for that later in the race when they need a friend and they're out there and they're shuffling along as they make their way to Flagstaff.
Yeah, quick long-time friends made out here at the Cocodona 250.
Let's go.
Luke, have there been any common themes amongst the runners of kind of
what's your name?
feedback?
Oh, Nicole Kernick.
We're here with Nicole. Who do you want to shout out?
Oh, just to my family and my mom and dad.
Right
Thanks,
on.
guys.
Here we go. Enjoy. What were you saying?
Have there been any like common themes amongst the runners that are just kind of chatting amongst themselves there, you know, weather related or what they think of the race so far, conditions, any of that?
No, but you guys got to make sure we get this flask shot right here.
Oh, wow. Loaded up.
Let's count them. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 flasks. Yeah. Well, what's your name?
Colin.
Colin, where are you from?
Seattle.
Seattle. First time at Cocodona?
Well, no, it's year 2.
Year 2 for Colin. Right on. You want to give anybody a shout out?
Love you, Mom. Love you, Dad. Thanks, Scott, for crewing me. You're the man.
There you go. Lots of love for the parents. Lots of love for the crew. Lots of love for all the water flasks we have down here at Cottonwood. Yeah, big shout out to all the volunteers. Me and Gus got up here when it was still dark with the headlamps on. Volunteers already had this aid station set up, ready to roll. The amount of water that you have here is wild, but very needed. So you have to carry extra water for them.
Yeah, I'm just babies out here.
There you go. What's your name?
Mick.
Mick.
Or
Where are you coming
Michaela.
from?
Seattle, Washington.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Did you
Sioux
guys?
Falls City.
All right. Did you guys train together at all? Right on.
Yeah. Work.
There you go.
This is a work trip.
Trip?
Yeah, I guess.
Everyone else thinks we're great.
You guys are crazy in all the best ways.
Again, this is Luke J. out at Cottonwood, around mile 7.
Far to the leader.
Shoulder? No, Courtney.
Everybody's feeling good here.
I would like to take some pictures with her. I will try.
Oh, yeah. I would say you got 20 minutes.
Okay, I can do
30
that.
minutes?
Yeah. I can
Yeah.
do that.
All right. He wants to catch up to Courtney for a picture, so he asked how far he had to get to it. I think you guys should buddy up with him. He's got a good sense of humor. I mean, yeah, if I was running, I would stay with him.
I think he was also the runner, AJW, that said this was kind of easy work. I don't know how you felt when you did Cocodona. Maybe at mile 7 you felt that way, but I definitely didn't feel like it was easy work.
No, it is not easy work. On the left here, we have Kevin Tadonio, I believe, our race leader. We saw him come through mile 7 about 35 minutes ago. So he's past mile 10. This drone shot now is heading back down the valley.
Yeah, from Brazil. Yeah. I want to send a kiss to my parents, my family, Xuxa, Shasha, my dog, everything that's looking to me here.
And you're Rafael from Brazil?
From Brazil, yeah, Rafael.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, enjoy your trip.
Thank you. You too.
Another Brazilian.
Good. What do you want to say?
Just what's up to all my friends and family back home in Monterey, California, and then my crew waiting for me at Crown King. And yeah, excited to be out here.
You're all stocked up, ready to go.
Yeah, ready to go.
All right,
Sweet.
enjoy it.
Still this way, yeah?
Yeah. How's it going? You want to say hey to anybody on the live stream?
Yeah, shout out to my wife, Rachel, and my kids, Evelyn, Josephine, Gideon, and Charlie.
Cool. Where are you
Hope
coming
you're
from?
watching. Wisconsin.
Right on. First time at Cocodona?
Yeah.
All right.
First 200.
Hell yeah. Good work.
Woo! See ya.
Lots of enthusiasm, Caleb, here at mile 7. You hope there is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think something that's really neat too is with this kind of international flair of folks that have come through is you can tell the impact that the live stream has had and just how excited folks are just to be on the live stream too. You can see that genuine enthusiasm. It's such a compelling storyline of this, of being able to tell the stories of all the runners that come through, not just the front of packers, and 125 hours of being able to see, you know, these folks on this incredible life journey that they're on. It impacts people all across the world. And we're seeing that here at this aid station.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. It's really cool to see, you know, there's a good nervous energy, a very good nervous energy, because, you know, people are embarking on this epic journey. Oh, wait, I'm going to have to pay somebody for saying epic, right?
Yep, that's going to cost you a quarter.
All right, put me down for 50 cents. And so, but it's early enough that, you know, people are willing to take a minute to chat. Joy, man.
Oh, hug.
Hey,
hug
everybody.
it out.
See you on the other side.
We'll see you there. All right, Hayden, who was running cameras at Black Canyon.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
Nice.
running Cocodona. So another mountain outpost alum, I guess we could say. Yeah.
This shot on the left is the 10-ish mile water stop before the most significant climb up to Lane Mountain begins.
You want to be on the live stream?
Absolutely.
What's your name?
Chance.
Chance. You want to shout out anybody at home?
My wife, because I love her. But everybody I work with and my kids, love you guys, everybody watching. So
right on.
Yeah.
Where are you coming from?
Kansas.
All right.
Yeah, so no mountains at all. This is a lot of fun though.
What was your what kind of stuff did you search out to train?
Outdoors.
All right.
No, we have like a small prairie where I'm from, and I just ran that. I mean, most I'll get is like 3,600 and like 26 miles, so
All
not
right.
a lot, but
Lots of laps.
yeah, lots of laps. So.
All right. Well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much, y'all.
Yeah.
Great for being out here. Thank you.
Take care.
Wisconsin, prairie runner. He'll
Yeah.
feel at home when he gets out to Fane Ranch.
What's your name?
Mike.
Mike, where are you coming from?
Bozeman, Montana.
Bozeman, Montana. Mike, is this your first Cocodona?
Yes.
All right. How you feeling? I mean, we're at mile 7, so you're feeling great.
Feeling great. Nice
Yeah.
warm up. I love clouds. So as long as they hang, we're good.
Yeah. Well, you would take 3 days of cloud cover, right?
Yeah, the sun can come out on Friday.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's what I heard.
All right. I want to shout out anybody at home.
Yeah, crew. Hi to wife. Hi to my little nephew, George.
I love it.
Keep watching.
All right. Enjoy. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Get on in here. What's your name?
Mike Reardon,
Mike, where are you coming from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Who do
Yeah.
you want to shout out?
My wife and my everything. She's here all week. She's been here for the last 3 years, crewing me. She's a beast. I owe her everything.
I love it.
My coach, Aaron Saft, you're the man. And Joe Donahue, I know you're watching, bro. Kill it at Hellbender.
All right. I love it. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is cool.
Mike's a great guy. I ran a bunch with him last year. He came out to the training camp, did some of the training runs that I organized. Really cool to see Mike back again. He keeps saying he's going to do
Charlie
it and not
from
do
New
it again,
York.
but he
Charlie
keeps coming
from
back.
New York.
Yes, yes, my friend Julie, New York,
Julie.
Long Island. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, you
First
guys.
time on camera.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
on the live stream.
Yes.
So
Okay.
choose your words wisely.
Okay.
You want to
Okay,
say hey to
so-
everybody?
Yeah, hey to my friends, your teammates that are watching live stream. Lucy, the crew members that can come tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. First time at Cocodona?
Yes, awesome.
All
I just did the Boston Marathon. We both did
Okay.
that. Yeah. Mr. Mountain.
And Rachel, where are you coming from?
Long Island. We are still street Long Island.
All right, we got the Long Island, New York crew here. Are you guys going to try to stay together the whole race?
No, well, we tried. At the place, she's gonna dump me at a whiskey row, okay?
Okay.
Right? Well, she's so fast. Down
Will
here.
you stop for whiskey at Whiskey Row?
Yeah, I will stop there. No, yeah, maybe get a half. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Fill up with water.
Yes.
Enjoy your
thank you.
journey.
Yeah.
See you at the
yeah,
next
just
one.
Okay, so excited.
Yeah.
I don't know how it look like at the end. I hope I can
That's
stay
great. A
safe,
little crew there
smile.
from Long Island, New York.
You'll be glowing. You'll be glowing at the finish.
Few more hills in this race than Boston. He said
Yeah.
he just ran Boston,
Yeah.
so
That's good training, right?
yeah.
How's it going?
Good. How's it
What's your name?
My name's Garen,
Garen, where are you coming from?
Dallas.
Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, and I'm
And-
doing this with my daughter.
No way.
Emily.
You're Emily, come over here. We got a father-daughter combo here.
Oh, right on.
Luke, I know Garen.
Hi, I'm Emily.
Oh, AJW says what's up.
All
Caleb.
right. Hey, AJW. Thanks. Cool. On the live stream?
Yeah, on the live stream. So give us, you guys are from
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And have you done Cocodona before?
We haven't done Cocodona. Last year we had a monster year. We did the Mogollon Monster and we did the Arizona Monster.
Together.
Yeah.
Together. Yeah.
Awesome.
Together.
Awesome.
It's cool that we could train together and come out here and enjoy.
That's really cool.
And I've already fallen.
Hey, you got it out of the way early.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
lot easier to get up when you fall early than falling later.
True. That's
And I
true.
can say that spoken from experience. So you guys want to shout out anybody at home?
I'll shout out my nieces and nephews in Tennessee, Hawaii, and Alaska.
Right on.
Yeah, my grandkids, same areas, and also out to my wife Amy. Hopefully she's watching.
Right on. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
I like the hat. I know Drew from Trailhead.
Drew.
Yeah.
Shout out Drew at Trailhead.
Back and yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy, yep.
Right on.
People at Bear Creek Running Company in Keller.
All right. Enjoy the journey.
Thank you so much.
See you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I met Garen in Texas about 3 years ago, running the crazy desert 100K.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I won that. He came
wanna
in
say hey?
second, and we just have connected
What's your
ever
name?
since.
I'm Jill
He's a great
Wilkins.
guy.
Jill.
Oh, that's so cool.
Utah.
And he's
Jill is
running with his
coming
daughter.
from
Yeah.
Utah. Who do you want to shout out?
Everybody, my entire crew, and my mom and dad, Barbara and Jay Wiseman, they're taking care of my little girl, Patrick Over and Katie Stores, Liz Snyder, Marianne, Janice, Katie, Melissa, Adam Burke.
Awesome. I feel like I need to hand you an award. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love it. Is this your first time at Cocodona?
My first time running it and my second time here. I paced my boyfriend as of now 50 miles 2 years ago.
Awesome.
He did amazing and he finished.
All
so-
right. Well, you
So-
got all your water?
Stop.
All right. Get going.
Bye, guys.
All right. So this is cool, hearing about everybody's family, shouting out their crew. Lots of people have been here before, either crewing or pacing. Yeah, great work.
Luke, I'm
yeah.
really impressed with all the enthusiasm. It's great you're kind of capturing how excited everybody is.
Yeah, that's the great thing about being at mile 7.
Yeah.
I'm sure my interview success rate will be much lower the further we get, but I'll take it now.
I think it depends how you look
Yeah,
at it. You could be in for some really good interviews also later when people are losing their wits about them.
100%.
On the left here, we're just
Pam Reed.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, Pam Reed.
Pam Reed.
See if Pam will
There
say
we
hi.
go. Yeah. And I'm going to say legend, even though it's going to cost me 25
That's
cents.
another quarter, but she deserves it.
Yeah.
Pam Reed
That one might be
celebrated
a
her
freebie.
65th birthday a couple months ago. On the left, that is the road heading up into the heart of the Bradshaws from the 10-mile water stop. Drone is heading up and down there to get some views.
These runners have such
Yeah,
great
come on
weather,
in.
at least
Yeah,
to
what's your name?
start. Just
Andy King,
incredible.
I'm from England.
Andy from England.
How you
All
doing?
right, Andy.
Good.
Yeah, it's good times out here. Nice and flowy trails, just cruising. I got my friend Tom with me. Got Brandon.
Tom from England as well.
Tom from England.
Hi.
So we got the England crew here.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First time at Cocodona?
My first time.
First time. And
I was here in 24. I died in 172 miles.
You died.
I'm back again,
Yeah,
reborn.
back from the dead.
Back streets back.
So good. Are you guys planning to stay together as much as possible?
Yeah, we're gonna cruise. Yeah, also Brandon's here as well from Texas, so it's just the three of us. We're gonna just cruise.
Right on. Want to say hey to anybody home?
My wife and kids. Love you.
Yeah, same wife as well. Em's back home watching. Yeah.
All right. Right on.
Yeah, so
Thanks,
see you.
guys. Appreciate it.
Peace out.
Luke J down at mile 7, getting some great interviews from the middle of the
Want
pack.
to say hey on the live stream?
Yeah, why not?
What's your name?
Sean.
Sean, where are you coming from?
I come from the UK.
The UK.
Yeah.
Another
All right.
one.
Back
All
to
the way out.
back. Do
You
you know those other
Brits?
guys over there? From the UK?
Well, yeah, I
the
know most of the
precision?
guys.
Oh, maybe they're your buddies.
Yes. Yeah, well, we've got a few of us on a group chat, so
Okay.
we've all been sort of comparing and contrasting and
Yeah.
worrying about the weather mainly.
So are you a team Flask camp or team Bladder camp?
Bit of both. So I've
Yeah.
got 2 bladders, 2 flasks, and then
2 more.
sides.
Bladder
Like
and
it.
flask.
Fully loaded.
Blast
Yeah.
camp.
We're going for the heat weather.
You want to shout out anybody at home?
Yes, I want to shout out my crew that are here actually.
Yeah.
So I've got Scotty Kuma from 10 Junk Miles. He's supporting me, he's driving, and my wife as well.
All right.
So right, I'll leave you guys to it.
Yeah.
Miles done.
Go get it.
Nice to meet you.
Keep moving.
Man, lots
Right
of
on.
UK runners, Luke.
Yeah. It's quite the international field we got here. It's awesome.
They brought the clouds with them.
Yeah, we've had some Brazilians. We've had a Polish runner in the kind of in second place, actually. A handful of UK runners.
Yeah. Everybody's looking good. Vibes are high. Try to grab a couple more people.
Again, this is mile 7, Cottonwood Creek. Everyone required to, there goes Pam Reed sneaking out.
It feels like
All
a
right,
dinner
Pam.
race. It's with this clouds.
Really?
Oh, they're gonna break all records.
Yeah.
This is not the same race.
Yeah. So we want cloud cover the whole time.
Oh my God. It doesn't even look the same.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
You want to say hey to anybody at home on the live stream?
Hi crew. Hi Jim.
Hey,
Hi
Pam.
Maggie. That's my dog.
AJW says hi.
Hi AJ.
Go get him, Pam.
Yes, of course. What's your name?
Jen, I'm all
Jen.
from the UK.
Jen from the UK. We're on a roll here.
Another
Hi,
UK
everybody. Yeah, you
runner.
probably had a number. There's 8 of us out on the course.
Yeah,
so
8 from the UK.
8 from the UK.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
3 women and 5 men. So
All right.
yeah, so shout out to home and everybody supporting me.
Yeah.
And especially my daughter Amelia. I'm wearing that for her.
I love it. Shout out Amelia from the live stream. We got you. All right.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Enjoy your trip. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, you can see here as we get the mid pack, everybody, they've got to get 4
Yes, of
leaders
course.
here.
What's your name?
I'm Danella.
Danella, where are you coming from?
I'm from Goodyear. I'm here, local.
Oh, local.
Yeah,
All
been
right.
dreaming of this race for 3 years, so
Really?
I'm excited. Yeah.
Awesome. You're making it
Yeah,
happen.
I am. I'm so excited. I just want to say thank you to my family and to work for letting me to have a week off.
Yeah.
And for everybody who's covering me. And then just my crew.
Yeah.
Just fantastic. So
That's awesome.
and thanks to all the volunteers here,
Yeah, it's
including you
great.
guys.
Yeah.
So
Is there a
legendary.
section
for
you're
me.
looking forward to being local?
This next one. I mean, come on, just
Yeah.
get it over with. Yeah.
This section's like pretty remote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very remote.
Very remote.
Yeah.
It's rough.
It
It's
is.
a big grind of a climb.
It is. Yeah. There's definitely some big steps coming up, and I'm looking forward to seeing my crew at Crown King and just enjoying everybody's company there.
Love it.
So thanks, guys.
All right. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah, good work.
It's so fun to just see the genuine joy that these people have. You know, it's been
How's
a
it
dream
going?
for
You
so
wanna shout out
long for
anybody
so
on the live
many, and
stream?
Yeah, what's
they're
up,
living it
fam?
now.
I don't know. Maybe my mom's watching, maybe my sisters, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Hope everybody's doing awesome. Thank
What's
you
your
guys
name?
for being here. James.
James, great work.
Loaded
You
with
got
some
enough
salt and
water?
some beans. Oh, I got tons of water.
All right.
Yeah, you're right, Caleb.
Salt and
Everybody's
beans.
just so happy.
That is the first time I've heard of that strategy, but I like it. Good work. You want to say hey on the live stream?
Hey, Costello here. What's up, guys? I made it.
And you're from here?
I'm from Flagstaff.
All right, right
Yeah,
on.
yep.
First time at Cocodona?
First one.
Special. Yeah, awesome.
It is.
All right, well, I won't keep you up.
Appreciate it.
Great job.
Thank you guys for supporting me.
He's running home. Running home.
Yeah.
I just envision 10 or 15 years from now, this becoming like the Oscars.
got party
Oscars
shirt,
acceptance
party gloves
speeches,
guy
where it's
right
like
here.
5 minutes of
Right.
folks that have prepared months for the
Right.
moment. To,
Yeah, I could see that. This is a shot down at mile 10.
Just want to say hi to my family. Say hi to Spike. See you Wednesday. See my wife Wednesday. Love you guys. You guys are awesome for being out here.
You're awesome.
Weekend roommate. That's my name. I'll see you guys around.
That was weekend roommate.
Now that's a cool name.
Yeah. Great work. You want to say hi to anybody on the live stream?
To my crew who is back at the Airbnb relaxing, hopefully.
They're getting ready.
And resting, yes.
Yeah, they'll be ready for you.
Yes, thank
All right,
you.
what's your name?
Alex.
Alex. All right, Alex heading out. Good job.
Some more runners here heading into mile 10. Again, here you can top off. I topped off here. Did you top off
I
here?
did, yeah.
It's nice to top off here just to give you that extra security going up to Lane Mountain.
how does it feel this year, AJW, watching this? I know last year, for me, reliving it, the memories were so vivid. What is this like for you today?
Yeah, it's actually.
So I'm here with Ben. Where are you from?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
All right. Very cool. First time at Cocodona?
Yes, first time.
All right.
Yeah. Pretty stoked.
So I know we're only 7 miles in, but what do you think?
I'm thinking just tap it in, slow and steady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks
cool.
for being out here.
Yeah,
man.
any shout outs?
Yeah, shout out to K Money, my crew chief, my wife Lindsay, and Steven at Timex on my crew.
Right on.
Awesome.
All right, enjoy it.
See ya.
Cheers.
Good
Of
stuff.
course.
Good
What's
stuff.
your name?
Josh.
Josh. We got Josh. Where are you from?
Anderson, South Carolina.
All right, South Carolina in the house. What's your shout out?
Shout out, wonderful wife Danya, the Breakfast Club, and my awesome kids, and my crew and my friends that are coming out here to help me out.
Right on.
Thank you.
We'll see ya.
Take it.
South Carolina.
Thank you.
Good work. Good work.
That looks like Don Zay, 68 years old, former Western States board member Don Zay. He made it about 130 miles last year before the rain and cold got to him. On the left of your screen is the 10-mile water stop. That's Luke J on the right.
Yeah,
at
come on in
Cottonwood
here.
Creek,
What's your
getting
name?
some interviews.
Kristen.
Kristen, where are you from and from?
I live in Gold Canyon,
All right,
Arizona.
another local.
Yes.
Right
so-
on. Who do you want to shout out?
I just want to say hi to my family all watching me from Montana and my husband and my crew.
Right on.
Awesome.
What
Thank
are
you.
you looking forward to, Al?
I'm looking forward to Crown King. This way, Lane Mountain. So
Perfect.
getting up this next part.
Love it.
So
All right,
awesome.
enjoy
Thank
your
you.
journey.
Thank you.
Kristen's a very
Yes,
active
of course. What's your name?
local.
Roman.
Roman. We got Roman. Where are you coming from?
Rockland, California.
Right on.
Yeah.
Who do you want to shout out?
Jennifer, my wife, my kids, and Joey, my pacer. I look forward to running Hangover Trail with him
All right. When do you pick up Joey?
at around Whiskey Row.
Yep.
Yep.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Start grinding away on this climb.
I felt really happy that I wasn't running it.
Yeah.
But then it started, and
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here.
Yeah.
And I had a little
wanna hop on the live
pangs of
stream?
envy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nope, no.
Just say hi.
Hi.
All right.
And also jealous that the
That was
weather's
bib
so good.
169.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a race that once you do it, it has a part of
Wanna
your
say hey
heart
on the
and
live
always
stream?
will, no matter
I think
what.
so. I really think so.
What's your name?
I'm Denver Fredenberg from Austin, Texas.
All right.
Saying hi to my wife, Jill, my kids, Chloe, Lucy, Pete, Hank. Love you guys.
All right. He's getting after it.
That
Good
was
job.
almost an Academy Award acceptance speech right there.
He was ready. He came in, knew
He was
exactly
ready,
what he was
yeah.
going to
I'd
say.
like to thank the Academy.
Yeah, that was Denver. Cool name.
That is a cool name.
Yes. The 5K is that way. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
So we got second funniest person so far. So you're gonna win award. Yeah, you and Francesco. There's a Starbucks at the top of the hill too. Yeah.
I was looking forward to a frappuccino.
Yeah. You want to shout out anybody on the live stream?
Yes, my husband Ted, who poor thing, poor soul, and then my coach Scott Trayer, run Fasta.
All right.
Got to give them both a shout out.
Right on.
Oh, and shout out to you and you for being out here.
Shout out to you for getting it done. Great work.
All right.
Yeah. Yes. 2 frappuccinos.
You know, if you mash up enough frozen grapes, you can probably get to
Right.
something close to a frappuccino.
Indeed. Second funniest
How's it
person
going?
so far.
Got a lot. Yeah, I need a lot of water right now. Yeah. I'm good. I'll grab you on the live stream. Sec. Yeah. I'll just chat to you as you're gearing up. What's your name?
Mandy,
Mandy, where are you coming from?
Colorado.
All right.
Windsor. Hey, Windsor.
Shout out Windsor, Colorado.
Shout out to mom and dad and my sisters. They're not here yet. They're coming out to crew, but I know they're worried and I'm fine. Everything's great.
She's fine. She's got it. Mom, dad, don't worry. She's fine. She's
No
Sisters and
problems.
crew, we're out relaxing hopefully right now and my
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here and I can't
love
wait
it.
to give you sweaty kisses very
There you
soon.
go. Wedding kisses coming soon.
Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, you're doing
Beautiful day.
awesome. Beautiful day.
Awesome.
It's still cool enough. I haven't taken my hoodie off because it's warm. So yeah, we got it here. We got a nice big group coming
Look
through.
at this big group.
Wow.
Walter, you want to say hey on the live stream?
Yeah. Everybody,
This is Walter.
This
Give
is
a
Walter.
shout out.
shout out to my crew. Looking forward to seeing you guys later today.
Awesome. Good work. Get it.
Yeah, thanks.
You bet.
Oh, your boy Coops. Let's crush this thing.
There we go. Coops. He was quick. He was quick. He knew what he wanted. How's it going? Where are you coming from?
From the UK, but now Michigan.
All right. What's your name?
Rob.
Rob.
Yeah.
First time at Cocodona?
Yep, I volunteered last year.
Oh,
so
cool. So you're
did a bit of live
awesome.
streaming.
Yeah, very cool.
So yeah.
Right on. You want to shout out anybody? else?
Yeah, my husband Arnie and everyone who might be watching from the UK and the Netherlands.
Love it.
Everyone and in this country as well.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy.
UK runners representing.
Hi guys.
Yeah. What's up? What's your name?
Joseph from Belgium.
Oh, we got Belgium in
yeah,
the house.
I live in LA now.
All right.
So excited to be here.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Cheers, Joseph.
All right, Belgium.
Also in the chat, we have a number of teachers that are streaming this in their classrooms to their students. So if you are one of the lucky students getting to watch this, just know that you have an amazing, incredible teacher, and you should listen to everything they say, especially when it comes to running.
Absolutely. As a former educator, I love those teachers. And kids, I hope you're enjoying this and hope you don't end up having a fire drill and you have to leave and don't get to see it. The coolest teachers always have live streams on in their classrooms.
Yeah.
Yes. What's your name?
Tanya.
Anya, where are you coming from?
Mexico.
Mexico.
We're fine. We're making.
Yeah. You're crushing it.
Yes, so far so good. 10 kilometers.
10. Yeah, you look great. You got enough. You got all your water.
We got all the water. We're getting up to the section.
You haven't even
Good
sweated
job.
yet.
No, no, yeah.
You're doing awesome.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Enjoy. We'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, everybody.
Tanya Carmona, I believe.
What's your name?
Kellen.
Kellen?
Yep.
Right on. Well, see the shirt. What do you got here?
I got my kids on it.
Kids.
Kenley, my wife, Keisha, and my older daughter, Callie.
Nice.
Reservation. What's up?
Hopi?
Yeah.
All right. Shout out.
Yeah.
And have you done this race before?
Yeah, in 2023.
All right. So you're coming back for round 2.
Yeah, I got a charity bid for the Hopi Foundation.
Oh, excellent. Shout out to the
Hopi Foundation.
Hopi Foundation.
Yeah. And Hopi Ultra Crew. I'll see you guys at Crown King.
Love it. I love it.
Thanks, guys.
Good job.
What a fantastic shirt.
Did you guys see though? I held the microphone to the... I don't know what I was doing, but for some reason, yeah, that was weird.
AJW, if you had a shirt with faces on it, what would those faces be?
Oh, I don't know. Probably my kids on the front and maybe my dogs on the back.
Okay, there you go.
How's it going? You want to say hey on the live stream?
How about you?
Oh, yeah.
It would definitely be the dogs. Yeah. Also, just got married. My wife would also be on there.
Gotta
give
do
a
that.
shout out there.
No, you're good. What's your name?
Steve Traumweser.
Where are you coming from?
Mesa, Arizona. So long distance.
Right on.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Yeah. Shout out anybody at home.
Shout out to my wife Natalie and my 3 kids.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah, this is epic. Beautiful day.
There you go. You got to pay 25 cents for saying the word epic, but we'll just catch you at the finish.
All right. Well,
All right.
and I'm going to owe you a lot of money.
All right. How's it going? Come on in. What's your name?
Jeanette,
Jeanette, where are you coming from?
Colorado Springs.
All right. All right. You're not too far from me. I'm like Roxborough area.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
First time at Cocodona?
Yes, it is. First 200 plus mile race.
Heck yeah. Are you
Yeah.
excited?
Oh, excited.
You look great. You're not even sweating yet. You're being smart.
Yes, topical cooling.
All right. You want to say hey to anybody?
Yes, I want to say hi to Mom, Dad, my little dog Chewy, my sister, my niece Miss Ellie, hey, and all my friends out in Colorado Springs.
Right on. Well, good job. You got all the water you need. You're set to go. All right. Good job. Get it.
Dog Chewy. I like that.
Yeah. Chewy.
Chewy.
How's it going?
Good.
You want to say hey on the live stream?
Oh, sure.
What's your name?
Carrie,
Carrie. Where are you coming from?
Redding, California.
Right on. And what are you looking forward to at Cocodona?
Just the whole thing. It's my first 200.
Soaking
I
it
did
all
the
in.
125 last year, and
All right.
up for the adventure.
Nothing like doing a 125 and then coming back the next year and just doubling down.
That's right.
I love it.
Yeah.
Badass.
Thanks.
You want to shout out anybody at home?
Hi, honey, and all my friends and family.
Love it.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank
Have
you.
fun.
Well, I say hi to my wife, my beautiful daughters, my one in Grenada who's in vet school. Couldn't be
right.
with me today, but Olivia, Avery, Hannah, and Kim, and my crew
Love it.
from Spokane, Washington. This is my best running partner, Mandy.
Mandy, come on in here.
So,
Are you guys teamed up?
yeah.
We ran every ultra together, 50K through today, 250.
How many ultras have you done together?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
10, 15.
No way.
Yeah.
We're
But this is a
PAs, and so we work shift work. And one day we're like, we're done with Ironman. Let's do
so
this.
let's do it.
Yeah. You came to the dark side, the right
I
side.
did.
Yeah.
My youngest showed me a TikTok video 2 years ago of Cocodona,
Yeah.
saying it's one of the hardest races ever. And I said, Dad's gonna do it. So
At 60.
here we go.
And he's doing it.
Doing it.
And he's watching it, I hope, right?
I hope.
Yeah, he will.
Yes.
The good thing is they can go back and watch the live stream.
Yeah.
So if I were you, when you finish and you get home, just put the live stream on.
Okay.
Repeat.
Excellent.
Yeah, and then they can see it.
Thank you guys for all your
Yeah, great job.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Getting after it.
Saw a TikTok video.
Yeah, of
and
course.
Next thing you know,
I just
he's
want to say hi to my
running.
son Sylvan. Hope you're watching. Hope you're having a good day. Love you. See you out there.
Shout out Sylvan. Good job. You guys want to say hey on the live stream? Come on in. What's your name?
I'm Roseanne Coder.
Alicia Marino from West Virginia.
West Virginia?
I'm from North Carolina.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you guys know each other before today?
No, right now.
Not right yet.
All right.
There
So
you
you guys
go.
are best friends now, right?
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
we're both looking for the trash can.
Trash can is there. You guys want to shout out anybody at home?
My family, friends, my husband, and my chihuahua.
All my 8 cats and all my friends in West Virginia and family.
I love it. You guys look great.
Oh, did you? Which one?
I'll remember in a second.
Good job. You got plenty of miles to think about it. Yeah. Sarah.
West Virginia, home of
How's it
last
going?
year's
Good, how are
champion.
you?
Yes,
Where are you
indeed.
coming from?
Western New York State.
All right, we got another New Yorker.
Yeah, go Sabres.
Sabres.
Buffalo.
What sport is that?
Hockey.
Hockey. All right.
What sport is that?
I guess you could tell I don't watch hockey.
that might cost you a quarter.
It's okay. You know running.
Yeah. Some would even debate that, but that's all right. You want to shout out anybody at home?
Sure, my mom is at home. Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
Dog Remy.
Remy the dog. All right. Well, you got a nice long climb. Yeah, and we'll see you at the next aid station at mile 25. All right, enjoy.
Thank you.
You got the Crustables and a bunch of water. Uncrustables.
Again, on the left here, we
I'll
got
try not to embarrass myself with not knowing more hockey. So see what I can do for you guys.
on the left.
100%. What's your name?
Here we go.
My name's Tim Palin.
Tim, where are you coming from?
Ohio,
All
Dayton,
right.
Ohio.
Yeah, who do you want to shout out?
My wife, Vanessa, she's virtually crewing me. So, hi, babe. Love you.
Right
yeah.
on.
Yeah, appreciate you being here.
Hi.
What's your name?
Sean Humphrey, also from Dayton, Ohio. Want to say hi to my wife, Stacy, and my dog, Walmsley.
Love it.
Thank you.
Is it Walmsley named after the Walmsley?
Yeah, but he's a big Labrador.
Okay. So, Jim Walmsley, if you're listening, there's a big, slow Labrador named after you.
Going.
Good. What's your name?
Conrad.
Conrad.
Kyle.
Kyle. And where are you guys coming from?
I'm from Boston.
I'm from Los Angeles.
All right.
Two brothers.
Are you guys hockey fans?
Yeah. Go
All right.
Bruins.
Bruins?
Not really.
Okay. Yeah. So you and me both then. All right. Have you guys done this before?
We have not.
First time.
First time.
All right, cool. And you guys were buddies before, or now you're buddies?
We're brothers.
Brothers.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, you guys want to shout out the parents at home?
Yeah. Shout out mom and dad. Shout out Aiden.
Shout out my new fiance, Landra.
All right.
Last week.
So, bros, you guys gonna stay together the whole time?
We're gonna try.
Try to.
We'll see how it goes.
If you guys are close, and there's 3 miles left, and you're together,
Yeah.
is it game on?
Out his knee, and
I'm
then,
smoking him.
All right, I like it. All right,
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
See you guys.
there you go. They're gonna try to stay together, and then all gloves off.
250 miles with somebody can really test a relationship,
Yes,
regardless
indeed,
of
yeah.
how close you are with that person.
How's it going? You want to say hi to the live stream?
Sure.
What's your name?
Aaron,
Where are you coming from?
I am in Washington, Fredo, Washington. Probably not a lot of people have heard of that, but
Hey,
I'm
a hockey fan.
no
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna do a percentage so you guys don't make fun of me anymore for the lack of hockey.
sports.
All right.
But not
Favorite sport?
Favorite sport, ultra running. Come on.
Right answer.
Yeah. Say hi to my 3 sisters who are out here crewing me.
Yeah. love
That's
it.
the way to do it.
3 sisters.
Obligations of being family.
Totally. Hey, I need you guys in Arizona.
Yeah, exactly. They all flew out, and
That's cool.
one of them's an ultra runner. So she'll be joining me at like 1:30 or something. So
Perfect.
yeah,
Well, you don't even look like you've sweated yet.
we got the warm up done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there was kind of a line, so you kind of just had to go the same pace.
That's
It was
cool.
great.
Right
Great.
on.
So we're
Well,
ready to get after the climb.
Enjoy your trip.
Thank you.
Yeah. How's it going? What's your name?
My name's Stacy.
Stacy.
I'm from Maine. I just want to give a shout out to my crew, my husband, and everybody back home who's watching. Thanks for your support, and we'll see you at Crown King.
Right on. Is this your first 200+ mile race?
Yes and no. I attempted last year and dropped at 100.
Oh, right.
So
Well, you got it this year.
we got it. We got
Yeah.
some nice weather this year, so it should be good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Redemption. You got it.
From
Yeah.
Maine, right on. New England represent.
A lot of folks in the chat also saying their dog.
Get on the live stream.
Hey, Julie, I love you so much. I love you, big guy, and my whole family.
There you go.
All right.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, lots
Knows
of
what she
dogs
wants.
named
I like it.
Walmsley.
Yeah, I think that might be of all his accomplishments. That has to be right at the top.
Yeah,
Multiple
maybe
dogs named after him.
multiple
That's
dogs named after
pretty
you.
incredible.
Maybe next year someone will come and say, "My dog's name is Luke J."
Yeah, there you go.
Hi.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
What's your name?
Ashley Livingstone. I'm from Vancouver, BC. I now live in California. I would like to say shout out to my partner Greg and my best friend Andrea for being the best supporters to get a girl out here. This is my first 200. I am having an absolute blast. I hope to see you a little bit later. I love the Vancouver Canucks. I do love hockey. Woo!
Did she have a teleprompter?
Wow.
I had to do nothing for that one. She was ready, top to bottom.
Luke, I don't know how. I mean, she came flying in from the side of the screen, and you didn't flinch. That
Yeah.
was the most impressive thing I've seen all morning.
Yeah, I mean, she was ready. I like it.
Yeah.
She knew exactly what she wanted to say. Yeah.
I wonder if word went down the trail. Hey, there's this dude interviewing people on the live stream. Get ready.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Come on in. Greg.
I'm Greg, yes.
Greg, where are you from?
Scottsdale, Arizona.
All right. And what's your dog's name? Do you have a dog?
I have a dog named Coco.
Coco.
Cocodona.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
All right. Dog
Just got her a
named
year
after the
ago.
course.
Yep.
Love it. And shout outs to anybody at home.
My wife Linda and my mom and dad Gary and Lynn and my sister Gail.
All right. Love it.
Gonna go do this hard thing now.
You're gonna do it.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see you at the finish.
Thank you guys.
All right. Good job. Get in here. What's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin.
Yeah.
And where are you coming from?
Yuma, Arizona.
All right. You're on the live stream.
How do you
I don't know how many thousands of people are watching, but there's a lot on here. Anything you want to say?
Yeah. So we're going to do a shout out to our public media community, to our local station, mine, KAWC, the one in Phoenix, KJZZ. We'll see you in Flag, KNAU, and at AZPM. Congrats on the new facilities.
Right on. And are you running the whole race with this?
I am. I did the training run with this. We're making an audio documentary for public radio. So
wow,
out here doing this.
Do you have a dog?
This one.
You all right?
Yeah, it's on the end of the stick.
Currently unnamed.
Okay. All right.
How
Everybody in
about
the chat,
Walmsley?
let's come up with some good names for this.
Help and
Yeah,
thank you.
There you go. Come on in. What's your name?
I'm Liz McKenzie,
Liz, where are you coming from?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, I love Albuquerque.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Shout out New Mexico.
Yay.
Special place, New Mexico.
Awesome. Yeah, I just want to say hi to my dad and all of my crew who's meeting me on the way. It's his baby's first Cocodona. So
All right.
freaking out.
He's a little worried, but you got it.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, if you're watching, she's fine. She's not even sweating yet. And she's crushing some watermelon. She's ready to go. Who you got some Pacers ready?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Yeah, somebody else. Ooh, thank you.
All right. Cheers.
Hi.
Okay, they cut us off.
Hi.
Hey,
All right.
what's your name?
Simon.
All right. Good job.
Cheers. Thanks.
All right, you guys, we are going to break for a little ad break, and we will be right back. Thank you, Luke J, for out in the field. Those are fantastic interviews.
Ultra fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
All right, this is Andy Jones-Wilkins and Caleb Stevens. We are back, and huge thank you to Luke J for those fantastic interviews at Cottonwood Creek. That was a lot of fun to hear from so many folks. I'm sure we'll see Luke further up the course as well.
Yeah, this is the best week of the year if you're a fan of ultra running, reality TV, all of it mixed into one. Being able to see, the participants, these athletes out there, the excitement on their faces early in the race, mile 7, and then, we'll be able to follow those storylines all throughout the week. I'm really excited to see Fluffy Mike guy all throughout the week and see how that thing holds up over 250 miles. That would be a real test of patience. But just a great start to the day. Weather looks so favorable right now. The trails look great. Everybody's happy. This is what we live for.
Yeah, Fluffy Mike guy, he'll be recognizable if he carries that the whole rest of the race. We also got to know Walmsley Dog guy, so we'll have to keep tabs on him. And then a couple of the bros who are insisting they're going to stay together for 250 miles. We'll see how that goes as well. A little course update. This is right around just after mile 10, and they have 14 miles without water here, almost all uphill. They can top off on water here, and this drone is heading up this valley. It starts benignly enough, but then just gets steeper and steeper and steeper. Just a reminder, from the start to Lane Mountain Aid Station, mile 34, is 11,000 feet of vertical. So it is not for the faint of heart. It's a huge, it's a fully 25% of the vertical for the entire race that you cover in the first 34 miles.
Yeah, and this first day, really, for the runners, it's just get through it. The back half of this race, and honestly, anything over like mile 40, once you kind of get through mile 40, mile 35, it's a lot of very runnable terrain, and you've got to just be able to stay patient. These runners are so amped up on adrenaline right now. They've been dreaming about this race for months, and if not years, and they're finally in it. And so they're taking on this section of course that they know is the most difficult, challenging section, but you have to stay composed. And if you can kind of save yourself a little bit, save your legs, especially for the mid and back of packers, and get through it. And then the rest of the week, easier running, easier terrain to navigate. But it's really key. Don't lose your race here early.
Yeah, and I do think, too, you can really break this section up. You can just say, look, I just want to get to Crown King, let's just say for dinner, right? So 12, 13 hours to do 37 miles. Then you have a reset. You get your nighttime set up, maybe you get a little bit more clothes, you get a nice big meal there at the saloon, and you head out on that night journey to Prescott. I think that's a good way of breaking up the first, let's call it 24 hours. I mean, if you can get to Whiskey Row in 24 to 26 hours, you can pick up a pacer. It feels like, okay, day one is behind me. I've seen so many people roll into Crown King, and it's like they've seen a ghost, because they've really just pushed too hard in this moment. Just looking right here, the footage of this gentleman here, 161, he's taking his time. He's getting himself set. Good for him. That's what you want to do at this point.
Yeah, and early in the race too, you've got to take care of the little areas that start to pop up that could become a potential problem. I think the smart runners will take that time, whether it's a hot spot on the foot or potential chafing, things like that. Early in the race, address it. Don't let those things linger. And I think the more experienced runners will do that. That's something that you learn, though, in a 250, especially the folks that are out here for the first time. You can grit your teeth through challenges like that in a 50K, 50 miler, even a 100 miler. But in a multi-day, 3, 4, 5 days that you're going to be out there, those issues compound. And it becomes worse and worse and worse over time. So addressing those issues now and early is going to be a key for a lot of these runners that we're going to see here in these aid stations.
Quick shout out there. That was Hayden Burge, bib 161, who I mentioned was taking his time and collecting himself from Haley, Idaho. I used to live out that way. It's in a kind of 10 miles down the valley from Ketchum, Idaho. Great running community in Haley, Idaho. Good to see Hayden taking care of himself. Another runner, try and catch a bib on him. But yeah, you make as few mistakes as possible in the early going, 195, and you're better off down the road. Jason Hammond from Piedmont, Oklahoma. Good job, Jason. And this is good shot at mile 10. This is a water stop. You can see Ken Rubley. He's hidden right now, but he's handing out some treats, maybe frozen grapes, I would guess. He's had the grape theme here for a few years. You can see the poster in the back and grapes hanging from the tent. He's dressed in the color of grapes.
Yeah, I remember in 2024 coming into this aid station, and somebody said frozen grapes, and I hadn't done the race before, and I thought that does not sound like something I want right now. And right. I remember Andy Glaze goes, frozen grapes, that's the key to not bonking here. And I thought, I will have a few handfuls of frozen grapes then.
Yep, you can see Ken there in the purple. He's just handing out his little goodie bags. Here he is. Nice little surprise. Some of these runners, maybe not a surprise to others, but.
AJW, with the difference in temperature, I mean, we think about a couple of years ago, warmer. Last year, obviously cooler, but the rain, right? The challenges tied to that, the mud, all of it. And this year, good conditions, a little warmer than last year, though. How do you think, if we think about, let's just say that the top end of the pack, right? Which year do you think or style of climate is going to be more favorable for a faster race?
I think this one. There's a chance of rain tomorrow, which could hit the front pack, around Prescott and after. But I really think I think 2 years ago, a little warmer, especially for day one. I think last year, the first day was outstanding. But man, when that rain came in and the mud, and it was a good 24 hours, I think this is going to favor those runners. But you want to, on the front of the pack, you want to make sure. I know front packers would be like, oh man, the weather's great, I'm going to hammer.
Yeah.
And that could come back to bite them. So yes, take advantage of the weather being great. Maybe you don't have to carry as much stuff. You don't have to, but don't overcook it regardless, because as we've said, once you're up on the Coconino Plateau, there's a lot of running. And if you're ready for it, you can move.
Yeah, and when this race kind of first started, a lot of folks, it was the debate of, is it a runner's race or is it more of a kind of a thru hiker's race, and can a thru hiker be competitive in it? And I think what we've seen over the last couple of years is that it is a runner's race. And you look at what Dan Green did here last year, and just the speed that he was able to throw down, right, bringing his natural gifts to this course. And so those that can run late in the race and can run strong, right, they're going to separate themselves. And we've got a few of those runners in the pack. You think about String Bean, obviously, he's going to be able to kick it. He's got the experience on this course. And then the women's side of the field is just so loaded with talent this year. It's going to be fun to watch and see the impact of the weather, but then once they do get up onto that plateau, who's ready to race?
Yeah, and I think that I agree that was a fascinating debate, actually, the thru hiker versus the runner. I think last year's race kind of put that to bed. It's a runner's race with a few thru hiker sections, right? We've got this climb that these folks are coming up to right now. We've got the noteworthy technical sections of the Granite Dells and the Hangover Trail and now the descent down Eldon. But, with the exception of those, you're running a lot of this if you're a front packer. And frankly, even if you're a mid to back of the packer, if you take care of yourself in the first, let's just say 3 days, and you get to Sedona and you make the climb up onto the plateau, it's kind of game on. And, having talked to a lot of that sort of mid to back of the packer, I know I was in this boat. A lot of folks sort of set a sort of unofficial goal of, man, I'd like
thinking I'll just sleep when I'm tired. And I wish I would have been a little more disciplined. I think, someday when I run this race again, that'll be a change. I just pushed it off. And then I just couldn't get into a rhythm of sleep. And I wish I would have forced it earlier on night one, just to kind of have, even if it was only 30 minutes, right? Whiskey Row would have been a great spot for me to just shut it down for a few. I think what I learned the most was that I spent so much time chatting with folks when I would come into an aid station. It's like, oh my gosh, what a great opportunity. I'm having the best time. You wouldn't believe what I just saw out there. And then you look down at your watch and it's like, well, I've been sitting here talking for an hour, right? Or whatever. And I didn't give my body anything. And so that's the change that I would implement, is just like, if I'm going to be there, turn some of that into sleep or make it more productive, right? Give the battery a little bit extra so that it can carry you through. And so I would just be a little bit more disciplined in that way.
It's so funny you say that, because I was the opposite. I was like, oh, I got to plan the sleep. I got to plan the sleep. When in retrospect, I probably would have just been better off sleeping when I was tired.
Yeah.
So I was freaked out, especially because of the rain, of the climb up to Mingus, right? So I was like, I've got to sleep before Mingus. I've got to sleep before Mingus. Tried to sleep at Whiskey Row, couldn't sleep. Tried to sleep at Fain Ranch, couldn't sleep. I was like, I guess I'm going up to Mingus without sleep.
Yeah.
It worked out okay.
Yeah.
And then in the second half of the race, I just took the sleep when it came, and that was so much better. So again, if I do another 200, and I will do another 200, just not this one, I think I might do some blend of, okay, if I'm tired, I'll sleep when I get to X.
Yeah.
But if I'm not, because I was the same. I'm chatting at the aid stations. I'm, you're out for a long time. Maybe you're seeing people you're running with, but you're chatting. People are happy to see you. It's Cocodona week. It's just like, yeah, I probably scrubbed a lot of time. Just kind of I'm going to eat some food and hang out. And so, but I guess at the end of the day too, that's something that's so fun about this event.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is.
We are looking here at mile 10. This is a water stop, technically, not an aid station, although Ken Rubley is there in the purple handing out some frozen grapes, as has become kind of a tradition here at this water stop a little bit after mile 10. Donut shorts. I see those donut shorts. Those are cool. She did a interview. Can't remember her name now. She did a Luke J interview. Good spirits here at mile 10. There's Jamil. Jamil Curry.
It has to be so cool for Jamil to just see this, and the excitement, right? I mean, he's built this thing that just delivers smiles, and not just to the folks that are running, but to the volunteers, to the live stream, to everybody that's connected with this, that will consume content. I mean, what a fun and incredible creation that just continues to grow and just kind of reach its tentacles out into the rest of the world. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, when I first heard about the vision, I think it was 2017 or 18, sitting at a local watering hole at Hard Rock with Jamil, and he had this vision. He wanted to have it go through the towns, sort of taking a page out of UTMB a little bit. He wanted to showcase his home state, his ancestral home state of Arizona, and he wanted to create a race that would take on, a life of its own. And here we are.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just, for those that haven't experienced this race, I mean, being able to go through the towns, right? You have these beautiful sections like this that we're seeing on the screen here, where you feel just, you're immersed in nature. And it kind of brings you back to your primal instincts almost, of just like this feeling of being rooted. And then you stroll into, a Prescott or a Flagstaff or a Sedona or these small towns along the way. And it jolts you back into sort of the current day, but also into the past of some of these old Western towns.
Mhm.
And it just connects you into this community or into these communities in such a unique way. And it's this stark contrast all throughout the race as you go from town to town, but then also as you go down from, the Black Canyon area up to Flagstaff, the different types of terrain that you see as well. It's just you're moving through time, and there's this progression as you do that where you're seeing all these different things, and it's this reminder of how far you've gone. When you go from the saguaros up to the tall pines in Flagstaff, it's so symbolic of the journey that you've been on. It's such a special race.
I think as well too. It's fun when you hit those the Verde Valley towns, Jerome. An old, still working mining town, and then kind of that Clarkdale, Cottonwood area, just very sort of a typical sort of, I'd call them kind of suburban towns, and there's people out on their porches and they're waving, and they're just, and the run through Sedona, I mean, you're running through town for about 6 miles, there's people honking their horns and carrying on. It's really that town component juxtaposed with places like this, really remote out in the desert. It really does make it a journey, almost a pilgrimage of sorts.
Did you get a chance to run through Sedona in the daytime, or was that?
I'm afraid not. It was those climbs. I was getting into it in the daytime, but by the time I got into town proper, it was night. It was perfect because I had planned, I wanted to hit the Hangover Trail in the daylight. So I got to sleep at the Sedona aid station.
Nice.
And then, left because it's a good hour and a half from the Sedona aid station to the actual beginning of the Hangover Trail. So it worked out fine. But doing the Hangover Trail at sunrise, that was incredible.
Wow.
I would encourage anybody to do that. There's a good pack there coming down. Again, this is a double track. They're on this kind of double trackish Jeep road for a good long time. It rolls kind of up and down until it just keeps rolling up.
I think sections like this early in the race, or when, especially again, the mid and backup packers just have to be mindful to run their own race. You've got this gentle decline here that we're seeing them tackle, easier running. And when you're with a pack like we just saw on the screen, it's easy to kind of to cling to that and to maybe start to run with others versus running within the range that you should be running in. And so I think that's a test that these folks will really need to just continue to check in with themselves and make sure that they're running their race. Again, you can't win Cocodona. And when I say win, it's not just the race itself, but it's your race, right? Like your race that you're trying to win. You can't win that on day one, but you can definitely lose it. And so, just being mindful of that all throughout this day, this 11,000 feet of climb that they've got is critical.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point about winning and losing. Not necessarily winning the race, but sort of making it a successful race. Really checking in with yourself on this section that the vast majority of the field is in right now. I think this is Kevin Tedonio, the lead runner, men's lead runner. Thank you. We got confirmation of that. Kevin Tedonio. You're getting a good idea here of the climb. How the climb into Crown King gets steep, or into Lane Mountain gets steeper and steeper and steeper.
Such an interesting strategy for him today so far.
It is. It really is. Running alone, kind of, I would imagine, from pretty early.
And the way that he's pushing up some of the climbs too, it looks more effortless, but what we were kind of just watching a few seconds ago, definitely putting in some effort on this. It's just so early, early. Would be curious. I'm not sure. We don't have confirmation on how far ahead of the rest of the kind of pack that he is, but he's been leading really since the beginning here, and kind of has his foot on the gas, it seems.
Yeah, he really does. He won the Crown King Scramble a month and a half ago. A good local test piece, but yeah, he's moving. Again, this is the This is the long 14-mile stretch between what we'll call the Grape Aid Station and Milk Ranch. Milk Ranch runners can pick up a liter of water and begin the climb proper up Elaine Mountain. It's a great view there to the left of the Bradshaws, how remote they are. I mean, there's a reason they can't get an aid station in there. Great drone shot here.
Yeah, and the first 75-ish miles of the race, just 2 crew opportunities. So again, kind of hits on that. You've got to operate within yourself on day one more so than any other time throughout the rest of the race. You don't have those people in your corner that are kind of pulling you back or amping you up or kind of serving as a mental coach. A lot of that's going to be on you in a day like today. And then, once you kind of get into Whiskey Row, that's where the race starts to change a little bit. And you're able to have that more support structure and your crew to carry you through the end of the race.
Yeah, I remember with my crew, they were like, well, we got nothing to do for the first day and a half. And then it's like, well, then you can see them pretty frequently. And it's kind of nice that way. But yeah, first 77 miles, you are, with the exception of Crown King, you're kind of on your own. And in the case of Kevin Tedonio, our leader here, he's really on his own out in front. Again, as Caleb mentioned, we don't exactly know how far ahead he is, but we know he's been off the front now pretty much since about mile 2 or 3, and he's moving.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of last year's race with Harry. This is kind of what he did. We don't know exactly pacing wise, like how in line he is with what Harry did, but Harry was kind of shot out of a cannon last year.
Yeah.
And in listening to some of the post race stuff from Dan Green and others, I think everybody knew like, hey, that's probably not sustainable. There's a level there of if you're at the top end of the field, being able to take an assessment of, hey, do I think that this is sustainable for 250 miles? And do I need to hang on because I want to try to win this race as well? Or is this something where that's too fast? There's no chance to be able to hold on to this pace. And so I need to operate within the range that I think is going to be better served for finishing this off and being on the podium.
Yeah.
Right? And so those leaders that are behind him right now are taking that assessment. I think they've settled into what they feel comfortable with here, knowing that this is not a one-day race or 50K, right? This is a 2.5-day race that they're navigating.
Yeah, it's a gamble by Kevin. And then it's a calculated acceptance by the chase pack, and of course they're looking around at each other, and you got a lot of experienced people like Courtney DeWalter and Jeff Browning, and they're good. They know exactly where they are. Oh, there's Trish from the cutoff film. Again, this is a look down that long, inexorable climb up from mile 10. But I do think it is my guess, if I were in the mind of those chasers, Courtney, Rachel, Jeff, McConaughey, they're like, he's going to come back to us.
Yeah.
He might not. He might not. But I think they're probably saying that. Good drone shot, looking back down south. Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. Andy Jones-Wilkins and Caleb Stevens here. We're a little over 2.5 hours into the race. 125 hours of coverage. We'll take a few breaks, a couple overnight breaks, but by and large, we'll be here and are glad that you are following along on the live stream, wherever you may be, at work, on vacation, maybe out for a run.
Was there a section of the course as you look back? Maybe not a section of the course. Let's call it a segment of your run that is just a core memory for you. Either it was good in the moment or bad, but that you look back and you just cherish.
Yeah, I think when you did it, you still went up to the plateau on the Kasner Canyon climb, right? I'm really glad I didn't have to do that. And now the climb up is on this really nice, curvy, 6 or 7% grade road. So you finish the Sedona part, you're kind of leaving the red rocks, and really from there all the way up to Schnebly. That last year they had an aid station called Foxborough Ranch. Now it's back to Schnebly. And then the 13-mile Coconino Plateau Pacerless section. The reason I look back on it fondly was the climb got through the red rocks, and I had time with my pacer. Brian Powell, good friend of mine, was pacing me. We were going up that climb. It was nice and gradual. We got his wife, Megan Hicks, on the FaceTime, and we chatted with her. It was like mid-morning on Thursday. And then you had to leave your pacer, and I did the 13.5-mile section by myself. And it just felt, so when I got to Munns Park, and now I was at whatever, mile 190 or something, I felt like, okay, well, I'm up on the plateau right now. I just look back so fondly on that section where there was a lot of, the bad weather was gone. The stress of, various having trouble sleeping was gone, those kinds of things. And it was like, now I can just enjoy the kind of rest of this thing. Yeah. That was it for me. How about you?
Yeah, I think, I don't even exactly remember where it was. It was on one of the roads. It was in the middle of night. I was kind of delirious at this point. And the tunnel vision that you get with a headlamp, right? Mm-hmm. Where everything is black. All you can see is what's right in front of you. And I just remember being so broken physically and mentally. Yeah. And it's in that moment, I can't see anything around me. I'm cold, I'm tired. And you just have this moment of clarity with yourself. Because it's in that moment where you can make a decision of like, am I going to just keep going here? Like, does this really matter to me? And you start to kind of tap into everything throughout your life that has prepared you for that moment. And it's not just running things, it's all the hard stuff that you've been through. Yeah. And so you just have this moment of clarity with yourself where you kind of bottom out and you decide that you're going to keep moving forward. And, you have those all throughout this race, and some folks are going to experience it on this climb right now, and they may be. But it's all those little moments that just add up over the course of a race. And when people talk about, like, you're different after you get through Cocodona, it's true. And it's true in the way that it's just because it grounds you so much, and it reminds you of kind of the beauty of life. And the number of little moments that you have throughout a race like Cocodona that allow for that, kind of remove the BS of the rest of the world, all the headlines and the scary stuff that's out there, the drama, all of it. All of a sudden, it's just you, your heartbeat, your lungs, you're moving forward. Yeah. And then you've got this incredible community and these epic views around you. And it's special.
I love Steve Adderholt, the race director of Cocodona, and he and I have been friends now for years. And I remember hearing, his sort of pre-race speech about this race will change you. And me being the old curmudgeon that I am was like, oh, come on. Yeah. That's BS. Yeah. You're just being dramatic. This might be a chase pack here because it looks like they're on that section that Kevin Tedonio was on just a little while ago. But let me finish this thought. He says that. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to run this race. I'm going to see if he's right. And gosh darn it.
Yeah, spot on, huh?
Yeah, right? So I'm about 200 miles in last year, whatever. I know I'm going to be going in at least until, I'm still hoping to make it Friday for dinner, but I'm probably not going to. And I kind of say to myself, gosh darn it. Yeah. Steve was right. Yes. I can already tell this race is changing me, and it's, and change, change can mean a lot of different things. The way you described it, it's almost transcendent, right? Whether you're bottoming out, whether you have an experience you've never had before, but this notion of an event that changes you is really it's really true. I don't know if he came up with that because he just wanted to will it into existence, or he had enough people tell him that. But I remember telling him after I finished, and I basically said, man, I thought that was all just BS when you used to say that. And now I understand and I believe it. So, I mean, I do think it changes you. I think it changes people in different ways, maybe at different times. But it does have that effect on you. Now, looking at this, Caleb, I'm kind of thinking that could be Courtney in the front of this group of 4, just because she had kind of a reddish shirt on when she came through Cottonwood. We may be able to get our drone to zoom in a little bit more, in which case we might be able to tell, because you can usually tell by her gait and, of course, by her shorts. So that is a group of 4, and they're certainly in the area where Kevin was just a little while ago. Couldn't quite catch it there.
Yeah, and Courtney, everybody's fascinated, by Courtney and what this year is going to look like for her here at Cocodona 250. Was listening to her Distance to Empty podcast, as a preview of the race, and those guys do such a great job. So first, shout out to them for the content that they bring leading into the race. But one of the things that I thought was really telling, and for those that are maybe new to Cocodona or new to the sport, Courtney last year had to drop out at Mingus, which is about mile 107, 108. And so this year, as she heads into this, at the top of Mingus, the Distance Empty guys are going to have a whiteboard. And they told anybody that came on to the podcast before the race that they could write a special message on that whiteboard to remind themselves of something, right? So your brain is fresh now. Tell us what you want on the board. And then when you come up at mile 107 or 108, we'll have that message there waiting for you. And I thought Courtney's was super telling. So her message to herself that'll be on that board is, "Dear Courtney, this is not your finish line. Love, Courtney." and there's humor in that, but I think there's also some fire and some depth to that comment from her, of just knowing that she's got some unfinished business here. And so it's going to be super fun to watch her taking the lessons that she learned. At the end of last year, she did a lot of marathon training, ran her best marathon ever, which was super impressive, developing, that speed after such a long career in these ultra long distance events. And she talked about just the love for running that brought back. And so it's going to be fun to see how that kind of transcends into this year's race, and what lessons she'll carry from last year's race into this one. So I'm super excited to see that from her. Yeah.
What a great message. What a great message. I know that she was disappointed with that having to drop out last year. Also know that, she's been in this business long enough to know when to say when. And I think she has, for her entire career, been a student of the game. I remember another one of her more sort of public DNFs was at Hard Rock. And you just knew at the moment that she was going to kind of bounce back from that and change things. And a DNF at Western States, where her hip kind of got a little funky at the river crossing in 2019, and she had to drop. You just sort of knew that she was going to take the long view on that. I don't know if this is the year where she comes back and does that, but she's shown a track record of being able to put it out there and also being able to learn from it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we are going to jump to a quick ad break. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins and Caleb Stevens, and we will be right back. All right, we are back and getting eyes on Rachel Entrekin. This is going back down the course. All right, we've got a shot here. waving to the drone.
The clouds are still hanging on.
Yeah,
for
they
folks.
are. Man,
what a blessing.
Yep. Is this it? All right, we just got, while we were on the ad break, we got a shot of Rachel Entrekin on the climb, and we're going to split to that right now. Again, this is a quick recording just a few minutes ago. Group of 5 runners on this steep section. All right. Well, I know some of you have been concerned with Rachel's tracker. May not be working, but we do officially know that she's out there and running well.
Yeah, and one of the things that we just saw, which is super cool this year, I mean, Mountain Outpost just continues to have new tools and tricks to show the audience, is that instant replay that we've got. And so we'll continue to bring you guys coverage like that throughout the week. Obviously, all these incredible drone shots, the on-course interviews, the follow cams, all of it. Every year, the game gets stepped up higher and higher and higher to match really the output of these athletes, right? Every year it gets better. So we're excited to show you guys some of that. Also, in regards to the trackers and whatnot, early in the race, if there is an issue with any trackers or whatnot, the team will obviously get that addressed at the aid stations. Regarding Rachel, maybe she's just moving so fast that the tracker just can't keep up. So we know that you guys in the chat are having some questions on that. Video confirmation that Rachel is out there crushing it and will continue to do so. So we'll keep bringing you guys that coverage all week long.
I know that Steve and Erica usually are up at Crown King for a good chunk of time, and they do actually end up having a bunch of extra trackers. They know this happens, and that's really the first time that they can kind of make those corrections if they need to. So there's really no time to do it before then, but you should be able to do it by the time they get to Crown King, which after all is only mile 36.5. You still got 215 more miles of a correct tracker.
Yeah.
Great shot here. So they're mostly climbing. This is deep in the heart of the Bradshaws. The lead pack is mostly climbing. There is a nice little, it's about a 200-foot descent where that drops them into Milk Ranch. Milk Ranch exists. It's not really a working ranch anymore. It's kind of just a broken down, dilapidated metal house, but it's where there's a creek crossing. Sometimes it has water in it. Most of the time it doesn't. And there's they usually hike in water from Lane Mountain where you can pick up a leader there. That's probably the next time we'll have a static cam on anything. This is all drone coverage here until then. And then, of course, we'll have cameras at Lane Mountain Aid Station, which is about 3 miles up from, hey, you guys, and of course, Crown King.
Yeah,
this is Caleb.
This is AJW. It's good to be with you guys this morning. Thanks for tuning in. We love this race so much. We love this community. It's a real treat for us to be able to help tell the stories of these athletes as they make their way from just north of the Phoenix area up to Flagstaff, something that we look forward to every single year. It's also a treat for me to be out on the mic with the legend, and I know I need to put a quarter in for that. But AJW and seeing you and Chris go to work this morning was so cool to be a fly on the wall for that. You know, as we're looking at these shots, AJW, of just this climb, and we'll talk about it all day because it's like you said earlier, it's about 25% of the total gain on the course.
Yep.
Cocodona has
in the first 34 miles.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, Cocodona has about 40,000 feet of climb. This is 10 to 11 of it that they're going to be doing. And if you're in an area, you know, all those interviews that we had on course earlier in the day with a lot of athletes out there that were talking about different areas that they came from, some flatlanders, right, kind of middle of the country, the flyover states. How do you think about a race like Cocodona? If somebody's out there saying, I want to run this one day, but I can't get climbing where I live, you know, how do you think about a race like this? And is it necessary to do a bunch of climbing and training for a race like this?
You know, I think by and large, no, you can, I mean, people have come from, I know there's Florida in the chat. I know people have come from Florida where they've spent time on a Stairmaster or an incline treadmill or running up and down the overpasses like people in Florida somehow have the mind and willingness to do. But most importantly, you've got to have you got to have a strong aerobic engine, however you build that. You can build that on flats, you can build that on rolling. I do think a few or more 5 to 7 good doses of vertical could do it. I mean, I've for the last couple of years in conjunction with Aravaipa's Saturday training run. On Saturday, the first Saturday in April, so 5 weeks out from the race, 4 to 5 weeks out from the race, they have for the last several years staged an organized training run for the first 37 miles. And I was struck 3 years ago when I first did it, how many people came from out of town who were running the race.
Yeah.
And they flew out a month early. They're going to go back home, of course, to do that training run from Ohio, New York, Florida, Illinois, Texas. And I looked around and I was running with a bunch of these people and I was like, well, what are you guys doing, you know, for the rest of your time out here? They're like, oh, I don't know. We're going to go to Sedona and see Flagstaff and do Eldon. And I was like, you know what? I'm a local here in Arizona. I'll organize a couple other training runs. And so for the last couple of years on the Sunday and Monday after that Saturday training run, particularly for a lot of these out-of-towners, I organized a training run from Sedona to Munns Park so that they were able to see the Hangover Trail as well as the 13.5-mile section without a pacer. And the final, the climb up and down Eldon. And as I talked to those people, as they came out and did the race and then finished the race, they kind of said, you know, that was really enough. You know, I got some little hills by my house, or I can find some hills, or I can do a treadmill, but it was kind of enough. So as daunting as this first 11,000 feet is, when you think about it, now you have 200, once you're in Crown King, you have 213 miles with 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
Right? That's not that intimidating. It really isn't. And so a little bit of that's mindset. A little bit of that is right here, right now, just get through this. Yeah. It's going to be pretty bad. Some of the parts are going to be steep. You might have to stop and catch your breath, but you'll make it through.
Yeah, I think the benefit of doing indexing a little bit more on the climbing, I don't think it's needed, but I think if you're in some of those, you know, lower level areas of Florida or some of those flyover states, things like that, to me, it's more the benefit on the mental side of you're not used to doing the hills. You're not used to running 250 miles. So if we can index that a little bit in training for you to have that like resistance mentally to say, another big climb that I have to do today can be super helpful. So I think if you're thinking about doing this race, like that's something to think about is just how do you incorporate ways to make it a little harder on yourself to want to put your shoes on?
Yeah.
You know, and that's the benefit I think that I see with a lot of that.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of, especially branching out from the 100-mile distance to the 200-mile distance, is sort of taking that training camp mentality. A lot of people will do a 3-day training camp for a 100-miler where they'll run 70 to 75 miles in 3 days. If you have the time, extending it to, like for 200s, a 5-day training camp where you try to do, say, 100 to 120 miles in 5 days. Maybe one of those days you run through the night or something. I had a friend back east. He worked a lot of busy shifts in a veterinarian hospital and veterinarian clinic. And he would, at the end of a Friday, tiring all day Friday, he'd come home, he would eat dinner, and then he'd go out and do like a 7-hour run, finish at like 2 a.m., sleep for 4 or 5 hours, wake up Saturday morning, do another. I mean, if that doesn't mimic you know what you're going to feel in something like this, I don't know what does. So
absolutely,
there's lots of ways to. You almost have to hack it a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. And in this race, you know, I think there's lots of ways that you can approach it. And I don't know that there's necessarily one right or wrong way in general. It just depends on the type of personality that you have and maybe what areas you typically struggle with on a mental side. It's obviously a physical race, and you hear that, and you hear people say, though, that's like 50% physical and it's equally as mentally challenging. And so you have to be able to push the right buttons in training for something like this to simulate that. If you come in here and you've trained your butt off, but you haven't done anything that like forced resistance mentally, you're going to struggle, right? When you get to day 3 or day 4, it's going to be very challenging. So you have to be able to get the mental reps on that side also. We have some comments in the chat about the live tracker. If you guys are in the live tracker or looking for the live tracker, in the chat, it's pinned at the bottom. You can click that link, the track leaders link, and it's going to pull up the tracker for you. So if you're having issues with the website, just utilize the link that's pinned and you guys will be all set.
Really steep section here. The drone is picking this up nicely. You can see the runner just at the top of the screen there, kind of topping out on that ridge. Yeah, humidity is the poor man's altitude. Good comments in the chat there. Having lived out east for a handful of years, I can attest you. I mean, you don't get exactly the same benefit, but the red blood cell establishment of training in heat and humidity, you know, can mitigate some of the challenges brought on by altitude. I know I was able to experience that a little bit at the 2016 Hard Rock when I still lived back in Virginia. Again, it's not a cure-all, but you take what you can get when you live in that kind of environment. Good shot here of a group of runners making their way up.
I don't know if Chris is still in the chat or if he's tied up in a work meeting or something, but somebody just asked when he's going to do Cocodona. AJW, you are a close friend of Chris. Any insight that you can give everybody?
You know, I am a close friend of Chris, and I think he has said that he would prefer to stay on this side of the microphone. We'll ask him. We'll ask him tonight in Aravipa after dark so that he can answer himself. But I think he likes it. I think he likes it over here. That said, you know, Chris is working hard.
He just chimed in. Never.
Never.
That's all. One word response.
That didn't take long. We had a chat from an East Coast friend of mine, Sophie Spidell, mentioning that she did know who I was talking about. Okay, I'll out him. He goes by the moniker Jimmy Rhodes. John Anderson is his name. Really incredible runner from Crozet, Virginia. 50 years old. I just turned 50 and immediately started breaking all kinds of 50 and over course records out in Virginia because he's just a stud runner. But he's the guy I was referring to, would work all day Friday, go out at night, run a long run, and sleep a few hours and go out again on Saturday morning. So he's also like a 13-time Hellgate finisher or something.
Wow.
And I mean, talk about banging your head against the wall. I know Sophie's a 10-time Hellgate finisher, but Hellgate would be a good training for this. It's in the middle of winter. It starts at midnight. Oh, goodness. I was definitely one and done for that thing. A good shot here, the winding Jeep road through the Bradshaws. By the way, you do know, it's not quite yet. You see the saguaro there. You do know you're going up approximately 3,000 feet elevation 2,800, 3,000 feet elevation. Saguaros go away. You know, there's still some other cacti. There's still some ocotillo. There's still some prickly pear. But the saguaro does not, I think that's Pam Reed. Blue shorts on the right. Yep, great job, drone, zeroing in on Pam Reed.
Yeah,
Pam's a strong hiker.
Yeah, for those that don't know, like a saguaro is like the typical cactus that you would think of. You can see them here in the shots, the taller ones. For those to grow arms, you're a local AJW, you can help me with this, but they're like 60, 80 years, right? Old before they would grow an arm.
Yeah.
So as you guys are looking at these here in the shot, you can tell the age of this vegetation, which is pretty cool. So again, if it has an arm, it's at least 60 to 80 years old.
Yeah, and if the runners look around and they don't see saguaro, they know they're about 3,000 and they only have another 3,500 to go to get to the top of Lane Mountain. So these folks still have over 3,500 feet to climb, as they're not yet out of saguaro land, but they're close.
You'll also notice a lot of runners have their poles out already. If you've not done a 200 and you're not used to using poles, it's so beneficial, especially early in this race, because it's just helping to remove some of that work that the legs are having to do. It's putting some of that effort into the arms instead. You obviously want to train that. You don't want to come out here and not use your poles, and then your arms will be killing you within a few hours. But these folks have been training with it, so that's why you're seeing it. And not putting a ton of effort into it. It's more of almost like kind of a crutch with it. But you'll continue to see the use of poles. They're highly beneficial if you're thinking about running Cocodona.
Yeah, and this is a great section to just whip them out and just kind of, again, you're not really pushing off them too much. You're just kind of, using them to guide. This is a good view there of, I think that's Greg from Scottsdale. Greg came out for the training runs with us, and good use of poles there.
Yeah, the other thing, just kind of to nerd out on some of the gear, you'll see, again, if you haven't used poles, basically the gloves there that he's got in this shot, that just helps to avoid like having to kind of over grip the poles. So when you think about a 250 miler and these long endurance runs, everything is about trying to preserve your body a little bit, right? And so those gloves actually have just kind of a little eyelet on them where the pole actually clips into it. So you don't have to have as strong of a grip on those poles, which just releases a little bit of a tension. So it's not just about like your hands getting tired, but if you think about like clutching your fists, right? Like multiple parts of your body then are clenched as well, right? And so if you can alleviate some of that, all of the work that you do to relieve some of the tension, whether that's in your shoulders, your hands, your face, any of it, that adds up over time, just like tension does, right? So easier miles, easier effort sets you up for success in a race like this.
Yeah, and those, they take a page out of the original sort of cross-country ski poles, where you're actually not really gripping the pole. You're just sort of using that eyelet that attaches onto the pole. I forget what they call it, like a crab grip or something on the Lecky poles in particular. Really cool invention, and I would guess vast majority of the runners are using those. A question in the chat about whether this is the Crown King Scramble course, and the answer is no. It's going to Crown King, but the courses are very different. The Crown King Scramble itself has about 6,000 feet of climbing to get from the shores of Lake Pleasant to Crown King, and this section has double that. So it's the, let's just call it the long way to Crown King.
Things as you're watching at home to keep an eye on. One, the sky. We'll continue to touch on this frequently, but it's still cloudy for everybody out there. The amount of water that folks have to carry when this race is super hot early on, right? Imagine making this climb 11,000 feet and it's 90 plus degrees. It's much cooler out there today. And so folks, may not have to carry as much water. I don't know where you would stand on this, AJW, but like if you're carrying 5 liters, let's say, or some folks will carry up to 6 out on a course like this, with it being cooler, as you progress your way to Crown King, you can start to make that decision of, do I want to dump some of this, right? And you can start to lighten the load maybe a little bit more than you would have in years past, knowing that you're kind of doing the math of your head of how much water do I need? And you can, again, back to the tension thing, limit the stress on the body a little bit more as long as it stays cloudy and the temperatures remain where they are today.
So right here in this 14-mile section, between the two water stops, 10 and 24, you could get about halfway, and you're going to know when you're about halfway just looking at your watch, and you say, man, I still have 3 liters.
Yeah.
You can definitely dump. You know you're going to get 1 at Milk Ranch, and then you still have some climbing to do up and over Lane Mountain, and then down to the Lane Mountain aid station. Keep in mind, you summit Lane Mountain and then drop a little bit to the actual aid station. But you're absolutely right. You're taking a chance, but if you know the clouds are going to stay, if you're hydrated, you can, any little bit of relieving the pressure and the stress, as you mentioned, you can. Likewise with that mandatory kit that you have to take, you leaving Crown King, you have to take that mandatory kit. It's your cold weather nighttime kit. That's the negative, but you don't need to carry all that much water. It's cooler in the night. You've got the Arastra Creek aid station, which is halfway between there and Camp Kippa. You can start to lighten the load. And then frankly, once you get past Prescott, Whiskey Row, you can run with about 2 liters at a time.
Yeah. And the flip side of it, so when I ran this race in 2024, it was warmer, and you're going through water at a faster rate, which even if then you're not carrying all of that water because you've consumed it, there then is the stress of, oh my gosh, I don't have enough water to get to Crown King, right?
Right.
And so there's that type of stress too, which hopefully runners are going to be in that sweet spot this year where they're not going to have to carry too much, and then they're also not going to be stressed about not having enough. So favorable conditions here today so far.
Yeah, they're lucking out with the weather. There's no doubt about it.
So just looking at the live tracker, and again, if you want to access that, we have it pinned in the chat. So you can just click the link there at the bottom, right above where you would type in a comment. That's going to take you to the track leaders live tracker. Looks like Kevin is still setting the tone early here in the race. He's got about a mile lead. Again, take it all with a grain of salt. GPS trackers, not always 100% accurate at any given moment. Right now we're seeing a mile lead over Joe McConaughey and Adam Kimball. And then Heather Jackson actually is F1 right now, but it looks like she's running neck and neck with Courtney. So really, all the folks I think that we thought would be at the top of the leaderboard are there, with the exception Kevin, I think, was an unknown for me coming into this.
Yeah, me too.
But the names that we expected to be at the top are the ones that are up there right now.
We in a couple of minutes, we do have Hillary Yang, who we chatted with at the starting line, has made her way to Bumblebee. Bumblebee is the staging area for all of the crews that will go up to Crown King. They monitor crew access at Crown King because it's a very, very small town, and it would overrun the town if every crew was up there. So the staging area at the bottom of the hill is Bumblebee Ranch, which is a major aid station for the Black Canyon races. And Hillary's getting set up there, and so when we have her on the line, we'll jump to her. Until then, here's another shot of the Grape aid station at mile 10. Everybody topping off their water here. Again, this is where you want to make sure you have enough. You got a good stretch of running still to come up and over Lane Mountain.
Super excited to get Hillary's insights. Last year was a real star of the Cocodona show out on the course, and all the great insights that she brought. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, she said that it was kind of electric down at the start today, with lots of cheering and film crews and lights and music playing and all that you would expect from a classic Cocodona start. Zooming back out again on a steep section of the climb up toward Lane Mountain.
Awesome. So it sounds like we have Hillary at Bumblebee Ranch. Hillary, how are things going out there?
Hi guys. Oh, things are great. So I'm at the holding area at Bumblebee. We've got the live stream set up behind us, which is fun, and crews are starting to assemble. And I'm here with Jeff Peltier's crew, which I know Jeff is a fan favorite and really exciting to see him out here. So we have Audrey Lafreniere, his partner and crew chief, and then my husband Billy, who's also wearing his crew and pacer extraordinaire hat right now. And yeah, how are you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Yeah, happy to be here. Second time here at Bumblebee. We were here last year helping out Jeff Gunmeyer. So it's fun to come back and experience it now from the runner's perspective, being a little bit more involved. And yeah, so far so good. It's a nice day.
Yeah, I mean, the weather's incredible right now. I've got a little breeze here. It's like mid 60s. It's feeling really good. Billy, it's been a couple years since you've been out at Cocodona. How's it feel to be back out here?
Well, last time I was here was 2021. And I think that was year one, right? Year one? It was.
I think that was
Yep,
year
that
one.
was year
Yeah,
one.
inaugural. Absolutely.
I was just standing at the start line and I swear to God, the media, it was like 1-to-1 with the runners. The number of media, the live stream obviously has built this incredible community and a lot of people. We met someone who drove here from Missouri just to spectate. It was just like, come on, like Cocodona is like owning the sport right now. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are very low productivity at their respective desk jobs right now. But I was the same. Like there's something about this race that's captivating from the start to the back of the pack. And yeah, it's just feels cool to be here on the ground floor.
I always say the mark of a good live broadcast is when my mom will watch the whole thing, and I know she loves this one. I know there's a lot of moms that love this. I think it's just something that can appeal to so many people, right? Like it is a fascinating race to watch unfold over so many days. Audrey, beginning of the race is day one. How are we feeling? You've got a couple days ahead of you with Jeff, but did he feel pretty good going into the day? He's got a good plan right now.
Yeah, Jeff always has a solid plan, and he's also quite good at executing, so I have no concerns on that front. But it's funny, like even after all these years together, I was telling Billy I still have sometimes a hard time reading him. Like a couple days before the race, he doesn't look excited, but he's also not scared, not nervous. So I'm like, what? Like, are you like? How do you feel? Like, I just don't know. But this morning he felt great. He was ready to go. Had a good night's sleep, and I think he's just excited to get going. Once the race starts, you can stop stressing, and worrying about it and just do what you got to do and be out there. So I think he's in really good spirits. He's in good shape. He's well prepared, and he's been looking forward to this for a long time. So I just hope he has a good time out there.
You guys have been out here for a few weeks, right? Just running the trails. I know he's covered a fair amount of the course in the last couple of weeks. Is there any section in particular that he's like nervous about or excited for?
Yeah, this first day, honestly, all the way to Crown King, it's the section that we know the least about. He wasn't able to recce yet in training, so I think for this section he just has to take it easy and take care of himself to make sure he's in a good place then to really start his race after Crown King. He's really excited, of course, about Sedona, the Hangover Trail. I think it's gonna be really fun for him, and then I think he's excited for Eldon, honestly. It's fun.
I mean, the pacerless Eldon, that is going to be an adventure for everybody. I think we're all excited for that. And Billy, you're going to be hopping into pace Jeff for some of the later portions of the race. I know you just had a race yourself this weekend up at Miwok, but give the legs a couple days to recover. What are you excited to see when you're out on the course?
Honestly, I was excited for Eldon, and then I found out that Eldon is a no pacer zone. So I'm a little bummed about that. I mean, mainly because the aid station up there back in 2021, I had the best aid station food. It was like this bratwurst, cheddar-filled bratwurst that I think I took an extra helping of at the time. So, I mean, the views are incredible too. Don't get me wrong, but that aid station, I just remember very distinctly. But I mean, honestly, it's just to be a part of his journey and be a cheerleader, and really, like to Audrey's point, the guy is just like steady Eddie, just as the great Jeff Browning likes to say, You at a race like this, you got to spread the peanut butter, right? Spread the peanut butter evenly, and there's nobody that I personally know that's better at that than Jeff. So I'm just happy to be a part of the ride.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, exciting for the runners to have the aid station at the top of Eldon to look forward to, or, just all the good food along the course. But to your point about spreading the peanut butter, seeing Jeff Pelche out at the Mammoth 200 last fall was really fun. Jeff ended up finishing, I believe, 6th in just under 58 hours, had a great day. He is someone that knows how to run a steady race from start to finish. Really fun to see a lot of pros at this race, right? Like whether it's your first Cocodona or not, there's a lot of people coming into this race that know exactly what they're doing, know how to pace these races. I mean, Audrey, I feel like you are a professional crew chief at this point, so you certainly know that better than anyone. What would you say the biggest challenge Jeff faces as far as like the sleep strategy goes? I know that's such a huge piece of these races.
Yeah, and it is for sure one of Jeff's weaknesses. Like the sleep deprivation usually gets to him and he finds that really hard to manage. So that said, we are trying to cut down his sleep time this year. So we'll see if that works out for him. But we do find that we waste a lot of time with the whole like sleeping process and getting in and out of bed and all those things. So we're definitely trying to just be a little bit more efficient with that for this race and see if that can buy some time. But I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. Like no amount of caffeine can help you after 2 nights out, So I think, Billy, as a pacer, prepare yourself to monitor dirt naps out there. Yeah. So get your timer ready.
So Billy, what is your strategy for dealing with potential hallucinations on the trail on, say, night 2 of the race?
This is such a stupid sport sometimes. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah. And people watch this and they're fascinated. No, I love it. I absolutely love it. But yeah, I don't know. Like I would never do a 200 personally because the sleep part, I just can't. Like I need my 7-8 hours a night, and you know how I get, babe. When I get less than that, it's just I'm a bear to be around. So good luck to Jeff, honestly, to have somebody who's going to be in a sleep. He may have to pace me, honestly, like keep me going.
I was gonna say, no kidding. Good luck to Jeff. No, it is. I mean, it's such a fascinating part of these races. It's probably the number one question we all get asked when you talk about this race is like, when do you sleep? The good news is that the weather's a little better this week than last year. So hopefully there'll be more dirt naps and that'll definitely help. But will be really interesting to see how that plays out because that's a huge crux of the race. Thank you guys so much. It's great to see you out here. I feel like we're going to be on the same train for a while at all the aid stations. Yep. Heading out to Crown King from here and then Whiskey Row. But it's so much fun just to, like you said, get the party started, Audrey, right? There's something about it where there's so much anticipation. And then now we finally are here. And there was a little bit of a sense as I watched everyone leave the start line this morning of like, okay, now we're in it, right? Like now we can just relax. And I know I saw Jeff come through the first aid station at Cottonwood and he looked very kind of calm, cool, and collected, camera in hand as per usual. But yeah, no, good luck to you guys. Get some rest out there. Crewing is a hard job too. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Hillary. We are going to go to a quick ad break and we'll be right back with y'all.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
we are back. We're going to get back to Hillary Yang in just a second. She's back down there at Bumblebee, the staging area for crews to head up to Crown King. We've got a drone shot of a couple of runners again on that never-ending climb up to Lane Mountain.
Yeah, we've got a good pack of probably 10 or so runners that are all approaching mile 20. So as we continue to get updates on what the front of the pack is doing, we'll keep you guys updated. Again, you can reference the live tracker here in the chat to check in on either the front of the pack or any of your favorite runners along the way. Again, that's just right above the chat toolbar there.
All right, we are just about ready to go to to Hillary down at Bumblebee Ranch with Max Joliffe's crew. Hillary, how are you?
Good to hear your voice. It's always in my ear, AGW. I'm here with Mackenzie, who is crew chief extraordinaire. All the things keeping Max on the road and moving at all of his races, right? I feel like you are really the glue that keeps everything going in a lot of ways. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I didn't think I would be this tired already. It feels like afternoon and it's 8:30. So that's good. That's a good start for me. But everyone else feels really good.
I'm not going to lie, that 2 a.m. wake up call this morning, I was like, oh, no. Yeah. What about you? It was a fairly early morning.
I was actually up at like 3:30, so I slept a little bit later, which is nice. Yeah.
Civilized. Yeah, not bad at all. It is crazy when the start happens and there's all the big hoopla, and then you look at the clock and it's like 6 a.m.
The media at the start line was the most I have ever seen. That was like the most hectic amount of people I have seen with cameras. It was like, did you guys get the shot? Because there's 700 of you.
Someone got the shot for sure.
Right. I hope so.
It's kind of fun. I feel like the last few years, I mean, I know that you guys have sort of grown with the sport. I mean, as all of us have with the broadcast, and we really see that, and it's a noticeable shift every year, right?
Right, for sure. This is like a whole new world for me, especially, but it's just, I like that the sport is growing. I like that there's more coverage, that everyone gets to watch this. It's so much more entertaining than just watching a little tracker on the screen. So it's fun to be here.
Totally. I mean, when I'm not, here, when I'm going to the rest of the course, I love tuning in and seeing it all. I love the comments. We've got people watching from all over the world, right?
Right. The comment section I've heard is really good. I don't always watch just because we have so much going on or like no service, but I've heard it's a fun time in there.
Oh, it is. Shout out to the comment section. I keep an eye on it as I'm going, and you guys are great. And I feel like that energy keeps all of us going. So yeah, we love our YouTube audience.
For sure. That's what keeps it going, right? It's like all of those people. So thank you all for being on here.
That's why we do this, right? This whole stupid sport, Okay, so you guys were out here last year. I know a lot has been said about Max's day getting to mile 238 and having to pull the plug. I remember seeing you guys at Whiskey Row on day one, and Max had his head in a bowl of eucalyptus trying to steam out whatever was going on, which smelled amazing, by the way. I feel like all races should come with a eucalyptus steam. But how are you feeling this year? Do you have a lot of deja vu? Do you feel like you're in a very different place? Like, how are you sort of resetting and going into this year after last year?
We came in with really good vibes. Max is obviously a lot healthier this time around. We went in, he started sick last year, which maybe wasn't the best idea, but you live and you learn. That's kind of how these all work. But yeah, we're all in a good spot. We're ready to be here and ready to go. I kind of blacked out last year just because it was like so hectic, and the mud and the rain and the weather, and it was just like one thing after another. Also, him being sick was not enjoyable, so it was just like really worrisome for me on my end. But everyone's in much better spirits, and like we were so excited to be here. I didn't get in until last night, so I'm just now kind of starting to soak it in. Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. We got in late last night too, and I feel like it's like, okay, we're in it now. We're here. Luckily, there's a lot of time to settle into the race. There's a lot of time.
A lot of waiting time, for sure. The waiting is the fun part.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's your role? Like, walk us through sort of like a day in the life for you over the next few days. I know you're not actually pacing, right? Or are you just like handling all of that?
No pacing for me. I would think it would be too stressful. Someone actually was messaging me today. I'm like Wendy with the Lost Boys. It's me and like all the pacers here. So I would rather just be kind of in control of getting us to where we need to be and like staying on track with all that Max needs and just like being there on time and kind of taking it day by day. Billy Garner's a big help to me. He's kind of like my right hand. So yeah, we're staying in it and we're staying prepared and we're as prepared as we can be. But everyone who is at these races knows that it's kind of game time decisions that get made. You know, it's different every time. So
it really is. I think being flexible is the name of the game at a race like this. I mean, you guys know from being at the Mammoth as well, like so many things can happen, but feels like Max has also got a lot of experience now at these races. Like he knows a thing or two about putting together a 200-mile plus race.
You know, he always says he hasn't had a good 200-mile race. There's always something that goes wrong, but I feel like that is the case for a lot of people. And we have learned a lot, and we kind of just take that into the next race. And I feel like this will be a good year, a good race for us. So it's experience slowly being learned. Yeah.
I feel like if you're waiting to have the perfect Cocodona or 250-mile plus experience, you're never going to have that, right? Like there's always going to be something.
No, we just have to jump into it and take it day by day and hour by hour and do our best. And the biggest thing I think is all of our attitude. Our crew is like really positive and we're really in it. And it's kind of, I call it like the bubble world. We're just in this bubble for 3 days or 4 days. And this is the only thing that exists. So we're all kind of really committed to it, which is nice.
It's actually my favorite part of these races. It's why I loved doing the Mammoth. It's like the 200-mile plus distance. You have so much time for that. And you are so present. Yeah. And it's like so special, right? Like what a gift to just be here and be where your feet are and to be just one step ahead. And like, what's the next challenge?
It's really a beautiful time spent with friends. And I'm lucky to have a good crew with me because if I didn't, I'd have a hard time. We have a lot of fun. There's a lot of chaos and we try to keep it light, which is important.
I think that is, I mean, I think you have to like the people you're with when you're going to be out here for so long. And I also think it's probably a good idea not to pace your significant other at these things. And I know, Audrey, the same thing for Jeff Peltier. She's not pacing him. I feel like whenever Billy and I try to pace each other, it's like when you know them too well, like you either are feeling so badly for how badly they feel. It's hard, right? Like
that. And I'm not sure I'd be quick enough, honestly. I leave it to the boys and I just like, I'd rather be there to be a little more on the nurturing end of like, what do we need when everyone comes in? And that goes for pacers and Max as well. So it's like just keeping everyone fed and alive.
Speaking of food, does Max have like a go-to like secret weapon if nothing's going down? Does he have like a favorite snack that's gonna turn things around for him?
He's pretty lucky with being able to get food down. That's like something that's like pretty easy for him, but
that's a superpower.
Right. He's I think it was Mammoth. He had mashed potatoes and broth in a cup and he really liked that. So we added that to the list this time, but it's a lot of like burritos. He likes McDonald's McGriddles, bean and cheese burritos from Taco Bell. It's like kind of whatever he's feeling and whatever we have, but also like good sources of protein and random other stuff. The typical ultra food.
Yeah, basically healthy diet, guys. We're all making healthy choices out here. The shout out to the instant potatoes, man. Like that saved my life.
They do, and I guess he liked it in the broth. I didn't taste it. I don't want to taste it, but it's all him.
It doesn't look good, but it goes down really well. So,
and the salt and the carbs, it's a good option.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you figure is going to be like a crux of the race for Max? If you were to look ahead in the next couple of days, like either a section of the trail or a time of the race that you think is just going to be like a hard moment, or do you really like not know until you get there?
It really is not until we get there, but it's typically day 2 for all these people, like the end of day 2, lack of sleep. If you're going to sleep, and then this will be his first time going over Eldon. I mean, he kind of looked at the course beforehand and was able to go do that, but that'll kind of be really exciting because that's right where he stopped last year. So I'm excited to get him there and see what happens.
It's kind of beautiful that he does it on his own, like as much as it's going to be challenging, but there's going to be something I think quite profound about that section for a lot of runners.
Yeah. And for him, I actually would like for him to go alone, which I kind of chatted with him about beforehand, because I know that you can send a pacer in, but I think that's like going to be his like comeback moment to kind of do it by himself. So super cool.
We're all really excited for Max. I mean, obviously seeing him have to DNF so close to the finish line and also seeing how hard he worked to get there. I know he poured his heart and soul into it. And so I know he's going to do the same out there this year. And yeah, we're all really just rooting for him to have the day that he deserves.
Right. Thank you so much. There's a lot of good people out there and it's a stacked field, but I just want him across the finish line in one piece. And that's my goal.
Good goal. I feel like that's a good A goal. Thank you, Mackenzie. Good to see you too. All right, we'll see you along the course. Yeah, it's so much fun just being out here, guys. Like, I love getting to see all the crews. I feel like Bumblebee is the perfect place to like ease into the day. The start line was so chaotic this morning. Like, you guys saw that footage, right? Like, the media presence, everything was just like amped up this year. And so I feel like here we get a chance to take a deep breath. All the crews are held until their runners are at mile 28. And so no one's going anywhere for a little bit. And it does feel like, yeah, we get to look around and see who's here. Like, you couldn't see anything in the dark this morning. It was all just a blur.
That's
How are you
great,
guys doing
Hillary.
over there? Yeah. I feel like here.
Hillary, of all the crews that you're seeing out there, is there one that's like stealing the show for just most excited, most amped up for Cocodona week, you know, that's just like producing a ton of energy out there?
I mean, great question. I feel like everyone's just starting to show up now, especially because there's a waiting game for a lot of people. But I saw a great tie-dye shirt collection at the start line, and I feel like I love a good like signature runner tee, you know, and I would love it if all the crews did that, because for one, it makes it really easy to identify, but also it's just really fun, right? And I just love it where you see someone has got like their runner face plastered all over their shirt. So if you're watching this and you have a runner running next year, I highly encourage you to get on the like shirt game early. It's a lot of fun. Heather Jackson's crew's out here, and I know they're really amped, and maybe I can steal someone from their crew in a little bit. I saw Devin Yanko floating around, and I know she's pacing later. There's some legends out here. I ran into Harold Subridis, which, you know, a lot of you guys will know from the film The Chase by Dylan Harris a couple years ago and his epic battle with Jeff Browning. And he said he's going to be pacing both Meg Eckert and Mika Thews, along with his partner. They're sort of crewing and pacing both of them, which I thought will be kind of fun, especially since they could end up being quite close together. We don't know. But yeah, I mean, there's just a wealth of knowledge out here, and a lot of the people that are running have got like A+ crews coming out to support them. And I think that's going to be pretty key later on in the race.
So Hillary, how does it work down there? So they get a race command calls down, and the crews are basically informed. Okay, you can head up to Crown King, and then they go. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to have to figure it out myself in a few minutes, AJW, so they let me out of here. But I think what happens is that they've got a little check-in station. You check in, obviously, with your runner bib or whatever, and then they give you a pass when you're allowed out of here, and then they check the pass on your way out of here before they let you go up the road to Crown King. And they give you an hour or whatever it is to get up there. So plenty of time to be there in front of your runner. I feel like I actually think it's a great system. Like, we have the live stream set up on a big TV screen here. We've got food being served at Bumblebee Ranch. I love the atmosphere here, and I'm just chatting with a bunch of the runners and crews. It sounds like people are pretty happy to be here, you know, like it's a great place to stay, and you can trust that you're not going to miss your runner. Like, you can keep an eye on them. We've got good cell phone coverage, and in a race this long where there's a lot of logistics, I feel like whenever you get a little section where the crew can take a break and everybody can just chill for a minute, it's kind of nice, especially day one, easing into the race. You know, we got a long ways ahead of us.
Well, and it's really smart too, because I mean, parking is really limited up at Crown King. You know, they don't want to overrun the town. This way, you know, it's a steady flow of people all through the day and into the night. But even the road itself, I mean, there's sections where it's really tricky to even have two-way traffic going through there. So good for the race for doing it, and I'm glad the crews are sort of embracing it and just taking it for what it is.
It's something I think Aravaipa does so well. Just like, I mean, shout out to everybody involved in putting this race on, but the logistics alone of having not only 400 runners, but 4x that with all the crews and media is so many people. And so coming up with these ways to sort of have everybody station places, to have porta potties here, to have facilities for the crew essentially so that they can crew their runners. So many moving parts that go into these races. And I do think Aravaipa is really thoughtful, about just making sure that the whole experience is good for everybody. Like you said, that road out to Crown King is not my favorite. It's pretty washboardy. It's basically an hour of that sort of like the whole way along, going 20 miles an hour if you're lucky. And then, you've got oncoming traffic and you're going around these little windy things and sort of like, do I need to lean on my horn when I go around the corner? So I think the way that it's being done is like the only way that we can really do this sustainably. And I'm not in a hurry to drive up that road. I don't think anyone is. That said, I am so excited to go out to Crown King in a little bit because that is the first crew accessible aid station that everyone gets, mile 36. Last year, it was crazy out there. That was where the weather was coming in. And, today it's actually kind of giving me the vibe of like, oh, it's a little overcast and almost feels like there's a bit of weather. I don't think it's coming in quite yet, but it's a bit of an interesting moment because we do get to check in. And I know there's always tracker issues with the race, especially with just like so many trackers going off. And so I think getting to actually see everyone come through and be like, okay, this is how they look. This is how they feel. We're going to be out there just talking to everybody again, talking to the crews and getting that sort of data on how runners are feeling. And also just seeing how everybody's pacing it, right? Like, I know you guys have been talking about that a lot on the broadcast, but just how fast everyone's going. And it's the topic of conversation every year, right? Like, are we doing this too fast? Are they going out too fast? It's really hard to say in the moment.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, yeah. So Hillary's coming to us from Bumblebee Ranch, the staging area for crews to head up to Crown King. Well, Hillary, we'll let you go. I don't know if you have time to grab another crew or you might have to start getting organized to get up to Crown King. You'll just let us know.
I'll see if I can grab you one more.
All right.
Stay
Sounds
tuned.
good.
Thanks, Hillary.
See you guys in a bit.
Yeah. Great stuff down there from Hillary Yang at Bumblebee Ranch. A major aid station at the Black Canyon races, and today the staging area for crews to head up to Crown King. And that is a windy, narrow road, so it's not for the faint of heart. You don't want to have, two sprinter vans facing off, on some big curve going around up there. So Hillary's given us great service. Of course, she'll be up at Crown King. Great service up there. And that's the first crew accessible aid station. The aid station is set up right in the yard, the side yard of the Crown King Saloon. Runners are provided food. It's great stuff.
Yeah, and Crown King is one of those where if you're a fan of the event before you run it, which I think everybody is through the live stream and through all the content that gets produced, that's one of the, outside of the finish line, that's your next moment where you walk into it and you feel like you're in a dream because you've seen the pictures, you've seen all the documentaries that have been made about this race, and then you enter that saloon or you enter that aid station and it's this surreal feeling where you're like, holy cow, I'm actually in this. If the first 10,000 feet of climbing didn't tell you that already, when you get to Crown King and see it, you realize it.
Yeah, and we did get, I know folks have continued to ask about Rachel Entrikin's tracker. We have received word she's going to get it reset up at Lane Mountain. That's the next time they get even close to civilization. So that's mile 34. We should be all set there. But we've gotten our eyes on Rachel a couple of times. She's running in the same area code as Courtney DeWalter at this point, right around mile 20, maybe a little bit after mile 20, doing just fine. So thank you for your concern in that, and we should get it resolved by Lane Mountain, and that gives us a whole 2.5 more days to be able to successfully track Rachel. Kevin Tedonio still in the lead, right about mile 21.
Yeah, and it looks like Rachel's tracker here.
It did. It
just popped.
It
Yeah.
looked like it just popped, just as I said that.
Yeah.
Right on. Running along with Killian Korth and George Cyrus and Adam Kimball and Joe McConaughey. Great interview there with Mackenzie, Max Jolliffe's crew. It was funny that she said she's not pacing, she's basically babysitting all the boys, I think was what she said. Just tuning in, Kevin Tadonio took the lead very early. We're thinking maybe mile 3 or 4 even, and is holding just under a mile lead over what looks like a chase pack of Rachel Entrekin, Killian Korth, George Cyrus, Adam Kimball, and Joe McConaughey, with Courtney Dauwalter just slightly behind that. Max Jolliffe, who we just heard from Mackenzie, his crew, Eder Ramirez, Cody Poskin, Zach Hauer, Elliot Chisholm, Heather Jackson, James Strayhorn, and Jeff Browning, with Mika Thews just a bit behind them and third place female.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to follow Adair this week. Obviously, he burst onto the scenes at Cocodona 250 last year, had a great race. His family, he kind of stole the show in terms of his performance as a dark horse that just had a phenomenal week. But also his family. There was an interview with his wife and his family, and of all the things that we had on the live stream last year, that was one of the more emotional, tear-jerking events, was the interview that we had with them, and just them talking about how proud they were of him, and how much it means to him and what it means to their family. And they've been active in the chat this morning as well. Adair's from Las Vegas, does a lot of running out here, just really threw down at Jackpot earlier this year, has some speed, has some wheels, and is proven in this 200 plus mile distance. Had a great race at Mammoth earlier this year too. I know that, he's out here wanting to compete, and has talked about wanting to be in that 60-hour threshold. So, there's a lot of names that have large social media followings that everybody's familiar with. But if you're not familiar with Adair, that's a name you need to watch. And he's got a real love for the game and a love for the sport, and he's a joy to have it on the course.
Yeah, Chris spoke about his sub 1340-ish 100-mile time at Jackpot. I mean, that's straight up foot speed. Also, I think it's interesting when a runner has success as sort of a dark horse no one's paying attention to, and then a year later you can't not pay attention to them, right? And who knows, people react differently to that. I doubt he necessarily feels pressure. He knows what he can do. He's probably going to run his own race, trying to be in that 60-hour threshold area. But it's interesting. I think different people react differently to that. And yeah, I think one thing you're probably likely to see is that I don't think he'll make any early mistakes. I don't think he'll make an early mistake trying to run with people he shouldn't be with now. I don't think he'll get caught up in the moment. I think he'll probably, just given that foot speed, I wouldn't be surprised if whatever the gap is at Crown King, if it closes somewhat for whoever's in front, if Adair gets closer by the time they get to Whiskey Row, because that section, that Senator Highway section, really, it's a chance to open it up after 7-8 hours of pretty much climbing. You get out of Crown King. Now, you might not know this. Now there's a shorter route out of Crown King. So you don't go all the way up to the Towers Mountain. You'd make this little shorter route out right behind the saloon. And then you hit the Senator Highway actually a little bit earlier than you did before. Yeah. And it's 11.2 miles, 11.2 of Senator Highway. Now, it's not a highway. It's a single lane dirt road. It's mud, it's rutted, but the elevation change is a couple hundred feet here, a couple hundred feet there. And so it'll be interesting to see, to your point earlier about this being a runner's race, that's really the first time that runner's race thing can be a factor.
Yeah. Yeah, and Adair you know, one of the things that he talked about, and I think it applies to everybody that is running this race for a second or third time. You know, last year's race was closer to like 256, 257 miles all in. This year's race, slightly shorter, around 253, right? You're not going to have the mud. And so, you know, talking with him before the race, his thing was like, oh, I think I can obviously pick up a little bit of time just on slightly shorter distance versus last year. And then not having the mud complications a little bit, you know, and with him being more of a desert runner and used to those hotter, drier conditions, that's more favorable for a guy like Adair, right? And so, you know, it's going to be fun to watch that and see, you know, what he is able to do consistently throughout the week. To your point, he's not a guy that's going to make a huge move in the beginning, but I guarantee you he will be there at the end.
Absolutely. Hey, we've got Hillary. Hillary was able to track down one more crew. Heather Jackson's crew is with Hillary. So Hillary, we're going to send it down to you at Bumblebee Ranch.
It is dry down here. We were just saying, all right, good to be back here again with Devin Yanko, who is out here with Heather Jackson, obviously one of the favorites on the women's side of the field. And we're very excited to see how Heather's race plays out with the first 200-mile distance. And we were just chatting before we hopped on here. It's your third time pacing and crewing Heather at not quite 200 miles, but quite long races.
Yeah. I helped her we met at Javelina when she ran her first ultra. And then the next year I came back and I helped her and pace her to the win there. So that was super exciting. And just recently I helped her out at Desert Rats.
So you're saying you have a very good track record of helping Heather Jackson do well at her races.
Yeah, thus far I'm 2 for 2. So that is a little bit of pressure coming into this kind of distance in which it's the unknown completely for her. And, you know, it's exciting though.
It is exciting. So what's your role going to be this week with her?
I mean, I am pacing up a lot. I have 2 very long sections, so I'm splitting up into 2 40-mile sections. And we have a small but mighty crew, so I will definitely be helping out on the crewing side and everything else, and hopefully getting at least 5 minutes of sleep somewhere in there for myself.
I mean, that's about all we are all going to ask for this week, right? It's not the easiest week to crew and pace. I feel like it's its own ultra in and of itself. What are you really excited about being out at Cocodona?
I mean, I've always been curious about the distance for myself. And so I think it's a good way of towing in without committing fully. But I think I really love supporting people, and I think that's essential to being a part of the community and showing up for other people. It's not just about my own race and being out there. Like, I think that's what the community was founded on, was us showing up for each other. And that's really important to me. And I'm glad I can be here to do that over many, many days.
And I do feel like, I mean, you're such a veteran of the sport and you've been around so many ultras of different lengths. I also remember at Further, that was really fun to get to see you there a few years ago, the Lululemon event. And I know you were pushing into these crazy distances. And do you feel like you've sort of learned a lot from your own journey that you're going to help apply to Heather's race? Because this is a big step up for her as well.
Yeah, I mean, Further definitely helped with some of the mental side. I mean, the logistics, I didn't have to do anything at Further, which was glorious. But I actually remembered when I was driving down here that I also helped Corinne Malcolm set the FKT on the TRT. And so that was more similar to this scenario because I crewed her for many miles at start, many miles at finish, and crewed for, just under 2 days. So I feel like that experience really does help, just at least conceptually.
Right. Yeah. You have a small idea of where things could go and maybe how to dig out of that. What's something that's in your back pocket as a piece of advice or something that you're going to use when things get hard or when the sleep deprivation hits for Heather out there? Do you have sort of some stuff lined up?
I definitely have some things that I have thought through that I will implement. And honestly, crewing her at Javelina, I really didn't have to pull out many tricks because basically I just ran and she followed. And I know that it's going to take more motivation, but I also think that in these darker moments, she actually hasn't had somebody there with her. And so I'm I have all the tricks available. No one's implemented these on her yet. And so it's just, trying to feel out what tactic is going to work. And ultimately, I know she's committed. And so it's just finding that way to get her to take the next step and the next step.
Well, and I feel like I love the fact that you guys are going to be out there together because, for one, I feel like I love the fact that you guys are going to be out there together because, for one, it's always such a privilege to share miles with someone like Heather Jackson and to just you get so much time, right? And that's really exciting. And to your point, she's such an experienced athlete. She might not have done a 200-mile by foot, but she's certainly done it on a gravel bike and knows what it takes to do this on an endurance level. Do you have like a favorite snack or like a go-to that you're gonna like keep around either for you or for Heather when things kind of go south on the nutrition front? Because that is definitely a hard part of these races too.
I mean, I have all the candies. I really like gummy bears. Also, I'm really excited that Precision is debuting their watermelon shoes out there.
I hadn't heard that. Oh my God.
They are out there. I saw one in the draw and Heather's bag that she got, and Rachel had given me some on a training run recently, and they are delightful. So I'm excited just to hoard those.
You know, it's funny. I heard rumors that there was a new flavor coming out. I know Rachel Drake was talking about it at Madeira, but she couldn't tell me what it was. So I'm excited. This is very exciting. Yeah, I mean, it's always a challenge to get nutrition down, but shout out to Precision. They are the sponsor of Cocodona, and it's great to have solid nutrition out here. Last sort of parting thoughts on the sleep front, because that is such a big part of this. What are your feelings on dirt naps? Do we love them? Do we try to do like the more structured ones? Are you going to push for just like wherever you can take it, you get it?
I think we're definitely going to take it where we can get it, and like learning from. Actually, we worked with a sleep scientist at Further, and so I don't have really a fear of like sleep or like banking sleep. It's kind of like sleep when you are ready to sleep, go to sleep, and that's the answer.
I think that's so right. And I know a lot of people talk about trying to sleep in a van or whatever and tossing and turning. So I am on that page with you. Dirt naps for the win. It's so fun to see you out here, Devin. It's such a pleasure. It feels like a little reunion of just like all my favorite people. And I know I'm going to get to see you a bunch, but thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Hey, Hillary, can I ask?
Oh, we have a question.
Ask Devin a question?
Yeah. Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Well, Devin has to go, but one question from AJW. Okay.
Will Devin? This is a huge challenge for Devin. Will she, in fact, run out of something to talk about?
Oh, okay. The question is a big challenge for you. Will you run out of things to talk about when you're out there with Heather?
No one talks more than AJW. Come on.
Touche. All right. On that note, she's out. Mic drop.
Nice, Devin. Nice. That was great, Hillary.
Touche.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Yeah. You know, I feel like that's sort of my cue to wrap things up here, guys. Like we're starting to get the signal to head out to Crown King. So thanks for hanging out with us at Bumblebee. It's a lot of fun, and we're going to go catch all the front runners coming through mile 36, first cruise stop at Crown King shortly. So yeah, back to you guys in the studio. Have fun. See you soon.
Thanks, Hillary. See you up at Crown King.
Yeah, that's awesome. I learned a little bit about Heather on the distance to empty kind of pre-race shows that I didn't know, and one of them was that she was a big time hockey player. And you know had a shot at making the U.S. Olympic team in 2006, which is pretty incredible. And then that's kind of what springboarded her into the endurance space. So really excited to follow Heather, all week. She's won 6 Ironman triathlons, just a beast in the endurance sport. And for her to be taking on 200 miles here, especially with the smile that she brings, it's just like infectious of how happy she is. And that's a great addition to this year's roster of athletes running this iconic race.
I remember the first time Heather ran Javelina, and she took off the front. I think at one point she had maybe a 25-minute lead in the women's race, and Chris and I were doing the live stream then. It was the 2022 Javelina, and all of a sudden on the chat, all of these people who'd never seen an ultra trail race before came on the chat.
Yeah.
They were all people who follow Heather's triathlon career.
Yeah.
I mean, Heather, I'm dating myself on this, but Heather, we learned later, has like an Anton Krupicka type following in triathlon. She has has long had a successful YouTube channel and and in that same way, that smile, that enthusiasm, that saying hi to everybody. I know that I connected my son Logan, who's a cycling journalist and a competitive gravel cyclist, with Heather and her partner Waddy, going out to Unbound and some of the other gravel races. She's just incredible, and like so many people in the sport, gives so much of herself to us all. So it's funny. Devin really did get a zinger on me there.
Yeah, I feel like you have to put into the pot, even though you didn't say one of the words.
For butchering that one. But I'm also going to take this moment. It is time for me to sign off. We're getting to the top of the hour. We're just about at 9 o'clock. And so I know, Caleb, you're going to be here for a few more hours, and Claire Farrow, who's a veteran of these live streams, is here in the house, and I'm going to transition out. I will be back this evening at 6 o'clock with Chris and I, our first evening of Aravaipa After Dark. But until then, I leave the microphone in the capable hands of Caleb and Claire. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much, AJW. A pleasure to be able to share the mic with you and listen to you on these live streams. Such an iconic voice for Cocodona 250 in this great race. Here we can see, not sure who these athletes are right now, but kind of making their big climb up on their way to Crown King. Again, we'll talk about it. The cloud coverage, prime running conditions for the folks out there right now, tackling this big ascent up to Crown King. Again, 11,000 feet of climbing in the first 34, 35-ish miles. All right, so hopefully you all are enjoying Cocodona coverage day one. We're going to throw it to a commercial here as we welcome in Claire Farrow. We'll be right back with y'all. Stay tuned. Welcome back to day one of Cocodona 250 2026. I am your host, Caleb Stevens, here with the co-host, Claire Farrow. Claire, welcome to the live stream. Welcome to day one. How are you feeling?
I am so pumped to be here. I'm so excited to be back. Cocodona last year on the mic was my first time out, and I just had such a great time, so I'm super thrilled to be back.
Yeah, it's been a fun race so far. Great conditions out there for the folks. We've had a chance to check in with a number of the athletes out on the course, tons of different interviews, which has been a blast to follow along, and we'll get some more of that great content all throughout today. Here you can see we've got the live shot, the drone footage of the big climb up to Crown King, some of these big sweeping views. You can see more of the technical terrain that the course has to offer is in this first, 35 miles of the course. Very chunky conditions. You'll see the runners have their poles out as they're navigating this. Big part of today is just kind of preserving yourself and getting ready. There's a lot of very runnable miles on the back half of this course. Even once you get past Crown King, it becomes much more runnable. So the runners that are able to kind of maintain their composure here in the early stages and just kind of safeguard their legs a bit are going to do very well in the back half. In terms of where we stand, we've got kind of a jumbled pack all at around mile 21. So we've got 8 to 10 folks that are all kind of in that mix. Not a clear front runner right now. We did have Kevin Tadino go out pretty fast earlier today.
Someone's got to do it, you know?
Yeah, somebody had to do it. He will be able to tell everybody that he led several miles of day one, Cocodona 250. We'll see how that strategy holds up in the long haul. And then we've got Joe McConaughey right behind him and Adam Kimball. Rachel Entrekin, her tracker is pinging now. We had some misses there on the tracker earlier in the race, but it's back. It's working. You can see her in the track leaders tracker, and then also Courtney is right there with her as well. So all the folks that we expected to be at the top of the field are at the top of the field right now, and it's been a fun day of coverage so far. What are you most looking forward to kind of day one? What are you watching for?
Day one, I'm just kind of interested to see, you know, we have already obviously had someone kind of make a big move at the start, but I'm just interested to see who stays with kind of a pack and who, if anyone, ventures out on their own to try to really put some space between them and everyone else on day one, and whether or not that pays off for them later.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, we've talked a little bit about the favorable conditions. I think that's kind of encouraging folks to run a little bit faster than you would typically see on a really hot day. Even last year's conditions, they were great on day one and then kind of deteriorated into the back half of the week. Is there a runner that you're most excited to see on the men's or women's side of how they're going to approach day one and what the strategy is there?
I don't know about day one specifically. I'm a big Rachel fan. I think she's the best. So I'm excited to see, especially like her and Courtney again, whether or not Rachel can beat Courtney this year. You know, I'm really interested to see how that plays out on the women's side, because I think they're both so incredible, like such incredible athletes, and also at these types of races. Like obviously, you know, Rachel's going for a third win, and Courtney, you know, is no stranger to 200 milers. I mean, she did them years and years and years back. So
yeah, going for the three-peat, Rachel. That's going to be super interesting. Courtney and Rachel both went head-to-head earlier this year at Chianti. Courtney edged out the win right at the end. Had been doing a lot of marathon work at the back half of last year, and I think you saw some of that foot speed that she had worked on in kind of the closing stretches of that race. We'll be really interested to see what her strategy looks like this year. Obviously, last year had the setback at Mingus and having to drop out of the race there. But has talked a little bit about just how she's grown as a runner over the last, let's say, year, and just the excitement level that she now has of kind of returning to the roots of doing some of that marathon training and some different types of running, right? Versus just all the long kind of 100+ mile distances that can be really taxing. And so finding fun again in the training, and excited to see how she parlays that into Cocodona 2026 this year.
Yeah. Well, and also I feel for the 200+ mile distance, we are still figuring out kind of how do you train for that the best. You know, like everyone has so many different strategies. So I am interested to see, like, you know, does that marathon and that speed training kind of pay off for this stuff? Or do you need to be doing super long, super slow training? Like, what is the best way to do this? Because I think we are still figuring that out.
Yeah. Do you lean one way or the other in terms of what you think would be most beneficial for training for a race like this?
I think it honestly kind of depends on the person. Like for someone at the front of the pack, I do think that sort of working on speed, because you need to be efficient because you are going to be running so much, versus someone maybe in the middle or back of the pack who is going to be spending a lot more time hiking.
Yeah.
Train that, you know, like I think it does always come down to specificity. It's just trying to figure out what exactly your specificity is for that race.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think to me, there's a sweet spot there of it's like 100 miler training just a little bit more. I don't think you need to go and spend long days in the mountains if you have them around you, or on the treadmill, you know, 3 days a week doing massive climbing. And I also don't think you need to over-index it and do a ton of speed work. But I think like being a well-rounded athlete, you know, working towards fitness and then having those really long days to just get used to the time on feet. There's a a balance there with a Cocodona, because truly, once you get through day one, it's such a runner's race. The terrain is great. There's a lot of kind of, Jeep road running that's mixed in there, and some nice smooth, single track as you get up towards Flagstaff and whatnot. So this is really the one section that you have to tackle that's a little more technical, and you're going to be able to do it on fresh legs and a clear mind, right? Hopefully you got a good night's rest the night before the race, knock this thing out, and then it's just smoother, easier miles for the back half of the race.
Just hope and pray you got the legs for it.
Yeah. So again, the beautiful drone coverage that we've got out on the course here, the big climb. One of the other things to consider, we've touched on a couple of times this morning, but I think it's worth calling out. There's only 2 spots where runners are going to be able to see their crews in the first 75 miles, right? And so what does that mean? Well, one, it means, you need to be able to leverage the aid stations for nutrition and hydration, your drop bags that you've got kind of throughout. But 2, and I think even more importantly, mentally, you have to protect yourself. You don't have that security blanket or that safety blanket of folks that you really trust that are in your corner, being able to kind of keep you calm and composed or help you troubleshoot issues. You have to do it yourself on day one.
Yeah. Which, I guess better to have that day one when you're fresh versus day 2, day 3, when you're 100 plus miles in, having to do that.
Yeah, there's a good question here in the chat. Do you think Courtney and Rachel have a plan to work together until a certain mile, right? Do you see folks at the top of the field leveraging each other to kind of team up and then start racing at a certain point? Or do you think it's really just run your own race the entire time, and if you just so happen to be with somebody, so be it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they are hanging together. I don't think it's probably a solidified plan that they went into, but I could imagine for sure, if you are around the same pace as someone, you might as well just hang with them for a bit, get into an aid station, maybe see if you can edge them out there, or just keep a buddy, especially again in this part of the race where you aren't seeing your crew for a long time. I feel like maybe it could be nice to chat a while with someone.
Yeah, and that's a great point. As you think about the multi-day races, there's strategy when it comes to running and navigating the course, but then there's also strategy in how do you navigate the aid stations. And I don't mean, yes, how quickly you go in and out, but if you have to rest, or if you want to try to slip out, if you want to not be seen, right? If you don't want folks to know that you're going to take a nap. Do you do it at the aid station, or do you do it on a dirt nap, right? There's all this gamesmanship. It's the game within the game when it comes to a race like this, because those front of the packers, those leaders, they don't want their competitor to necessarily know that they're tired or that they're feeling it, right? And I was listening to Dan Green talk about his experience last year, and he brought up in Sedona, one of the things, he was in there with Ryan Sands, and one of the things that he did was he was slamming down burgers, and he was trying to do it in a happy way.
Yeah, you got to put off that, I'm doing so well, you don't even want to try me.
Yeah, and he said, I wasn't really feeling as great as I was projecting, but Ryan wasn't able to eat in that same way. Yeah, and he knew if I can do this, then maybe I'll have a leg up mentally as I leave Sedona. And so that is going to be interesting to watch as we see all these aid stations, especially as the front of the packers, approach Crown King here in the next few hours.
Everyone's got to start working on code words with their crew.
Exactly. Yeah, and you want a crew too, whether you're at the front of the pack or the back of the pack, it doesn't matter. You need a crew that can kind of read you and can understand your body language, your expressions, and honestly, anybody that you have in your life that can kind of read your mind without you needing to say a word, that's the type of person that you want on your crew to navigate days like today.
I feel like when it comes to crew and pacers, I either need someone who knows me extremely, extremely well or not at all. There's being in the middle ground for some reason just doesn't work that well. It just has to be one of the two.
Yeah. if you were to do a race like Cocodona, what type of pacers would you look for? Not crew, but pacers out on course.
Well, I already know that I would need my friend Katie because she paced me at Run Rabbit Run for what was supposed to be maybe like 6 hours and ended up being about 15. She saved my life and I owe her a life debt. So she would be on that team for sure. But I think mostly I look for someone who tries to not let me throw myself a massive pity party every 2 minutes. It's extremely critical and just kind of is a little bit mean.
I agree. Yeah, in a race like this, it helps too to have some diversity in terms of how a pacer will deal with you. I think it's good to have somebody that can speak softly to you and give you a shoulder to, cry on or whatever if you need it. Like, it's good to have that
little
person.
breakdown.
It's also good to have the person that's going to kick you in the butt and say, hey, you signed up for this.
Yep.
I took an entire week off of work to help you move. Like, we're not doing this. So you need that balance. And that's where somebody like a crew chief, is so vital because they can kind of help read the situation and put people in the right positions to be successful and help the runner.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have Kevin Goldberg in the chat. Kevin, one of the hosts of the Distance to Empty podcast. They did a fantastic job really setting the stage for the field over the last month and a half. In-person interviews or with athletes that are projected to be at the top of the field, helping to kind of give followers of this race some insights into what to expect and how the elites in the top of the field are going to be navigating race day. Kevin in the chat here is in the process of setting up the MBA, which is a basketball league that is going to be
excited for this.
at the top of Mingus. So, historically, Kevin's always taken a shot. There's basketball courts up at the top of Mingus at the aid station, one of the best aid stations on the course, a place that can really lift your spirits up with the food that they have up there and just kind of the community up there. But this basketball league, from everything that he has said about it, they've got jerseys, they've got shirts, they've got multiple sizes of basketballs, and then wherever runners shoot from when they get up to the aid station, and it's voluntary, but if you want to take a shot or a few shots, there's a scoring system, and they're going to keep track of who scores the most points of all the Cocodona runners. So what are your thoughts on that?
Man, my thoughts, I'm thrilled to see. I hope a lot of people participate. I really hope a lot of the top of the field participates. I'm really interested to see if there's a way we can do some sort of, not like cross-country scoring, but you combine your basketball score with your place in the field and see who has the best score of those. I think that would be really interesting.
That would be epic, yeah.
Who scores the best on basketball and also places best in the overall field, balancing the two equally important priorities.
I do think there was a question, will there be an MBA live cam? I do think we will have some coverage out there for sure. Yes, we will. So that'll be fun. Somebody asked me earlier, what are your thoughts on that? How should somebody go about shooting the baskets and doing all that? My only point of caution to the runners is just don't try to cross somebody over and go down with a DNF due to.
There is going to be at least one person
somebody's
who
going to try to dunk
because of the and you know what? That's a choice you make. That's the risk, and I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, imagine you trained for Cocodona, you did all this, and then you go into work following the race, and somebody's like, I heard you didn't finish. And you're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, you took a hard fall on the trails. No, I tried to dunk at the top of Mingus and went down with an injury.
I think out of all the reasons to DNF, that is a pretty good one. Because it makes for a really good story. Just as long as you can laugh at yourself and be like, no, yeah, I'm actually an idiot. And that one's on me.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good question in the chat. Do you have any dark horses or underdogs in the field this year?
I mean, I do feel like I'm hoping there is a Dan Green situation where no one, someone who people weren't giving a huge shout to get up there. In the men's field, Zach Hauer, I wouldn't say is a dark horse, but he hasn't been getting as much love as everyone else. DJ Fox also is one of my picks. And for the women, I would say Lila, I don't know how to say her name, but she's been on my list, I would definitely say. As someone from the East Coast, I hope she does well.
Yeah, I really like Adair. I mean, he had a great race here last year. I don't know, he's not a dark horse, but I don't think he's as well known.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with you.
And so it's kind of one of those where doesn't have a massive social media following. If you're a casual observer of the sport, you might not be familiar with him, but he's so solid. He's so steady. DJ Fox is interesting as well. He came in 7th last year here at Cocodona. And one of the interesting storylines of this race every year is just the variety of backgrounds that folks have.
Yeah.
And DJ Fox has definitely that. He won the world's toughest mudder, which is a 24-hour kind of endurance race with obstacles and things like that, and was heavy on weightlifting and strength training, and then had a sickness basically, and lost a lot of the muscle mass that he had put on, and started to convert into trail running and ultra running. And it was actually through when he was sick, an Instagram post that he saw from Cam Haynes that kind of encouraged him on the ultra running trail running front to give it a go. And he had a really good race here last year. Again, finished 7th. Tough back half of the race for DJ Fox. And he talked a little bit about that too, of just like needing to understand his body and when he needs a rest, being able to kind of lay down, even if it's just a short 10 or 15 minute nap, right? Being able to reset versus just continuing to push through, where it's kind of that law of diminishing returns, right? And so that was something that he talked about incorporating into this year's race and being a little bit more disciplined. But he's got goals here of really swinging for the fences with this race. So yeah, I think that could be a good pick as well.
Yeah, I saw some mentions in the chat of Mika as a dark horse, which I wouldn't classify her as a dark horse. I mean, that was only a couple years ago she was here and was hours ahead of Rachel for a while. And I wouldn't at all consider her a dark horse. I would consider her a solid contender.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges as the women's field just continues to get deeper and deeper and deeper is, with a Courtney and obviously with a Rachel, they have so much weight to the name.
Yeah.
And so it's easy for folks to consider somebody like Amika a dark horse just because it doesn't have as much notoriety on the name front. But yeah, she's an animal. She knows this race. She knows this course. She's had some unfortunate setbacks in previous years. But they're kind of these weird freak things that have happened in the past for her, where if she can run a good, clean race and just control the controllables, and if everything kind of plays out, yeah, she's definitely in contention for a podium spot for sure. We've got Trail Gangstas in the chat. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. Shout out to all the teachers that are streaming Cocodona in their classrooms this week. We appreciate you all. We appreciate you all for the work that you do in the communities with students, and all the students that are listening. You know, if you have dreams one day of doing something incredible, whether it's a Cocodona or being an astronaut or whatever it is that you want to do, just know that you can do it and keep working hard. Just like all these runners out here have been working so hard to take on this incredibly challenging course and this amazing event. Okay, so here on the screen, we've got M1, which is Kevin. Kevin Tedonio. Kevin's really been leading this race from the start. Very, very aggressive approach to the start of Cocodona 250 here. He started to really separate probably mile 2 or 3 from what we saw. It's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, we can check on the live tracker, but he just left the aid station. So make a note of that. About 4:24 is when he strolled in there. So we'll get a good chance to see the actual separation that he has from the rest of the pack. Running a very fast and hard race early. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, if you can do that, it's one of those things really, it's hard to say whether it's a good idea or a bad idea in the moment, because if he can keep it up, I mean, it's an incredible idea because the weather's great. If you can run hard from the start and hold on to that for all 250 miles, that's a great way to win a race. But I mean, that you're also in for a really rough last 200 to whatever miles if you can't hold on to that. So it's one of those things. I do wonder if a name we knew more was doing the same thing, if people would just be saying, oh, well, clearly he has a plan, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that last year with Harry. Went out pretty hard, pretty fast, and had some separation there. He had a very aggressive race going at the start of last year's race. You know, typically it doesn't lend itself well in such a long race, but we'll see. This race has gotten faster and faster every single year. And this may be the year that, you know, an aggressive approach like this works. Kevin is 43 years old. He won the Crown King Scramble 50K, a well-known historic race here in the Phoenix area. Finished that race. It's got a lot of climbing. Kind of mimics what the racers are experiencing out here at the first half of this race. Finished this in 4 hours and 13 minutes. Again, that was a 50K, the Crown King Scramble. And then also earlier in the year won the Sycamore Canyon 100K in California in a time of 10:26:40. So he is undefeated this year. We'll see how the strategy holds up. Again, he crossed through this kind of water station, left the aid station about 2.5 minutes ago. So we've got eyes on this, and we'll see how soon, you know, folks like Courtney, Joe McConaughey, Rachel, all of them come through. So the folks in the chat, thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for celebrating Cocodona Week with us. We love the comments that you guys are leaving. Appreciate you helping to build this community and tuning in. If you have any questions for Claire and I, let us know. This stage of the race it can be difficult to cover at times just because of how remote it is and what these sections kind of look like. We will have a lot of incredible shots here. The runners are, the front of the pack are getting closer and closer to Crown King. So that'll be an action-packed segment for sure. Kind of this in-between phase, it can be a little bit difficult at times. So we're doing everything we can to bring you all the coverage possible. And we'll get you as many shots of the front of the pack as we can get them. And they'll be coming through here soon as well. So that'll be another high action moment.
Yeah.
But if you have any questions for us, let us know.
Yeah, if you want to see more action, hit up the elites and tell them to run faster. It's my only suggestion.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll love that.
Yeah, this is, so 2024, great question. This was where the shed was broken into and some of the water was actually removed. So typically you can fill up 1 liter here. And that year, because somebody had stolen some of the water, it was reduced down to half a liter. That was the race year that I actually did it. And I remember coming into this and I was so ready for water. It was pretty hot. And the gentleman that runs this said, hey, you can only have 1 liter. And I thought he was kidding. And the look on my face when I realized he wasn't was probably the saddest look I've ever made. But you learn to get through it. In these 200s, you have to expect the unexpected, and you just have to be able to roll with the punches.
We did have a question in the chat of what the hardest segment is for the first day.
Yeah, it's definitely this climb. It's the climb that you guys have seen these sweeping drone shots of. It's just kind of relentless. It's not a super runnable section for most of it. There's a lot of what I would call ankle grabbers out there, a lot of rocks that you're going to kick. And so your feet can become uncomfortable quick, some tripping hazards. And when the sun is out, which right now it's still very, very overcast, so fortunate for the runners, when it heats up out there, it can be very challenging too. So I would say great conditions for the folks that are running today. But yeah, the climb, once you get to Crown King, you can really settle in, but the first 35-ish miles up to that is pretty challenging.
Yeah, for all the questions about where Jeff Garmeyer is, yes, his tracker is, we think, not working correctly because I don't think he managed to get to the coast of Africa since the start. But they will figure that out. He is on course somewhere. Do we know what mile this is at? Someone's asked.
Yeah, I think this is around mile 22, I believe it is. Somewhere in that range, 22, 23.
Oh, I also got a question for us. If we could pace one racer today for just a half marathon, who and why?
Yeah, you want to take that first?
I mean, Rachel probably, because again, I think she's a hoot. And we have a lot of mutual friends because we both ran in the same part of Alabama for a while. So I would love to run with her for 13 miles and chit chat about that. And also, I would like to ask her some advice about the Pinhoti 100. I don't think she's actually done it, but again, it's the same part of Birmingham. So.
All right, here we go. We've got Killian Korth and Joe Stringbean McConaughey coming into the aid station. This is just about 9 minutes after our M1 went through. And this looks like Rachel coming in. All right, here we go. We've got kind of the chase pack here, all coming into the aid station. Everybody's looking good, looking fresh, obviously. Joe's got that signature smile on his face that he always has. Same thing with Rachel. And for the audiences, you guys are watching this, every aid station footage that we've got, make sure, just pay attention to how efficient these elite runners are. There's a lot of things that you can learn as you're watching a race like this, and you can kind of incorporate into your own running for ultras. Whether you're a back of the packer or a mid packer, you can still pick up really great learnings from these incredible athletes. Joe, Killian, and Rachel all in and out very quickly. Again, about 9.5 minutes or so behind our M1.
They're just rolling in now.
Yeah, a lot of the folks in the chat are cheering on Joe Stringbean McConaughey. Joe just became a new dad, which is super exciting for him. Obviously, a previous Cocodona 250 winner, and then was featured in the chase 2 years ago. Hard not to root for a guy like Joe.
Yeah.
And, he's really built for a race like this. I think he's definitely the favorite on the men's side, with his experience, his skill level, all of it. He knows how to run this race. He knows the terrain. He's built for these long, grueling days. And an equal part of Joe that I think is just as impressive is just his mindset. He's not a guy that's going to overly stress. He's very loose and flowy with it, and he can absorb the unknowns when they happen in a way that a lot of runners can't.
Yeah. And I mean, I haven't obviously run 200 plus miles, but I do feel like that mental side is just so important for stuff this long. So.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Courtney?
Yeah, there we go.
Courtney DeWalter coming in, our F2.
So I think Courtney's just about maybe 2 minutes or so behind Rachel there. The signature smile.
And shorts.
Yeah, it's shorts, the shorts. Oh, Courtney with the wave to the camera, excited to see everybody. She talked about prior to the race, just her excitement levels that her family back in kind of the Midwest area, how cool it is that they're able to follow along in a race like this and just be a part of so much of her journey in a race like this and see things that, in a lot of other races, close family and friends wouldn't be able to see, and that kind of arc of both the good times and the challenging times that come in a race like this. So it's cool to see somebody like Courtney who is at the top of the game, right, of all of it, who still embraces the live stream in a way that, somebody who isn't at her level, still has that same joy for it.
Mhm.
And so it's neat to see her celebrate the live stream in the way that she did leading up to the race. All right, is that Max?
Yeah, that's Max.
All right, so here we've got our first Max sighting. Max is about 13 minutes off of M1. Had a chance to hear from his crew earlier today. Max looks good. That was probably the fastest in and out that we've seen here at the water station. Max had a tough end to his race last year. Had to medically drop, and no doubt is coming back with some kind of unfinished business and excited to take this race on.
Ooh.
Good morning. How we doing? Good. You're good.
That Heather
From
Jackson?
here.
Yep, that's Heather
8-10
Jackson.
Lane.
Okay, cool.
Yep. About 7 miles of climbing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Morning. Good morning.
I think that's Zach Hauer.
How you doing?
Yeah, we had a chance to hear from
Yeah.
Devin Yanko earlier today. She's going to be out there pacing and crewing Heather. If you're not familiar with Heather, just a long storied history with triathlons and Ironmans.
Nice thing. Yeah. We'll see ya.
She set the fastest all-time Ironman by an American woman, and she finished third at Kona. She retired from triathlon in 2022, and then that's really when she made the jump over to the ultra scene, where she's really just kind of lit it on fire with the races that she's done. Has had some really incredible performances. Finished 7th at Western States. Has a background. Interesting thing is in ice hockey. Tried to make the 2006 women's Olympic roster and was close, but it didn't make that. But has talked in the past about just how much that experience has helped her to really buckle down when she needs to in training and in preparing for races like this. And so she's not done a 200 miler like this in the past running, but she has done long gravel cycling races where she's been on the bike for multi-days. And so she's got definitely the mental fortitude for something like this, but it's going to be interesting to see how she kind of takes her fitness and as a runner and is able to apply it to the Cocodona race course. But she's definitely built for a race like this. And just her personality, she's always so positive, you know, and that can carry you so far in a multi-day.
Good morning. Hello. How we doing? Great. How are you? Excellent. Man. Give you a liter here if you need it. I will. How do they get this water here? You'll bring it down. Yeah, I figured. We'll bring the jugs out at the end.
I think this is Zach Hauer here. Is that right?
No, Zach went through a little bit ago with Heather.
Oh, this is Cody. Cody Poskin. Yeah. Yep. This is Cody Poskin.
Remember, this live stream is on if you wanted to say hi there. Cool. You got 8 miles, about seven of climbing, and then 1 mile into.
Cody looks thrilled.
Thanks for being out here, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Cody
you.
brought the
Man,
juice last year as
Go,
well.
Cody.
Just
Go, baby.
He has such a
super
good
happy,
attitude.
excited.
He's back again. Oh, man.
I remember last year in his runner survey, he was asking the announcers to help him find a girlfriend.
Oh wow, yeah.
So I think at the time we were soliciting people in the chat.
Looking good.
And do we know how that worked out?
I don't actually know if anything came of it.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get an update from Cody.
Yeah.
It's like 10 miles from 8. Okay. 7 climbing, and if I don't get the full thing, I can just half there. Yeah. That's good. Perfect. Yeah. Very fair. There.
Yeah, Cody's a recent Ole Miss
All right.
grad.
Nice to see you. Cloud cover, yeah, you too. We'll see you at the course. Yeah. Weather's perfect. And not complain. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, maybe the trail is a little bit more loose than last year. It did seem rocky because of the water, obviously. But it's good. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, nice job.
Yeah, and I think that was Ed Air right there that just came through. We've talked about him quite a bit. He's finished at a high level last year. Kind of went toe to toe with Rachel at the end of the race. So good to see him coming through. Just about 21 minutes back of M1. On the women's side, we've seen Courtney come through here. We've seen Rachel come through here. Rachel was about 2 minutes ahead of Courtney. Still waiting on F3.
Oh no, Heather was F3.
Oh yeah, yep. My apologies there. Yeah, so this aid station is at mile 24.7. Big thanks to Aid Station Fireball for all the work that he does. And he just posted in the chat a link with some of the live updates that he's providing as well. You know, nobody knows the analytics behind these races, and especially Cocodona, better than Liam. And so it's great a great resource if you're kind of a stats geek, of being able to plug into what he posted there. If you don't see it, just kind of scroll up in the chat. He's got his live updates, but this is filled with great information that you can tap into at any point during the race. A lot of questions on if Dan Green is running this year. No, he's not. I don't think he had any plans to run, but he's also dealing with an injury right now as well. So Dan is not out on the course. So there will be a new men's champion this year. But on the female side or the women's side, Rachel is.
Hey, how you doing?
Good
morning. How you doing? It's good.
Third consecutive victory here.
Some water. Okay.
At Cocodona.
1 liter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll fill up. These are both half a liter.
Yep. Exactly. Is it easy? It's now James 1 liter, so it's a good roll.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I'm not real good at climbing, so just trying to get this first chunk over with.
Yep.
For the person in the chat wondering why no Eric Jenkins on the broadcast team, I agree. I actually almost called into their podcast to suggest that him and Aisha try to come down. That would have been
we always expect
absolutely hilarious.
In this section, so this is
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Okay, man. Hey, thank you.
Nice job, man. Yep.
You guys here all morning?
I'll be here till the end. Yeah. Till everybody comes through.
Okay.
You got the live stream on that phone if you wanted to say hi or
okay.
Wave. Or
thank you.
Keep moving.
Yeah.
See you, man.
We've got a run single track in the chat here. They did such a great job of breaking down the field, and like they do with everything. But shout out to the team there. It was super helpful, kind of in the prep work of getting ready, of understanding the field and all the complexities of it. So many great avenues to learn more about the racers that are running this week and all the athletes. So if you're watching this and you want to know who's out there and what are the stories behind all of these different runners, there's so much content that you could dive into this week. So you can really kind of put a story to a face and to a name. Here we've got, looks like Jeff Browning coming in.
This is water. Yep.
Such a heartbreaking race for him a couple of years ago. Lost it right at the end due to some issues with his lungs. And so hopefully a year of redemption for him. It was in Buffalo Park, I believe it was, and that was so well documented in Dylan Harris's film, The Chase. If you're new to Cocodona, if you just somehow stumbled upon this, there's a great film. The Chase was last year's version that documented the 2024 race. And then this year, the team came out with The Cutoff, which filmed the back half of the race and the pack, and those that are trying to stay ahead of the cutoff, which is one of the most stressful things that you can do in ultra running. So both of those, can't recommend them enough.
Excellent. Get you
just
right
incredible storytelling by Dylan and the entire team that pulled that together.
Am I going to fill another one, or yeah? I can do two 500s, or I can fill this to the top and. How are we feeling?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not that tough.
Beautiful. Yeah, this is great.
How many people in front?
One. Yeah, maybe.
When we think about kind of some of the issues that Jeff had during a race, Cocodona, I will say, if you've experienced it before, you know this, and if you've been around it long enough, you've heard about it. But with it being such a dry climate, the amount of dust can become a real challenge. 250 miles of desert dust, breathing that in, it can take its toll on folks. And then if you think about it too, you start at around 1,500 feet or so above sea level, and you climb your way up. When you get up to Eldon, you're over 9,000 feet. And so, the air is different at altitude like that. Plus, you've been breathing in all of that kind of dust and debris throughout the course of the week. And it can be challenging. And then, that impacts everybody. But one of the things, too, that Killian has talked about is his allergies.
Yeah.
And so if you are somebody that deals with allergies and has a problem with that, it can really impact your race. And one of the things that he had toyed around with, that he shared in some of his pre-race interviews, was he was considering wearing an N95 mask, basically from Fain Ranch to Jerome, I believe it was, because there's a certain type of plant out there that just doesn't work well for him, and it's caused him several issues in the past. And so as you're watching this, you can see the climate, you can see the terrain, you can see all that, but then there's these internal battles too that might not be visible. And so if you start to see a runner starting to slow down and whatnot, there's a number of things that it could be, one of them being allergies and dust and pollen and things like that. Yeah.
Wildfire smoke.
Yeah, wildfire smoke. In 2024, they were doing a controlled burn in Flagstaff too. So, you kind of, as you make your way up to Flagstaff, you're 200 plus miles in, and all of a sudden, there was this haze that
we saw
runners had to
one
go through.
on the drive from Phoenix up to Flag, a pretty big fire that was putting a lot of smoke out. So I wouldn't
today,
be surprised. On Saturday.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there's still stuff hanging around.
Yeah, some lingering smoke. Yeah, we just got a report. There is smoke in the air on the course as well. So yeah, runners are going to be dealing with that. So again, expect the unexpected. You just got to deal with whatever this race throws at you. And for an athlete out there, it's just important to remember, like, good or bad, whatever you're feeling, it's going to change. So if you're in an area with a lot of smoke, you're going to get through it. And if you're not, know that you might run into some later on.
Yeah.
Oh, in the chat, What is Truth said they finished 672nd in the Phoenix Marathon. They're joining us today. Welcome. They're rooting for Killian and Andy Glaze.
Good morning. You okay?
See you.
Back. Doing it again. How's your face? You okay?
Is that Mika?
Yeah, I fell.
Yeah, I think that's Mika.
Yeah.
Either that or a thorn
Why are
in
we
your
sending it
face.
to that?
Oh, yeah, it's not bleeding anyway. That's good. Yeah. It's not black and blue, so that's good.
F4.
It's just right here. It looks like the only scab, maybe, but good thing it stopped quick. So let's not do that. Hey, how you going?
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, Mika Thews here again. She's had some setbacks in previous races. Just
so much.
unfortunate
See you. Good to
circumstances
see you.
have
Always
happened.
good seeing you here.
Yep. Yeah, live stream's
Fell,
on
I
if you
think
want
it
to say
was
hi.
2024 when she fell and then left the course and then came
Yes.
back on.
Yeah,
was
that
off
was
the course for.
Yes, but
Okay.
before that, she had been again hours ahead of Rachel,
Yeah.
then went on to win. So if
Yeah.
she clearly can run very well at this race.
Rough math. I think she's 20 minutes or so behind Rachel.
Yeah, you can wait.
Kind of Rachel and Courtney. If we kind of put those two together, there was a 2-minute difference between the two.
It's kind of what's the name of it.
We're having some discussions in the chat about potential wildlife people might see. Did you see any wildlife on course?
Yeah. So after a certain point in the race, I never know if I actually saw this wildlife or if I was like just envisioning
Full
the wildlife.
hallucination,
like
yeah.
hallucinations. And I don't exactly remember what town it was, but it was the middle of the night. I came strolling through, and it was probably I don't know, night 2. And I heard this loud ruckus, and it was like a whole
Yeah, exactly.
freaking community of
Okay?
javelinas.
Yeah, I'm okay.
And
It's
for
just-
those that don't know what a
I
javelina
don't know.
is, it's basically a large
I'm a
pig.
bit unused to the-
And they kind of move
this,
in packs, and they
Right.
will just
Yeah,
knock over
exactly.
trash
Definitely
cans. So
got
if you're like from the
dry,
Midwest,
dusty.
so I guess they're kind of like a raccoon or something like that, or a possum that'll get
Yeah,
into
they're,
trash
Lane Mountain probably
and
has
just
some
wreck
weird
havoc,
thing,
right? And
so
so
Yeah.
they were
Yeah.
Live
as
stream
a
everyone,
group
say hi.
moving
Morning.
down the
Yeah,
street,
okay,
just
Jeffrey, you know, I'm pretty good.
steamrolling trash cans,
Oh my
knocking
gosh.
everything over, and so that was pretty funny to watch. That I think was really the extent of
Bye-bye.
the wildlife that I saw.
Nice job.
I'm so jealous. I think javelinas are so cute.
They are, yeah.
I want to see some so badly.
Yeah.
Live stream if you want to say hi. I remember having to get water out of that fruit right there 2 years ago. Yep. That was good when they had that. Although it was a lot hotter then, wasn't it? It's pretty nice. A little shady water though. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Cool temps. Well, welcome back. Yep. Nice job. Thank you. Yep.
All right, so we are just over 5 hours into the 2026 Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. I'm Caleb Stevens, joined by my co-host Claire Farrow. Claire, what has stood out to you most of this year's race, where leaders are 28-ish miles into it? What's top of mind for you?
The big standout for me is so far Kevin's taking out of the race very strong, leading. And I'm just really interested to see how long he holds on to that, and kind of if anyone else in the top of the field decides to try to catch up to him, try to push past him at any point when they make that move, if they make it. I'm just interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm also curious on that. I don't think we've given predictions yet on kind of how we think this race will shake out. So I think now is probably a good time for us to maybe talk through that a little bit as we're waiting for more runners to come in to this water station. For me, I've got on the men's side M1, is Joe. I think he's at a different level than a lot of the men's field. If he can, stay healthy. He had some sleep issues the last time he ran here that were documented in the chase. So if he can manage through that a little bit, new baby, so he's got that dad strength that he's talked so much about. He's probably a little more adjusted to having to operate on little to no sleep, which may also help him in this race. And I just think, his personality, the way that he carries himself, he's been there, done that, secured a golden ticket last year at Black Canyon. And he's got range, and he's got range of speed, but then he's got this like FKT experience and these multi-days, all of it. And so he's just so diverse in his skill set. And I think a race like this, you have to be able to roll with the punches, keep a positive mindset, and just be able to absorb whatever the week throws at you. And I don't know that there's anybody out there better at doing that than Joe.
Yeah.
M2, I've got Adair there. Again, kind of that same mindset. Adair's from Vegas. He's used to running in the desert. Performed very well here at Cocodona last year. In the same vein of just like that mindset, that mental approach, just grateful to be out there on the course, grateful for the opportunity to run. Has a great crew with him again this year that was with him last year, so they've got it kind of dialed in of what does it look like to do that and to perform well here. And then for me, M3 would be Jeff Browning. Here we've got, looks like Verstee coming in. And that's Cam Haynes.
Morning.
Is that Cam?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Partnership.
Take water from you this year.
Wow, Cam Haynes at the top of the field here. I did not see that coming. That's pretty epic.
To drink water. Is that a
Verstee,
fall or just got
obviously,
crushed by cat claw?
previous winner
What is it,
here at
both?
Cocodona 251
Yeah, right?
in the inaugural year.
You don't need any water?
This
I
year
don't
on the
think
men's
so.
side, we have
It's like
3
6
returning
miles,
champions.
8 miles, 7
With
miles
Verstee
of
being
climbing.
one of them. Also is documented in the chase. Again, I'm going to keep talking about the chase
There you
and
go.
the films because they were so awesome.
They're
You've
really
got
good. I
to
like
watch them
those
if you haven't
shoes.
seen it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see Cam here this early, and that's no knock on Cam. Cam's a little older, but he's been here and done this. Last year, when he ran Cocodona 250, he was dealing with a foot issue and had to kind of
Thanks for
navigate
being out
his
here.
way
Yeah,
through
you
the
got it.
race
Welcome
with
back.
kind of a gimpy foot or a flat tire almost. And so to see him out here performing well, he's got such a big following. And, we talked about DJ Fox earlier. A guy like DJ Fox that's in the race, he's here because he saw Cam's post, which got him into ultra running. And, I think about all the folks that are watching the live stream right now that entered into ultra
two
running
different
because of a
worlds?
guy like Cam too,
Yeah.
and his impact on the sport,
like it.
and just kind of his approach and the way that he talks
All
about
right, see
doing
you, of
hard
course.
things,
Yeah,
making yourself uncomfortable so that you can get better and grow from that. It's exciting to see Cam out there. I'm sure he's got a lot of fans that are tuning in, so I'm sure they're excited about that too. But pretty cool to see him out doing so well early on.
Interesting to see how that goes.
So what about you on the men's side? What are you projecting kind of 1 through 3?
I mean, I have a really hard time committing to this is who I think is good because there's just so many choices. Like again, string bean. I mean, I feel like for races this long, I do heavily weight the whole long trail FKT experience. Just being able to help with this, and again, he is very fast at shorter distances too, and I do think that when he gets that all together, it's kind of hard to beat.
Yeah.
For stuff like this, I'm always a huge Jeff Browning fan. He's been doing this forever. He's been doing this for longer than I've been alive, I feel like. And these are races where that kind of comes in handy. Killian, also hard to discount. he knows how to run a 200-mile
Morning.
race.
Howdy.
So,
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's
I
that?
could keep going on naming names
Welcome
that I
to
think
Milk
could be
Ranch
potentially
Resort
in the
and
top
Spa.
three.
This is
I
beautiful.
mean, it's kind of the same on the women's side as
You
well.
decorate this yourself?
Rachel, Courtney,
It's been
really hard to pick
couple years coming,
between
but
the two of them.
we've slowly gotten to where
They're
we're
just
at.
both
and
so
proud of it.
accomplished and so talented.
I like what you've done.
And as
There
we've
you go.
already talked
Good,
about with Heather, Mika,
Oh,
it's
clouds,
just
baby.
really
Clouds.
It is.
They're so nice.
Lindsay,
Huh?
Megan, also both really incredible
And then,
runners
is
who
it 1
have
liter here?
experience
Okay.
at longer distances and who know how to suffer and who are also very fast.
What we got
So,
planned today?
Yeah, I think in
spear.
terms of a 200,
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
end to end, top to bottom, I think this is
Wait,
the
Fisher.
deepest field
Fisher.
for
Spear
200.
week 1.
yeah, absolutely.
Within that, I
Stay
think
for a
it's
little bit.
heavily weighted
Batteries
towards the
are
women's
always
side
good.
in
Test you down
terms
here.
of the
Yeah.
depth.
Where do you drive
I
in
think
from?
I
on the
ran
men's
down.
side,
Oh, did
Joe
you?
is
Okay.
kind of.
Yeah.
Because what is it
I
for the
think
next
he's
one?
the front runner
Eight?
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
7
And then
miles
I
of
think you've got a
climbing,
good
and
cluster
then
of folks behind
last
him
mile's
that are
kinda
going to
just
compete for
that
that
little
podium
Okay.
spot.
Yeah.
On the women's side, though, I
So
think it's
7
wide
miles of
open.
everything
and,
I've just been
that's
doing.
Yeah, it's really 4
because
miles of
of
this
the
crap
depth.
that's
You know
like
what I mean?
terrible.
I mean, there's
rocky,
so
roady
many
stuff, and then
Yeah.
12
women
miles.
out there that I think will compete, and that's going to be the race. Right?
Appreciate
it. Yep.
My
Good to
personal
see you.
opinion, I just think it's going to be so fun to watch that because it's going to give us drama all throughout the week of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's where those aid station stops and the sleep strategy and the gamesmanship within the game, where I
Yeah.
think it's going to be so fun to watch of how they all tackle it. Rachel obviously has been there before several times. I don't know that she's had the heat on her heels in the same way that she will this year. But at the same time, last year, she was competing for a podium overall.
Yeah.
Right? So you can think
It's
about it
not
that
like
way,
she
too.
was just running away with it with no one. Like she was still competing the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's gonna be so fun to watch. On the women's side, I've got Rachel going for the three-peat here, and taking that crown. I just think with her experience, she had the chance to go head to head with Courtney Achianti earlier this year, and Courtney edged her out. And with somebody like Rachel, I mean, obviously both of them uber competitors, so this isn't a knock on either one, but I just think Rachel's gonna wanna. I want a little redemption there from that, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. And she's got the weight of wanting to be a three-time repeat champion. And so I give her a little bit of an edge there, just maybe some of the momentum off of previous years too. And then Courtney in 2, but I think that could go back and forth. And I don't think there's going to be a huge gap there between the two. I think that's going to come down to the wire. And then my pre-race prediction, which I haven't seen her come through yet, maybe we missed her, was Megan Eckert.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen her come through, but
okay.
definitely.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Megan kind of started with a background in trail running, but then she is just specialist is the wrong word because she's so diverse as a runner, but she's so good at more the fixed time backyard events, like these long, hard endurance races that are just mentally grueling. She hasn't done a 200 point to point, so this will be her first one doing that. But she's such a skilled runner, and she has so much experience suffering in these long races that she does and in these types of races that she does that I think it'll translate well to Cocodona, but we'll see.
Morning.
Hey man, how's it going?
Excellent. Welcome to Milk Ranch. Thank you. Resort and Spa.
Just pour a little on my head. I'm good on fluid.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Like
Get more? Of course.
Be the man.
Nice job. You're on the live stream.
Oh yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Nice job.
Thanks for being out here.
Got it. What, are you gonna do another one, or I can do a liter total?
A liter total. Okay, I'll drink some of this later.
Sure. You got about 10 ounces left.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Nice job. 8 miles to the aid. 7 miles of climbing. Nice. Love that. Thank you, mate. You got it. Nice job.
Nice. Some fun interactions there at the aid station.
Got some more runners coming in.
Good morning. How we doing?
Good. Yeah, right over there. Set up a little tent and took a nap.
Where else
Not
did you
today.
sleep besides Milk Ranch Resort?
Milk Ranch Resort. Sounds like a good time.
You're gonna get a full liter or?
Yeah, I'm gonna take the other one too. But you have to.
Well, this is a
Yeah,
liter, so.
So fair. No, you're good. Just.
Yeah.
How's your day?
I mean, this is beautiful.
Sure is.
Wasn't expecting cloud cover, so
I like your
anytime-
house, man.
Anytime we get thank you. Anytime we get cloud cover on this section, it's pretty amazing. Are you gonna do another bottle? Or are you gonna fill this one?
Fill it. This is 800 mil. And I'll touch another one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm drinking it today. Yeah, I'm actually surprised with the cloud cover. I'm like, I'm not gonna need as much. Drinking it. But yeah,
Oh, you-
still drinking a lot more than I did last year.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Huh.
Was
Was it cooler last year?
And it was even cooler last year. Yeah. It was raining a little bit last
Yeah, I
year.
think it just started to get rain on about here. Hey, thank
You
you.
guys felt rain? Yeah.
Oh no,
Nice
no,
job.
last.
Oh,
Thank you. Smell the smoke.
I did smell that. Yeah, it kind of goes in waves. I smelled like right up. I came down from Lane this morning. I was like, within 2 miles, I could smell it. I was like, I wonder if this is going to affect people, but I haven't really noticed it much since.
Oh, yeah, we did good.
Perfect.
We did so good. Thank you so much.
Yep, live stream's on. If you
Oh
want to say
yeah.
hi.
Who's winning? Who's winning?
Kevin was in the lead at the time.
Kevin. Who's Kevin?
I don't remember. I don't know that person.
I don't know
And then
Kevin.
Joe was kind of right behind him.
Thank you, Kevin.
He had a
Well,
pretty
whoever
good
he is,
lead
he's
already.
killing it. Sabotaging myself. Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice job. We'll see you up the course.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Well, I can just empty this bottle that I have. If that works. Yeah, it's perfect. Do that. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Yep. Good job.
Awesome. So there we had Megan Eckert was a part of that group of 3. So great to see her coming through. Seems like she's in great spirits, very happy, and just kind of casually chatting with everybody. Good to
Thrilled
see
by
that
the
from
weather.
her. Yeah, excited about the weather. Talked a little bit there about how she was, even though it was cooler, she was still continuing to drink, which is good. Just kind of taking care of your body, keeping it ready to go for the later stages of the race. And then I also saw the bib number for the gentleman that just left. That's Ryan Eagers, bib number 95 from Washington. So Ryan also appeared to be in very good spirits and excited to be out there. I think he also said that he raced last year here. So round 2 for him at Cocodona 250.
I did. It was pretty funny when they asked who was winning, and they said Kevin came through first, and then who's Kevin?
Who's Kevin?
Valid question.
Yeah, so we're this footage is at the Milk Creek Ranch water station. So just water here, just about mile 25, mile 24.7. So runners at this point, this is kind of a nice like way to collect yourself when you get here. You've just done a bunch of climbing. You still have some climbing left ahead of you, but it's a nice check-in. And the other cool thing is you get to see a familiar face, right? Volunteers that are out there to just kind of chat with a little bit. These little moments during the race are important for runners to be able to just disconnect briefly with what they're doing. You're so focused on step, don't trip, keep moving forward. So when you get to come into an aid station and you get to see a friendly face and you get to just kind of connect on a human level with somebody who's not exhausted, who's not also doing the race, who just is fresh, that can really boost your spirits. And so, each one of those runners is taking full advantage of the opportunity to chit chat a little bit there, and just take a little bit of a mental break.
We have, I think, Lindsay
Morning.
Dwyer's mom in the chat.
Oh,
Welcome,
nice.
man.
Thanks. Let me get to this one.
This is the leader here. Tops.
It's fine.
1 liter. 1 liter max. Yeah. How far are we going? 8 miles. 8 miles. 7 miles of climbing. Oh, shit. Well,
Yeah.
that's gonna be rough on you. You already go through 4? Yeah, 4.5.
Thank you. Do you mind filling up that one? Ooh.
Couple cow tank if you wanna fill it up and filter on the way. That's about it. One little tiny spring near the top, but then really, the way. There you go. Yeah, nice job. The live stream's on if you guys want to say hi. Oh,
Thank you. Hey, crew.
Hey, feeling? Good, good. Starting to cramp a little. I gotta get more fluid there. It's a pretty rough section. Yeah. Yeah, like 4 more miles of this style, the same thing you've been doing, and then it goes to single track, which is a little more doable. Just a little more like trail than this crap. Yeah. You'll hold that off. Yep. That's sweet. Thank you so much. No stuff. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for being out here. Got it. Enjoy. Good.
Another runner coming in.
Mr. McKnight. Hey. Welcome back to Milk Grant. How you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. Nice cloud cover so far.
Yeah.
What's trying to peek through?
That river's not here.
Pretty much those cow tanks, 2 cow tanks above, and then one like tiny little spring, but probably only like 2 miles from the top.
We can lay in.
Just the cow tank if you actually run into it. Yeah. Big enough too, for sure.
Sounds risky.
Do you want to do another bottle or you want me to just keep going in this one?
Keep going. This one's a leader.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing? How are you? Good. Nuggets. Oh.
Like 7.
King of 200s.
8 miles to lane. 7 miles to climb.
There's so many dumb
Last mile
storylines.
is,
I love it.
Wow.
I've been fighting high rocks all week. I've been having a time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm ready to call it.
Now, Jeff, hey, they said your tracker's not
I know.
working.
I had to wait there till 5 minutes before the race.
How you feeling, man?
It was a mess.
Should I try to reset it for you?
Sure. Oh.
Yeah, one of Danny, one of Definitely.
Does it matter?
Yeah. Luke, good to see you.
Oh, you're Luke. Yeah. Everybody all the time.
Yeah, if you'd rather keep rolling. Cool.
I feel like it's doing it.
Sometimes you got
wrenched. You sweating a lot?
I'm sweating a lot, yeah.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, it was stressful. He was like, calm down. They couldn't figure it out because I think
Oh, so
they
it's
gave it
you
to
even
someone
before.
else. And
Yeah, sorry about
so, yeah, it's okay. Just let him know.
that. Okay, I'll let you know when he went through. 10:30.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Nice
Yeah.
job.
Thanks, guys. How you doing?
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. That's good right there. I'm going to chug that and then we can go ahead and go.
Thank you so much for being out here.
Yeah, for real.
For these 800s? Yeah, I was just gonna give it a little tiny top off. Oh. Well,
Oh,
1 liter
gotcha.
top.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
just a tiny. Just like, dude. That's
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cup up halfway.
Sorry. Thanks for being out here. How far is it to the next? 8 miles. 7 miles of climbing. You get 1 liter here. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be. There's a couple cow tanks if you wanted to filter it. I need it though. There's really no running in.
All right, appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, nice job. Welcome back. I can give you another one of these if you need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might chug one then.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna run out.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Is there any creeks nearby?
No creeks. There's I was telling you, there's a couple cow tanks.
Okay, where's that?
They're up here. They're like, keep going up. You'll see them on the right hand side of both. You have to leave the course about, I don't know, 25, 30 yards. So that was half a liter for both of you. But that is an option.
Okay, thanks, dude. Thank you, man.
Yep, you got it.
Thanks for being out here.
Of course.
Lifesaver.
Livestream is on if you want to say hi. Nice. Yeah, once you get up there, then, especially if you're cooked right now, it's a mile into lane, kind of flat, and then you got Crown King. Not too bad. Okay. Once you get out of the sun. Yeah, then good. It's been pretty. This is pretty rough. Yeah, no, that actually sucked. Yeah, You got 4 more miles of that same thing. Yeah. And then it switches to like an actual trail, single track, the Lane Mountain Trail. And then it's a little bit easier to kind of maneuver and climb. This is just tough to get footing, and you can't make up time on the downhill, you know? Yeah. No, the downhill is the worst one. Yeah. Totally. Or it's like, just don't fall. Yeah. No, it's dumb. Wait, so sorry, how far to the next one? 8 miles total to the 8. Okay, cool. How long ago did the first people get here? They were here. 9:25 was the leader. He was by himself. Yeah. But it's been kind of just smattering. It hasn't been. I think everybody's just trying to get through this, you know. Yeah. You don't need to pull this off. I'm just going to pour this. Is it a flip top or unscrew? Unscrew. So I guess I should pull it out first. Cool. I'll be running out of fuel. This guy. One exploded. You want to use that one then? Probably it, no. Thank you so much. Whole thing? Whole thing. The impact of stuff. Well, let me get rid of that. Cool. Oh, sorry. I can back out myself. Are you? Yeah, geez, ran down. I back up. Nice job, man.
All right, so that is Steven Salter from Denver, Colorado. We also saw Jeff Garmeyer come through, Mike McKnight, and Luke Smith from Ashland, Oregon.
Welcome in, Oak Ranch Resort. New 1 leader here. Fill it. You gonna want more? No? Okay. Thank you. 8 miles to the Lane Mountain Aid. Morning. Morning, buddy. How you doing? What? And we do a leader for you here. Yes, sir. And do the full leader. No, that's too much. Good. Yep. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, you got it. That's up. I'm just bring it out here, man. So we have a full. That looks like an 800, maybe. What did you have? Okay. Huh? I guess down. Nice. What I do? What do you mean subtitles, dude? Actually, like if you want to wait a second once I give these guys.
All right, so we are going to cut to a quick commercial break.
After that, so 8 total to the 8.
We'll be right back with you.
The whole thing in here, or do you want to do that?
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing,
They're great because they have a hood.
so if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing.
Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand.
It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50, so you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.
All right, welcome back. We are at the Milk Creek Ranch Aid.
I could do a leader here. Got 8 miles to go.
8 miles to Lane Mountain.
7 miles of climbing.
All right, and we are back with live coverage of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We are about 5.5 hours into this year's race. We've seen a number of our leaders pass through this aid station, folks that we thought would be at the top of the race. Here we've got Manu on the women's side, who I think a lot of folks also expect her to be at the top. She's performed well here previously. She's from Spain. She is the queen of 200s, having won the Triple Crown last year at the 200-mile distance. Manu is a beast. She is a competitor, and I would expect for her, even though she's probably, 30 minutes or so back of Courtney and Rachel.
F7 position, I think.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more. I would fully expect for her to be in the mix come the end of the race.
7 miles of climbing.
Oh, duh. Good. I'm not ready to run yet. Warming up still.
Right. Oh, good. Just getting started.
Good.
Yeah. That's probably 800, let's say.
Thank you so much.
Of course, great job.
See you. Thank you, Manu.
Thanks.
Good job.
You're making pizza too, right?
Yeah, when was that of that?
It's taking a little bit longer to warm up, but we're gonna get it.
So about
Got a live stream. You can ask them to have a pizza for you.
Actually, I want my headlamp at the next stage. Someone should charge that. I forgot to tell my crew.
Uh-oh. There you go. What's your bib number?
153.
153 needs his headlamp. Crown King.
Black one. It needs to be charged then.
Shit.
You're off. I'm pretty sure I'm winning. Yeah, we're all in a big pickle right now.
Yeah, right.
It's not wrong.
All right, I can't fill this. These are great.
Wherever you want to go to.
I'll think that. We're both cheating with the 800s. We round up at Ultraspire.
I was going to do it.
I was hoping you would. I have the same plan as you.
Well, these ones have strong. That's when you really.
Run the numbers, gentlemen. 800 plus 800 is 1 liter.
It's all right. I don't really drink water.
5 to 36. Yeah. 33.1 ounces. Yep.
You have to also fill the Bradshaw brew.
Yeah.
Oh man. Because there's never been water issues here.
Yeah. There's never been what?
Water issues here.
Yeah, I know, right? Neil's brought a couple extras, but
But there's only like 40 people. Right?
yeah, I don't know how many actually started, but you good on water?
Yeah. It's,
That's not extra. You don't feel like you need one.
my problem is I have no electrolytes.
You want element and tailwind?
Manu just gave me some.
Okay, since I've got more if you need it, like a legit more if you need it.
I'll take one because I'm
Tailwind or element?
whatever you don't like.
Like both. This is more one of each.
I need salt.
That's more salt.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I had a bag full of them, but I'm looking to in my pack.
Plus, you're saving me some weight with that.
That's
Yeah, that one or that's that.
Really weighs you down. They really need to get you. Be honest with you.
You could be right behind it, give them a nice face.
Yeah, the stream set.
How did you get the other from President? Keep on the live stream.
How y'all doing?
Morning. How you doing?
Not as old.
Yeah.
It will be next year.
Gotta make it
1 liter here.
Yeah, perfect. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice job. No, I'll do it right here. I got it right here.
You got it? Oh, you gonna do it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let's see, do that bottle.
Perfect. Yeah.
If so.
Perfect.
Man,
Thank you. How you doing today?
excellent. Give me 1 liter here.
Good, buddy. How you feeling?
Good.
Oh yeah. The damn insole like slid out of my shoe.
Nice.
Yeah. It's the
Nice.
whole way. I'm like, I should stop. I'm like, no, everything I try to sit on tries to it was like a drug deal.
Quality, bro. That's it.
You got it.
All uphill from there. In a good way.
Thank you.
We got it.
You camp out here all night?
I ran down this morning.
And down.
Yeah, I'll run out at the end.
All righty. Right on.
Good
Thanks
luck.
for
Nice job.
volunteering. Yeah, thanks for being here.
So we are looking at live footage here at Mill Creek Ranch, mile 24.7. Runners at this aid station, it's just a water station, are able to get 1 liter of water. Got about a 7-mile climb out of here, and then it's 8 miles to the next aid station. So every runner's going to top off here, even if they still have water reserves available.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
You gain your energy.
Congrats.
How are you?
Excellent.
Give me 1 good old liter.
Welcome to Milk Ranch.
Well, here's a cool spot. How much actually got paid? That's not a part of my leader, that falling out. Huh? You're all lonely out here.
It's all me. Every year. We had a live stream though, so if you want to say people are looking for you.
All right, how do I get all the leader in here?
Yep. I'll come to you.
Oh,
Ready?
That's perfect.
Yeah. Do you need more or are you good?
When do the hills start?
Let's go, baby. 7 more miles of hill.
Oh yeah, I'll eat my word.
7 to lane, is that?
8 to lane. 8 to lane. It's 7 to climb.
Thank you much.
Wandering in. Jesus.
Appreciate you.
I'm good.
Excellent.
So far.
I'll catch you.
Nice. With no sun until.
I know.
Nice surprise.
What a blessing this has all been.
Seriously.
I'm just imagining what it could have been like.
Careful, you don't want to lose that thing. Looks a little juicy there.
Yeah.
Are there any trash bags where I could throw some wrappers away, or no worries?
Yeah, so.
I'll carry it out too.
How fast are the front guys going?
Probably.
They were kind of just cruising. The leader was here at 9:25. He was by himself, Kevin.
Kevin was up there?
Yeah. Okay. Then there's a couple. Everybody's just trying to get through here.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll see you.
Yeah, nice job.
Thank
Do you want more? You can have more if you need it.
I'm good.
You sure? Okay.
Wait, am I on the live?
That's it. You're every year, baby.
Wait, where's the camera?
It's that iPhone. So you're. Oh. See, it's looking right at. Can you see the screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's looking at you now.
Hello.
I can see you.
Okay.
Nice
I should get
job.
moving again. Thank you.
Crazy. Pretty wild. It'll last for a little while, but it's cool. They just hook up to these DeWalt batteries. And
yeah.
Pretty wild. Hopefully get to 12 or 1 maybe with it. Good morning.
How are you?
Excellent. Welcome to Milk Ranch Resort.
Cute. Beautiful. Do you have a pool?
No pool.
Oh, damn.
It's under construction.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Everything in this
I may
place.
come back next year, but I'll leave that for a few days to decide if you don't mind.
I could do another one if you needed another.
No, I'm actually
good.
care about quite a horse.
Great. You got 8 miles to Lane. The Lane Mountain Aid Station.
Okay. My watch didn't start. It froze, so I don't really know what distance I'm on.
Oh, yeah.
So.
This is like just under 25 total.
Okay.
And it's 7 miles of climbing and then another mile kind of wandering into the
Okay.
end.
So Lane's got like tailwind and coke and stuff
Full
like that.
everything.
Okay.
They'll have hot food. They'll have it all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Medical, bathroom.
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing. Thank
well,
you.
like the porta potties. Right?
Yeah, no, that's cool.
You good? Awesome. Nice job.
Still good.
I like it.
2.5 liters left.
Perfect. Nice job.
I asked the I asked the Facebook Hive Mind about the creek, and they said there's no creek. So
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, brought it. Yeah. Everything's dry. Good to see ya.
Thanks for being out here.
Of course.
I love the back and forth of the runners here, and everybody's so chipper still.
I know.
You know, it's exciting to see everybody's. They're through a large portion of the climbing. 7 miles kind of left here until they're really through it. But nobody that's come through yet looks overly beaten down. We've got a lot of jokes that are coming, from the athletes as they're making their way up. One guy saying, "When does the climbing start?"
Yeah.
Which I really appreciated.
How much of a percentage do you think of that is legit versus how many people see the camera, see a person and go, okay, I gotta look good, gotta make sure I'm like peppy right now?
That's a good point. There's
Fake it
definitely
till you
some
make
of that
it,
at
right?
play. Yeah. But I think they're probably the adrenaline is still probably so high early in the race that it is genuine.
Oh, hello.
All right. Welcome in.
Thank you.
Milk Ranch Resort and Spa.
Beautiful.
I can offer 1 liter of water to each of you.
I like what you've done with this.
Thank you. Work in progress, but we're coming along.
Who's winning?
Winning. Evan was in the 9:25 came through here. And it was kind of like Killian and Joe Stringbean were kind of shortly behind them, but nobody was rushing much. Everybody's kind of just
Follow the race when you're running.
trying to
It's
get
rubbish.
through here.
Carl was in by yourself, did you?
We have mules bring it down, and then we carry the jugs out back up the lane.
Oh, is that live?
Yeah, and the live stream's live. If you guys want to say hi, everybody's looking for you. That's the cell phone. Woo!
Hello.
I
brought my cable shoes over.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, nice job.
We got 8 miles to the next aid station, which is the full aid, hot food, everything.
Plain Mountain?
Yeah, exactly. 7 miles of climbing.
Let's pull a little bit of that. Thanks for being out here.
Over here, baby.
Who was winning between Courtney and Rachel?
Rachel was technically in front.
Technically, though? Together?
They were not together. No. Courtney was a couple minutes behind. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Mine were leaned up, right? You sit yours on the table? Yes. Cool. Thank you.
Morning.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, nice job. Where you from? Oh, nice. Welcome. Clouds. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice.
Whether it's this.
Morning.
You're amazing. Thank
Welcome to Milk Ranch Resort.
you.
Are you good?
Again,
What?
we get one. What is it again to like? Don't get me wrong, I'm tired, but God, yeah, the weather is phenomenal.
This is first there. Go for it. Now, Yeah, you get up.
It's really nice. You said 8 miles.
8 miles.
7 climbs.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being out here.
Okay. Nice job.
Water, I hear people.
I didn't mention this. This iPhone is the live stream if you wanted to. Say hi.
Hello.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Milk Ranch Resort and Spa.
Yeah. Thanks for being out here.
Of course.
Wow. I wasn't expecting anyone to be manning it.
I can do 1 liter. Well, we can't
Yeah.
trust you, crazy people.
I know, Rich. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's so like if it was 20, you were in a bad way.
Hi.
Here's
The live stream's this iPhone to my left here. If anybody wants to say hi.
What up? What is up?
What up, dude?
We're getting it done.
We'll do 1 liter total.
I fell. I had such a good fall, and Mike was amazing. He's like, get up, get up, get up. And I was like, I popped up, and I was like, we're good.
We definitely had some falls.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty common in this section. Like, you're either going to twist an ankle, fall. It's not a big deal, honestly. Thank you. You handled it like a champ. Oh,
Yeah.
God. I saw you go down. I was like, oh, no. It was like,
Yeah.
went into a rock. We just keep going. Okay, I know I can do one more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your
What
time.
is it, Tilling?
8 miles, 7
man,
miles
one.
of climbing.
Will you grab that bottle in the diagonal? I think I'm going to be okay. How much climbing?
7 miles.
This one? Yeah. Can you? Oh, no, I have a blue one. Oh, yeah. I have both of them? Yeah. Thank you. I think that one. That one. And then. What, the fall?
No, you disappeared.
Oh, God. Well, I knew water was close. It was one of those, like, it pulled me in.
Running downhill.
You run out. I have a whole liter of my water.
You.
I feel like I have some.
Good, good.
We both fell at the exact same time.
You fell into that like a magnet that pulled me down.
Crazy.
Yeah, you got some blood. I got some blood.
Yeah, it was so good.
Especially initiated into this year's race. Easy, yeah. Go. Rocking and rolling.
Right. Thank you so much.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Right,
Wait, quick selfie, you guys. Yes, we're here. Right here. This year has been amazing.
Total.
We've been back together. Yeah. All right, everyone. Wait, water. You gotta get it.
Yeah, water. Come on,
Come
bro.
on, water. What's your name?
Noah.
Noah, thank you, Noah. All right, here we go. 1, 2. Yeah. All right.
Awesome.
I'll make sure that you guys all get this too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You want to pass it?
So
Sure.
good. I'm gonna get hours and talk my hours. Yeah.
Thanks again, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Hello. Welcome. I can do it right here. One more.
Can I grab a little bit more since I think I got like half from you. Really. Oh. So much. You're awesome.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being out here.
My pleasure.
It would cool off in my tube, like, and then you'd go through the tube and then it'd come.
At 4.5 right now. So the next one's whiskey, Crown. Got what?
No.
You know of Desert Solstice?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
This is a little different.
A little
I
different.
thought Crown King was at like 35 this year or something.
Have you done a race this long?
I've done this one.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Either way.
It's not
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did the fire year.
Oh, yeah. The Prescott. Oh,
Yeah.
it's much different.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that today.
Finally.
Different thing. It's beautiful. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little different. Okay. But-
Yeah, totally.
Good to
Much
see
different. Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Noah.
You got it.
Have a good day, man.
Thank you. See you up the course.
Or do you have your poles?
A little test.
Oh, good save.
Thank you.
Yep, you got it.
I'm struggling.
All right, Claire, we just had quite a large group there, highlighted by Sally McCrae. So many Sally in the chat, all the yellow hearts. Fun to see her come through and just taking the group selfie, and had a bit of a cut on her knee from a fall. Sounds like there may have been a pileup out there. A few of them in that group said that they had all fallen in the same spot.
You got to give a blood sacrifice, though. So that means she'll have a great rest of her race, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just glad. I think that was Lauren who came back for her poles. That would be a brutal mistake to make.
Oh, that'd be so sad. I was also thinking if somebody else grabbed your poles and they were like,
yeah, well, because everybody has the Lakey poles, but not everyone's the same height. I would absolutely accidentally grab someone else's poles. So
yeah. Really a great drone shot here. We're looking at M1 on the screen. This is Kevin Tadino. He's not letting off the gas.
No,
right?
He's moving.
He's just continuing to press, continuing to push. He had about a 9-minute lead or so when he came through that water station that we were just looking at, mile 24.7. So it'll be interesting to see here as he approaches the next aid station. It's got to be close. If he's widened that gap or if he's kind of holding firm, but he doesn't look like he's slowing down. The effort level is still here, running good, running strong. It's just so early to be running the way that he is, it seems, but we'll see.
Although, it's early to say that it's like he could hold on. He could this could be the move.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, something that AJW has said a lot is just kind of like the race really starts after you get to Crown King. Mm-hmm. And so this first part is really, it's almost like for the basketball fans out there, and we'll tie this back into the NBA going on at Mingus, right? Because it's on my brain, but it's almost like the NCAA tournament with survive and advance. It's like survive the first part of this race, get past Crown King, get past the climbing, get past the technical stuff. There's really not another uber technical section on the course at all. Maybe coming down from Mingus is a little bit chunky and whatnot, but most of the technical terrain that the runners are going to face is in this first 35 miles. And so if you can get through that, then it's more of a runner's race.
Which feels crazy
Kevin,
to say about 250 miles.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But we'll see what Kevin can do here. Where do you stand on kind of the view of, has the race evolved to the point where it's no longer kind of an open field in terms of runners versus through hikers? And do you believe that through hikers can still be competitive and have a shot at maybe a podium or a top 5, or do you think that the race has evolved and the runners training has evolved so much where it truly is more going to lean towards pure runners?
I mean, I don't know if we have hit that inflection point yet, because we do have people like Stringbean who is has FKTs on long trails, which is through hiking to an extent, through hiking, through running. When do you kind of reach that point, that crossover point? I mean, at the front of the field, I think it's definitely more runner heavy. I think there are definitely people like Joe and like someone like Tara Dower who have these multi-day through hike FKTs, but who also clearly have a lot of speed and can run really fast at 50K, 100K, higher, lower. I think we are hitting that point.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess in both of their situations, I would say they're a runner first with the through hiking experience more so. Like if you had to put them in a bucket, right? They're fast. They're so gritty.
We just maybe are at the point where, especially for FKTs on these long trails, you have to be, a runner. You're not a through hiker. You are a runner.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so this is going to be super interesting to see how he handles this aid station, how composed he is. Really great shot here. Again, this is our race leader, Kevin Tadino.
In and out, man.
Yeah, in and out. Again, if you're not familiar with Kevin, Kevin won the Crown Kings Scramble 50K. It's a race just north of Phoenix, has a bunch of climbing. It's really an old historical, kind of iconic 50K here on the West Coast. Kevin won that this year in a time of 4:13:17. Kevin's 43 years old. Also earlier this year won the Sycamore Canyon 100K in California with a time of 10:26:40.
And he's done 100 milers, right?
Yeah, he did the Kodiak 100 miler in Big Bear Lake last fall and finished that in a time of 22:32. But from what I'm seeing on Ultra Sign Up, that 100 miler is the farthest that he's gone. So will be interesting to see, what this kind of looks like and his strategy, how it holds up.
It's one way to find out how fit you are, I guess.
Just send it, right? One of my favorite things every year about Cocodona is the live chat, and as long as Kevin is at the front of this race, or within contention, the who's Kevins that are going to pop up every time he is on the screen, it's going to kill me. This will be, well, every year there's, different funny reminders of the 2023 chat or the 2024 chat.
Yeah.
And the longer that Kevin leads this race or is at the front of the pack, like this has the potential to be one of those memes that lives in infamy of Cocodona 250 and the 2026 chat.
So we do have, for some context for people who have been asking for context for Kevin's time in comparison to past races, Harry came through this aid station, Lane Mountain, at around 5:45 last year. So Kevin is a bit behind Harry's time. So just so everyone has an update on that.
Yeah, and here you can see really the contrast. So if you've been with us for a few hours and you saw some of the big climb earlier in the race, more technical like we talked about, those kind of ankle biter rocks and more tripping hazards, and more chunky. This section, obviously, yeah, he's going uphill here, but it's much more runnable. And so these are, when we talk about Cocodona being a runner's course and a runnable course, there's long stretches of the course that are like this, where if you've got legs and you can really kind of lean into your fitness, you're going to be able to make up some time. And that holds true for both, the front of the pack, but also the middle and the back of the pack. And I think it's even more important for them to maintain your composure early, knowing that you have stretches like this where you can actually run, and you don't have to be as focused on tripping and the rocks and things that are out there.
Yeah.
And so you can conserve a little bit of energy early and then make up some time here on stretches like this that we see our race leader tackling now. Yeah, a question in the chat about last year's conditions. Day one wasn't horrible, was a little more runner friendly. Day two is when it really started to get kind of nasty, the conditions. A very wet year last year, a lot of mud, especially kind of in that Sedona area and then really through the end of the race. I remember seeing snow flurries and things on some of the pictures. And like sleet in certain areas of the course. So a different experience today. You're still seeing, it's still very overcast out there, which is definitely benefiting the runners. But yeah, like on a 1-to-1 last year to this year, I don't know if there's a significant advantage yet in terms of the weather, at least at this point on day one. But I think if it continues to be this nice, it'll definitely favor this year's field versus last, and just kind of avoiding all the mud that last year's field had to face.
Yeah, if they can keep this a bit drier, I feel like that'll probably be helpful.
Yeah, and with that too, it's not just a drier year. It's not just kind of avoiding the annoyance of the rain, but you've got a lot more opportunities for chafing in wet conditions like it was last year.
Trench foot,
yeah, the blisters. There's a lot more variables, and in a race like this, especially early, and that's something to watch too at home, is just how athletes are taking care of themselves across the field. You want to address issues very early in the race, or they can become a big problem. And, a small hot spot that is chafing early in the race can become a real problem late in the race if you don't address it early. And it can be easy, especially if this is your first 200, to kind of say, oh, I've dealt with this before, I'll just kind of grit my teeth through it. That works in a 50K, 50 miler, 100K. That doesn't work when you're going to be out there for multiple days. So it's very important to address those issues early and take care of yourself first and foremost.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think at the last like timing station we got, it looked like Rachel and Courtney and a couple of people were about like 15 minutes behind Kevin. So I think maybe hopefully we should start seeing them come in the next 10 or so minutes. And we can get a handle on how big of a lead Kevin is still maintaining or getting larger.
Again, you're watching live coverage of the 2026 Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. We are about 6 hours and 15 minutes into this race. Our race leader here on the screen is really led this thing start to finish, and not finish, but start until this point, and just continues to put his pedal to the metal. There we've got our chase pack. So those are some of the more familiar names coming in here to the aid station. I saw Joe McConaughey in there, Rachel Entrekin. We'll see who else is with them.
Looks like we got the bike pacer in the chat, the bike cam operator.
All right, so any second now, we should see this chase pack coming over the hill. I saw Killian in this pack as well. So again, we've got that chase pack getting ready to come into Lane Mountain here, aid station. In that pack, we've got Joe McConaughey, Rachel Entrekin, Killian Korth, Courtney DeWalter. Really, the top of the field is all kind of stuck together with the exception of Kevin Tadino. So we'll keep our eyes peeled here as they prepare to enter Lane Mountain. Get some good insights on how they're feeling, how they're fueling, what their facial expressions are telling us.
See if there's any of those aid station mind games people are doing.
Yeah. And this is where it starts to get fun too, right? Because now that we've seen them at multiple aid stations, and we will continue to, throughout the day and throughout the week, being able to check in of like, oh, how did they look at the last one compared to this one? And do we notice as an audience any changes in demeanor?
Can't wait to start eventually seeing people interacting with their crews.
Yes. Yeah, first 75-ish miles of this race, only 2 crew opportunities, but they are quickly approaching their first crew opportunity at Crown King. Killian, Rachel, and String Bean are all 9 minutes behind Kevin right now, our M1. And again, we will see them strolling in here to the aid station soon at Lane Mountain. All right, so on the screen, we've got Rachel chasing Killian. So Rachel there is at the top of your screen. Killian's right behind her.
Rachel's at the bottom. Killian's the top. She's in white.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things that Rachel said before the race is even after a 10-hour PR last year, she still thinks that she's got some room to pull out some additional time. One of the ways that she talked about doing that was through aid station transitions, a little bit of that. But she also talked too just about, and she's been super vocal on this, the improvements in nutrition and how she's tackled that.
Yeah.
And accredited, a large percentage of her success last year to just being able to dial that in from kind of the previous year, 2024 into 2025. And I would assume that, as she's continued to grow now being a fully sponsored professional athlete and the time that she has to train and continue to get this stuff dialed in, that we'll continue to see her progression this year. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah.
And then Killian, he's really swinging for the fences with some of the commentary that he's come out with before the race. Has really studied from his successes in the Triple Crown. He's been here 3 times at Cocodona, won the Triple Crown in 2025, and just feels too there like there's opportunities for him to be more successful in the aid station transitions as well. And I think one of the interesting things that he shared pre-race was he studied some of the ways that he watched Jeff Browning move through the aid stations in 2024 and realized that they were both doing the same tasks at the aid station, but Jeff was much more dialed in and was able to do them faster. And so Killian really learned a lot from that 2024 experience and applied that into his race strategies in 2025 when he became the Triple Crown champion. And that's going to be a fun one to watch, this year as well with him and what he's able to kind of continue to squeeze out of his performance and find ways to eliminate, wasted time.
Yeah, I know Rachel has been working really closely with the people at Precision on figuring out how to dial in her nutrition even more. Looks like Joe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, that we've got String Bean there on the screen. Joe String Bean McConaughey. Previous winner of Cocodona 250, one of the 3 previous champions of this race that we have on the men's side. Joining Michael Versteeg and Michael McKnight in that category. For those that aren't familiar with Joe, Joe is 6'3", so he's kind of a towering man out on the course. In college, he was a miler, and then just kind of has evolved. He's got a lot of speed. Golden ticket winner at Black Canyon last year. Obviously, he's won this race in the past, so tons of range for Joe out on the Cocodona course. And he talked too about, the back half of the race being so runnable. He feels like there's been opportunities for him in the back half of the race to really improve on some of those runnable sections. And then famously noted in the film The Chase by Dylan Harris, he struggled at times with sleep during these races where he'll try to force sleep or lay down and catch a few Z's and just almost has like insomnia in situations like that. And so it'll be interesting to see his sleep strategy and if that's changed, especially now with him being a new dad and probably being a little more accustomed to being sleep deprived. So that'll be a fun one to watch with Joe as well.
So more runners coming into the aid station. That looks like Zach Hauer.
Yeah, this is the Lane Mountain Aid Station. Tons of support out there. There's Max.
And Heather.
Yeah, good group here. That'd be a fun group to run with.
Yeah. A lot of personalities.
Yeah. Yeah, there we see Heather and Max taking off together on that stretch of road. That's a welcome reprieve to what they've been dealing with the big climb, kind of coming out of the starting line in that first 30-ish miles or so. So although they are doing some climbing here, just being able to, again, put the mind kind of at bay, not have to worry about all the tripping hazards, and just kind of let the legs run free. All the runners will be welcoming that, but especially now at the top of the field, and the way that they can kind of put the pedal to the metal here as they make their push up to Crown King. Here on the screen, we've got Courtney DeWalter, fan favorite. Looks like she's all alone, at least in this shot. It'd be interesting to see if there's anybody around her as we kind of follow this with the sky cam. Courtney, no doubt, is excited to get back to Mingus and go down the backside of Mingus this year on her own 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And she talked about that. On the right side, there you've got Andy Glaze, a fan favorite. Eli Webby also. Looks like the bromance is held together for the first 24.7 miles, which is good to see. Those two really seem to love each other. Have definitely shared the first half of this race together, which is so fun. I'm sure they've made some great content there.
Forever and always manifesting hand-in-hand hand-holding finishes. So
yeah,
I'm going to start doing that again.
Yeah, Andy, one of, I believe, 4 athletes that have finished this race every year. So he's going here for his 6th finish, I believe it is, right? The 6th, 5th. Right. Yeah.
I love the people who come up to the camera and give a wave for the live stream.
Yeah, as the chat's saying, we also had David Park through that aid station. David's got a great story if you want to look that up. It's just like somebody that's kind of gone all in on the ultra space, and very inspiring. So if you have some time, do some research on David Park. He's a great follow, and again, just very, very inspiring person out in the field this year. Yeah, so we still have Courtney here on screen. We talked, about her wanting to get back to Mingus. That's where she unfortunately had to DNF last year. And Courtney is, one of, if not the greatest ultra runners of all time. And so for her, this race is, I'm sure it means a lot. I mean, Cocodona continues to grow, and it's just become one of the front runners of races that everybody talks about now when you talk about ultra running. You can see it in the chat. I mean, 10,000 people following along right now.
Yeah.
And so for Courtney, this is a big week, a week of redemption. And one of the things that she said early before the race was there's going to be a board that's going to be up on at the top of Mingus this year. And on that board, in the pre-race interviews with Distance to Empty, they asked, is there anything you'd want us to write on there to remind yourself when you get to the top of Mingus? And Courtney's reminder that they asked her to write was, "Dear Courtney, this is not your finish line. Love, Courtney." And there's so much depth to that, I think. It's kind of funny, like when you first hear it, but then when you really think about like also the meaning behind it for her last year having to drop at that point, there's some fire in that short sentence as well.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fun to watch her navigate that. She looks very, obviously, like she always does, just calm and cool here, just doing her thing, got that signature do-alter stride. And it's gonna be fun to see her have a chance to run free on the back half of the course that we've talked so much about being a runner's course.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward for that for her.
And as we continue to watch Courtney Dauwalter here on the screen, the mindset this year that she talked about is that she wants to be focused on adventure, but she also wants to show patience and over time progress. And I think for everybody at home, if you're trying to come up with easy mottos that you can remember as you prepare to tackle your next awesome adventures, that's a good one, right? Focused on adventure, patience, followed by progress. So words of wisdom from one of the greatest to ever do it.
Do you still owe a quarter if you spell out greatest of all time?
I don't know, but
I am wondering.
I think Andy Jones Wilkins, AJW, is still listening. I would venture to say, and he told all of us commentators that if anybody says there were certain words like goat, epic, things like that we had to put 50 cents into the jar. So it was intentional there for me to say greatest of all time.
I noticed that you've been saying it fully.
So yeah, I'm trying to not have to put change in that jar.
Oh, we got confirmation from AJW that you can say it if you say the whole phrase.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, AJW.
Oh, we've got eyes again on Kevin. I believe we're at Crown King. He seems to be taking a bit longer of an aid station stop here. Getting a fresh shirt.
All right, so we've got Hillary Yang out in the field. We're going to check in with her. Hillary, tell us all about what you just saw.
All right, you guys, that was our M1 at Crown King. Hillary here reporting back. That was exciting. So our leader, Kevin, who was not forecasted to be in our top mix, don't know a lot about him except that he came in and spent about 2.5 minutes in the aid station, did a shoe change. He changed into a pair of Hokas, sat down in the aid station just around the corner there. Seemed to be very comfortable and calm. It is really interesting though, because last year at Crown King, I feel like we saw a lot of these leaders come through blazing fast, almost treating this like it was a 100-miler, not a 250-miler. This year, we'll see how long the gap is between M1 and then the rest of the field as they start to come in. But, time will tell whether the strategy is working for Kevin or whether it's going out in a blaze of glory and then maybe not being able to hold that pace all the way through the finish line. It's sort of fun, right? We put all this time into predicting and looking at everyone's stats going into the race. And then you get something like this where someone comes through that's totally not on the radar and you never know, right? It's too early to tell whether his strategy is going to pay off or not. But I will say, seeing the gap, it looks like the rest of the pack has decided not to follow him, which is different, from a lot of the 100-mile strategies we're seeing these days, or, even shorter races where you don't want to break that elastic. But I feel in this case, maybe because it's such a long distance and everyone is running their own race and staying within themselves, they're being a little bit more conservative and letting him go. We have some local traffic. Don't mind the ATVers. It's a fun place here at Crown King. I was just looking around before M1 came in and just it's very the calm before the storm. We've got all the media crews here. So many media crews. Have we mentioned that? I think every top runner has their own media crew.
Yeah.
But also just, it's kind of nice. It's just sort of the lead pack crews out here because they are allowing vehicles to come through from Bumblebee as needed when your runner is getting close. It really does help space it out. And driving up here, let me tell you guys, that road is single file for a lot of it. I'm really happy that they're monitoring traffic.
Yeah, can
But
you?
yeah, it's yeah.
How
Talk
was
to me.
his crew interaction? Like we had a chance to see it, but like, did you pick up on anything? And do we have any insights on? Are they experienced with 200 milers, or is this kind of new for them too?
You know, I'm so curious. I need to track down some of his crew. I think we were all so surprised to see Kevin coming in first. But what the sense I got, you know, and all the this is how sort of surprised we were. All the media were gathered around filming and just being like, who are we filming? You know, we're not quite sure right now. But his crew seemed very calm. And again, like Kevin seemed calm. He did a shoe change that seemed planned. It wasn't like a scramble, like, where are my shoes type of thing. It was like, no, I'm changing my shoes at Crown King. He didn't stop for a lot of nutrition. It was a very kind of quick stop, but like not uncontrolled. And that to me is interesting because I think in the past when we've seen these leaders that just go really hot out from the gate, you can often tell that, you know, like whether it's just the fact that they come in a panic and forget things. But, you know, to his credit, and we'll see how it plays out. But Kevin just seemed like he was a lot calmer about it. I'll see if I can track down some of his crew, but that was the sense I got. It was like, yeah, he's running his day, and who knows, maybe this is absolutely right on his split, you know?
Yeah, and just so you know, we've got footage here of Killian, Joe, and Rachel. They are running together. And then there's about 25 camera crews following them as well. So you're going to have a whole herd of people rolling into Crown King probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. But they all look super fresh. What are you going to be looking for when you see these three come in?
I've sort of got eyeballs on where everyone's crew are set up. So they run in through this footbridge. You'll kind of follow them in, and they do have to check in right behind me here at the front of the aid station. There is a gear check, but it sounds like they're not necessarily doing the full unpack your bag for the leaders, more just sort of making sure it looks like everyone does have everything they need for that mandatory kit, because we are up in the mountains here. It is, you know, you're in the Bradshaws, your chances of weather, chances of something happening, that gear is important. But my sense is that they will just check in and then find their crew, sit down or do their thing and get out of here really fast. And this is where I'm really curious to see how long people are taking. Like Kevin took 2.5 minutes or so, did the shoe change. My prediction is that this next pack that comes through is going to be more dialed than that. I don't anticipate seeing a shoe change this early in the race for them. I think they're all very comfortable with the gear they're wearing. It's well tested. All these guys at the front and girls are very experienced. And so to me, it's like, are we doing a vest swap and then getting out of here like ASAP? Are we trying to break that elastic? Or are the three of them that are in that lead pack going to stay together and sort of work as a team? You know, like I know Killian and Rachel train together. They're very like comfortable with each other's paces, I'm sure. And it's so early in the race that I wouldn't expect like a big move to be made. But I do think, you know, like the time savings are in the aid stations, especially early on, if you're not dealing with nutrition and everything's going well. We've got this beautiful cloud cover right now. Like we couldn't ask for better weather up here. And I think that's going to really play into just like not a lot of problems this early in the race.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you guys I saw a little bit of the water stop just on the live broadcast as we were setting up here.
Yeah.
But it did seem like everyone just rolled through in really good spirits and without a lot of issues, right?
Yeah, it's kind of been the story of the day. You know, both the front of packers and then everybody else that we've seen go through there. The vibes are definitely very high, and I think, you know, the weather is definitely a factor in that. The cloud coverage, you can kind of look around, like, do you see any breaks in the clouds, or does it look like this may sort of be the case all day?
You know, it's sort of deceptive. It's not a full cloud cover. There
Okay.
actually is, like, if I look up, there's sun overhead, but there's a thin enough cloud cover that you don't see blue sky. It's sort of that weird, like it might pop out.
Yep.
And I keep taking my jackets on and off because when the sun fully goes behind the clouds, it actually cools off.
Okay.
But you know, right now it has that sort of warmth to it, but like, you know, mid 60s again, like we're sitting at a really pleasant running temperature. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of like ice and cooling happening right now. This is about as good as it gets, honestly, for day one of Cocodona. Like you couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, and they look like they're going to be right there to you any second. We can see cars in the parking lot.
I hear them, guys. I hear the whistling. They're coming up. We're going to let them roll through, and then we'll chat about what I see out here.
Awesome. So again, you are looking at Killian Korth, Joe Stringbean McConaughey, and Rachel Entrekin rolling into Crown King.
Them and their media crews.
Yeah, this is the first time that they've had a chance to see their crews. So we're just going to kind of sit back and let this moment soak in.
All right. Hey, go.
So Joe McConaughey's out of the aid station. There goes Killian Korth. Just about 8 minutes back of M1.
So it looks like they've closed the gap a little bit because I think they were a bit farther apart at Lane
You look
Mountain.
super familiar. All right, whenever we're ready. Yes, queen. All right, you guys got me?
Yes.
All right, cool. So we're here with Danny. Danny's part of Joe Stringbean's crew. What are you holding there, Danny?
We've got Joe scored pretty good this time. Instead of getting a jar of pickles and just drinking the juice, we got just the juice. So doing little shots of pickle juice out here, get his salt in.
I saw the shot glass and I ran over because I was like, I gotta know, are we doing like Fireball this early in the race? Like, what are we doing? But pickle juice makes a lot more sense. How's he looking?
He's looking really good. Yeah, I think he's right where he needs to be. It was nice to see him come in with, I think, all the right people to be hanging with at this point of the race. So looked really good. Yeah, we're stoked.
Is he on his split? So you feeling like we're right on track, right where you expected to see him?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a little ways ahead of his splits, but we kind of predicted that might happen. He's a good chunk ahead of his 2024 split to Crown King, I believe. So that's exciting to see him look that smooth and relaxed and controlled coming in.
And Joe knows a few things about pacing Cocodona, right? So if I was everyone else, I'd want to stick with Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Danny. We'll see you out there. Awesome. All right. So I believe that was Rachel that just exited the aid station. So all three of those guys in and out in under 2 minutes and looking at about an 8-minute gap from M1. So yeah, I mean, that's about what I expected, right? Like pretty quick, pretty dialed. I poked my head in and looked at Killian's crew and it looked like he did maybe a vest swap and just sort of re-upped on his nutrition. I saw some precision gels on the table there. There was some sunscreen being applied, but like no shoe changes, no real sort of like, there's no troubleshooting going on right now. And it's really cool to see those three rolling together because I do feel like whether or not they're exactly together or just within range, probably a little bit of reassurance for all of them to be in, you know, the vicinity and to be pacing it sort of in good company, but also, yeah, really like fun to see them looking so strong and to see Rachel right in that mix. Like, honestly, I'm not surprised to see her just going for it. This is her third Cocodona. She's not called the Queen of Cocodona for nothing. And it's really one of my favorite things is just seeing Rachel throw down, and she's not afraid to get right in the mix from the beginning. She finished 4th place overall last year. The girl definitely knows how to just like put herself in the race. And yeah, I mean, she looked great. She looked like she's having fun. She was fist pumping in the air. She came in, she had the whole precision crew here. They're all, they're absolutely, you know, rocking and looking great. Like it's a lot of fun to see the energy here. And again, like first time that everyone's seen the runners since they left this morning at 5 a.m. So this is a big deal.
Yeah, I think I saw too, Killian doing like a breathing type thing. It's been well documented, the allergies and things that he has. Has his crew, have they said anything about that? Does he seem to be holding up okay on the allergy front?
Yeah, he seems to be fine. I did notice that as well. And I will say, just in general, it's quite dry out here. And I noticed that too, even when the runners were getting water at the water stations, the fact that they're going through all 4 of those liters, despite the fact it's not that hot a day, a lot of it is how dusty it is out here. And that dry air just sort of gets in your throat. Allergies or not, I think that's a huge challenge. And of course, we're getting higher here. So you start to feel that a little bit. But I'm glad that obviously Killian knows how to manage it, but I think that is a particular challenge of this course. And, as we're standing here, I feel the wind picking up a little bit. All of that is kicking up those little bits of dust and just contributing to that sort of feeling like you always need to be drinking water. But the aid stations are not that close together, so you really do have to be strategic about it. And I believe the next aid station stop for these guys is just over 14 miles from here. So it's, you have to go out of here with enough stuff. You have to take the time to refill your vest. Look, as I'm speaking, I'm like, oh, the dust. It's hard work, guys. It's hard work being out of here. Someone's got to do it. Yeah, I mean, super exciting, right? Like, must be fun to see them all roll through as you guys have been tracking them for the last few hours heading towards Crown King.
Yeah, how does the temperature feel like significantly different than it did at the starting line, or is it still like relatively cool? Describe that for us a little bit.
To be honest, I feel like the temperature's only changed by maybe like 5 or 8 degrees since the start line. It was kind of weirdly balmy this morning at the start, and then it hasn't warmed up that much. Again, we are sort of in t-shirts, but as I look around, there's a lot of hoodies still. It's not one of those days where you're sitting here in a tank top. Like, if you're not running, you're probably reaching for a layer at some point. It sort of layers on, layers off. But from a running standpoint, like, this is just incredible. It's not humid. I'm not seeing any of these front leaders coming in drenched in sweat, which is great news, right? For managing your electrolytes, it just makes it a lot easier to stay in control. The variables are like not variabling right now, like you can actually keep a handle on things, stick with your plan. So many times in these big races, the biggest challenge is whatever Mother Nature throws at you and the things that you can't control. And there's so much of these races, as the field is getting faster, where they are trying to control every variable, and then the weather comes in and goes, no, not today.
Yeah.
And we'll see, because we got some time left for that to happen. But I do feel like day 1 for Cocodona, like, you couldn't ask for anything better than this. This is primo.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. We also, just so you know, too, we've got eyes on Courtney now. So she is on her way in. Not sure how far. We can't see any cars yet, so you probably have a couple of minutes yet before she comes strolling into town. But it looks like she's somewhere in the ballpark of maybe 8 to 10 minutes or so. We'll be behind Rachel once she leaves this aid station. I'd assume it's going to be the same type of deal, 2 minutes in and out, but we'll see. So we are starting to see some cars, so you'll see here soon. What are you going to be looking for when you see Courtney come in? Are there any keys that we should be tuning into as we watch her with her crew?
I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see. Courtney's an incredible athlete, and not only that, she just knows how to race, and she's a competitor. And so I think she's very good at having a poker face no matter what is going on. Because I will say, last year when I saw her at Crown King, she looked like everything was fine. And then sort of like listening to her unpack the race and hearing that she was feeling awful from the start, maybe had a flu, like realizing like that was not the case. She's a tough one to sort of get a handle on from that perspective, which, again, from a racing strategy, it's one of the reasons that she is the great. I won't say the GOAT because I'm not. We've got a little bet going on in the studio. I know, I had to just one time. Just that's it. I owe a quarter.
Yeah.
But truly, like, she is an incredible person to watch race for that. And so I think really the tell is her crew. Like, I am staring down the line right now at her husband, Kevin. He's in a bright orange hat, and they're sort of set up on the side of the road about 20 feet before the main aid station here. So we'll flip the camera around when she comes in. I don't know whether she'll go to them and then come check in first. I kind of feel like she will. Last year it was different. When they came into the aid station at Crown King, they actually went back out over the footbridge the way that they came. And this year they run through and then out behind me. So there's a little bit more strategy maybe on where your crew is set up and where you're going to interact with them. But I would suspect, I hear a lot of noise. I bet she's coming in just about
Yep.
now. Let's flip around and see.
Great, hi buddy. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good.
That part, have fun.
Not yet. Is that Adam Kimball that did this as well? Or there's the guy? There's a guy that we all.
All right, so there you have F2, Courtney DeWalter leaving the Crown King aid station. Courtney did a shoe change there, very composed, wiped her face off and did eye drops and really kind of took care of herself. Obviously, she has an incredibly experienced crew on that. She left about 11 minutes after Rachel left the aid station, so that's kind of the gap that we're dealing with there between F1 and F2. Any thoughts as you saw that aid station transition there?
I'm just really interested in the shoe change because I did see someone talk about how she said she's going to be using a combo of the Genesis and the gravel shoe, and she actually changed it into the S-Lab Ultra Glide 2. So neither of those shoes, which is interesting. So I'm very curious about that.
Yeah, and this is the Crown King aid station. It sits at about mile 36.6. I think this is Heather Jackson. So we've got Devin Yanko in the screen as well. Know that she's on her crew. So this would be F3.
All right, guys, you got me in the studio?
We do.
Sweet. Okay. So we got Heather Jackson right behind me here. I was just running around like a chicken with its head cut off, trying to like snoop into everybody's crew stops. We'll start with Courtney, F2. That was really exciting. She rolled through pretty much exactly 10 minutes after the lead pack, or the second lead pack, sorry, of Joe, Killian, and Rachel did. And she did a shoe change. You know, I stand corrected. There are a couple shoe changes going on. Heather's doing one over my shoulder here right now. I also loved when I turned around to find Heather, she had a giant pickle in her mouth as she's doing her shoe change. And she's just like multitasking like a boss, but definitely getting on the electrolytes early. I wonder if the shoe changes are just because that last 25 miles was so rocky, but I think there's definitely a little bit of a like, let's manage things before it gets any worse. A lot of like actually taking a few minutes. And this is a bit different than last year. I would say there was a lot more just like quick vest changes and out, and maybe a slight strategy change from that this year as people learned like it's 250 miles, you have so much time and you really don't want to mess this up. But I hear Heather's like amazing laugh behind me. She seems like she's in great spirits, just lubing everything up with all the cameras pointed her way. She's a pro. She knows that she needs to get it done. She's got her sister here. She's got her family here. It's a whole family endeavor for the Jacksons. I will note too for Courtney, she also did a full vest change. And I do feel like that's the move. Like, don't worry about refilling things. Don't worry about missing things. Just swap the vest. All right, here goes Heather.
We also have Zach Hauer here.
We got Zach Howard here. And then we also have, so Zach Howard, and then we've got Jack Turner sitting in a chair with the Precision folks just in front of you. And he is from Boulder. And I actually ran into him a few weeks ago training out there with all the Boulder boys, feeling very confident. This is his first 200 miler. And, he said he wanted to be in the top mix. He wanted to be in that top 10. And so far, I was pleasantly surprised to see him rolling through, looking really strong. So that's number 46 in the chair just in front of us here. Looks like his crew maybe had a little bit of trouble getting all his stuff in, so he was delayed by a couple minutes with doing his gear swap. And he's also taking the time to change his socks and his shoes, which, the more I'm seeing that, the more that makes me interested in just like how dusty it is out there. I think last year having a little bit of rain helped dampen some of that dust down, but we are seeing a lot more like, no, I'm going to take the time here and make sure I'm not going to have foot issues later. So that's a bit of a theme for Crown King this year, is the shoe change, which 36 miles into the race, it's interesting. It's early. It really is. But again, we are finding every year we're learning a little bit more. We're dialing in where to save time, but also where not to skip out on things. And I think the shoes are one of those non-negotiables, and making sure the feet are good. So yeah, I know. Honestly, it's people are taking a bit more time than I would have thought. Heather was here for maybe 3 minutes. She left about 3 minutes after Courtney, give or take. I probably should be timing it, but we're 250 miles. We have a lot of time to go.
Yeah.
All right, Heather's back. Heather's back. Oh boy.
Okay. Heather's
Sounds
back.
like she forgot her phone. So nothing crazy. But Heather's off with her phone again. So that was probably a good couple minutes she lost there, but you know, she didn't get too far out of the aid station at least. And that's critical, right? Like it's the sort of thing, maybe in a shorter race, you just go, okay, well, I'm going phoneless. But in a race like this, you need to be able to have everything with you, and it's worth taking that extra couple minutes. And in the grand scheme of things, I promise you this like 5-minute gap or whatever it is in between the F1 or F2 or M3, 4, it doesn't mean anything. So many things can change and happen in this race. And so day one is really about managing, making sure you're not going to dig yourself into a hole that you can't dig out of, right?
Yeah, I think my math before Heather had to come back, I had 1 through 3, 15 minutes apart from each other. So Rachel was about 11 minutes ahead of Courtney, and then Courtney was about 3 minutes.
Yeah, we have Max coming in. Sorry to cut in here, but we got Max Joliffe just rocking through the screen, and it looks like really quick change. He was here for like maybe a minute, and just like rolled right through, did a little refill. I didn't even see if he did a pack swap. Definitely no shoe change, but just, yeah, that was fast. So there we go. There's all sorts of strategies happening. But, you know, Caleb, to your point about the timing, I think seeing that sort of 15-minute gap in those leaders is healthy and about what we expected to see at this point in the race. And truly, there's so much race to be run that if I were those women or if I were the top guys, I wouldn't be worrying about that time right now. Like there's so much that can happen.
Yeah, and
it's exciting. This is so fun. This to see them all just like coming through. Like it's like this big production every time, and this whole media caravan, right?
Yeah, and on the shoe change question, that's going to be interesting to follow. I mean, coming off of that first, 35, 37 miles, it is more rocky and chunky. So as these folks are getting ready now for a little bit more runnable terrain, us being able to kind of keep track of who's changing into like a more of a runnable road shoe style is going to be interesting, and how those strategies play out as we think, the next 20 miles of this race. Do we see a trend with who changed shoes and who didn't? That'll be a fun one for the folks at home to watch.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of switching to the gravel style shoe.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. All the shoes that are being switched into are a bit more cushioned, a little bit more all-terrain, a little bit less specific to that technical rockiness. And I think it's a really good sign that all these leaders are coming through without a lot of obvious, like, banged up knees and, body parts yet. Like, it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of catastrophe out on course, which we often do see. Like, it's kind of amazing how quickly the carnage happens out there. But it does feel like right now everyone's managing themselves. They're aware of who's around them, but it's not the sense of like, I have to get out of here because so-and-so just left and I don't want to lose them. It's a little bit more of like, have I done everything I need to do? Do I feel good about where I'm sitting, within myself, as opposed to sort of looking at everyone else around me, which I think is a really good strategy and shows a lot of patience and honestly a lot of experience by the leaders in this race right now. They know how much time they have to work with, and it's really nice to see them not just like cruising through and forgetting half the things they want to do.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your race right now by forgetting something critical.
No, because we still have over 200 miles to go, right? There's a sign when they turn and they go out of the aid station behind me here, and it says only 217 miles to go, and that made me laugh. I don't know who made that sign, but I'm like, just like twist that knife in a little bit deeper, right? Kind of awesome, but kind of rude.
Yeah.
But it's true, right? Like, it's all perspective, and especially on day one, it's so easy to get caught up in the race. And I really did see that last year. It was kind of scary how much people were treating this like just a rolling pit stop. And really, it's like, you haven't seen your crew in 7 hours, which is a long time in race world, let alone in sort of elite race world, where you are used to really relying on your crew and being very dialed and minimalist as much as possible. And so for everyone to come through here and really understand, like, no, it's worth taking the time. They're not going to see their crew again for quite some time, probably like another 6-7 hours, right?
Yeah.
Until we see them in Whiskey Row. So time-wise, let alone distance-wise, these are big chunks of time to be out there, just relying on the small aid stations along the way. And if you're someone that has trouble with nutrition, if you're someone that is going to run into problems, like, you could end up with a blister or something that really derails your day out there.
Yeah.
Local traffic. Did you guys see the tractor that rolled through right as Courtney and the lead pack were coming by. It was kind of hilarious. Like all these media had this beautiful shot set up of Courtney and the tractor parked right behind her for like 5 minutes. And I had to laugh. It was a little funny. Tractors just going about their business. They don't care.
Yeah, tractors, ATVs, all of it. You'll see it out on the course. When you're going 250 miles, you're winding through other people's regular lives too, which is a fun like contrast for the runners that are out there when somebody rips by you on an ATV, and it's pretty crazy.
A little reality check.
Yeah.
Totally. And I actually think it adds to the charm because it's like, this is not a controlled environment as far as like a closed course. This is not something where we can like completely block it off and make it perfect. Like we are just sort of rolling with it. And yeah, the tractor has right of way. Like there's no arguing with that. Like we're all going to get out of the way for the tractor.
Yeah.
But the timing was impeccable,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, and curious on your guys' side, because I don't have all the splits pulled up in front of me. Did you see a big gap after this little crew before the next one coming through the water stops? Like, are we sort of seeing this track out at Crown King now?
Yeah, the core group that's gone through was kind of the core group from the water stop. And then Versteeg actually was with Cam Haynes when he came through on the water stop. And it was quite a bit of a gap there.
Yeah.
From kind of this lead pack. So
I do think the gap between Kevin and Rachel, Joe, and Killian has closed a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not by a ton, but like a few minutes. So
we have Adam Kimball that just rolled into the aid station here. Actually, I think he's just rolling out of the aid station. I think he might have been sitting down and doing a bit of troubleshooting, but he didn't stay long at all. He was only maybe here for like under 2 minutes, looking really good. We do have another runner in a chair just over my shoulder here, and I don't have a bib number on him yet, but he's been here for a while. I shouldn't say that too loudly because he could probably hear me. I don't want him to feel like he's got to leave. George Cyrus, thank you. We've got an ID on him. And so, he doesn't look like he looks like he's good. He's just sitting, which again is a choice this early in the race, but also like not a bad strategy. And taking his time, he's really like eating. He's got a huge burger with a double patty in hand right now. And I think he's going to walk by our camera with this giant burger, but that is like, full props for being able to eat a double patty burger and run like a, 7-hour, 56K mountainous route to get here and sort of rock out with that. That is talent. That is,
wow.
That might actually win for, food we've seen so far, like substantial food.
Winner in my heart for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That's awesome. His partner gives him a kiss and then goes, "Ew, wipe your face." I did see that. Actually, Courtney, she had her signature eye drops out. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that's something that she's learned the hard way. Like it gets really dusty out here. She's had some vision problems, which is sort of this crazy phenomena that can happen at these races where she actually went blind from it once at a race at Run Rabbit. And so good to see her taking care of her eyes. She also did like a full face wipe down. I'm a huge fan of taking those extra minutes, and like resetting. I would almost do like a little toothbrush every like 7 or 8 hours because that whole palate fatigue kicks in and you get the like fuzzy mouth. Like it's just so much time out here. Yeah. And I think easy to sort of miss those things. And then it catches up with you when you lose your appetite or you get nauseous and you're not able to keep things in. But it's like, again, speaks to how Courtney's the pro, right? Like she knows how to pace these things and she knows what she needs to perform at the level that she needs to. And so, like her strategy and Rachel's, I think, are a little bit different. Rachel did roll through quite a bit faster and didn't take those extra minutes. But Rachel has also traditionally just been sort of this, I would say, more minimalist runner when it comes to a lot of things. And so far it's worked out for her really well. But again, Courtney has so much experience and it's cool to see her being like, this is my checklist and I'm not going to leave here without it. And her crew were really on it. I also feel for all these elites because, they have 20 cameras in their face and being around Courtney or being around Joe and everyone trying to get that soundbite and hear what they're saying. And you can hear them trying to whisper to their crew what's going on. There's a lot of strategy, right? Like you don't necessarily want to show your cards, but it's really hard to have those moments with your crew in all the like chaos here. We have another runner coming in, another one of the guys. We'll get a bib number for y'all.
Okay, and on the screen right now we have Rachel and Joe.
Or 159.
Sorry about that, Hillary. Who was that?
It sounds like Elliot Chisholm, 157.
Chisholm, 157. So yeah, he just cruised in, but that's, exciting to hear that Rachel and Joe are running together. I think that's really fun for both of them to have the company. And, I caught what you were saying earlier about them maybe catching some of that time up to Kevin at the front. Also doesn't surprise me at all. Again, like, these guys are so experienced. We have Ed Ramirez coming into the aid station now. He's got family recruiting them. I remember them from last year. They are awesome, and like, his kids are, and they just came running. I just love that. He's just like great. Again, like Eder was second last year. He didn't like he
Yeah, I think we lost Hillary there. We will get her back, and we're actually going to do a quick swap out. I am going to be jumping off the mic, and we're going to have Alyssa Clark jumping on to join Claire Farrow. So super excited for the rest of today's coverage. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you all tomorrow. So we're going to do a quick host swap, and enjoy the rest of day one action.
All right, we are back in the studio. I am Claire Farrow, now joined by Alyssa Clark, and we are here around the area of the Crown King aid station. I believe our camera right now, we are tracking Killian, who is currently running behind Rachel and Joe, trying to catch up to them.
Yeah, that was an exciting series right there. We were going to switch. I was like, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So, some action at Crown King, seeing Killian Korth make his way along the trail. I've heard there's still a bit of a punchy section after Crown King for a little bit, and then it gets really runnable into Whiskey Row, but they, I think, are hitting a little bit more climbing, and then will make their way down into Prescott.
Yeah. Onto a bit more of a deep Jeep road, dirt road type situation instead of a bit more technical stuff they were on earlier. So it looks right now the gap between Killian and then Rachel and Joe is about 60 seconds. So he's not super far behind them.
Now, when you're running kind of near or around people, do you prefer to kind of have a little space, or do you like to partner up with people?
I either want to be like in lockstep or I want space. The worst to me is when there's someone like either right ahead of you or right behind you. It just gives me anxiety.
I feel you on that. Yeah, it's the do we, don't we?
Yeah, like we just either someone needs to decide something. Either you need to get away from me or I need to get away from you, or we have to be together.
Yeah. Are we going to be best friends or mortal enemies?
Exactly.
We're not really sure. All right, so we are seeing. Oh wow, we are getting this spoon-fed treatment here.
That's a good crew member.
Yeah, that is amazing. We believe this is Elliot Chisholm, one of the, famous members of the Chisholm family. They are just absolute. I can't say legend. I'm already.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to say that.
I've already added a quarter.
You got to open up thesaurus.com.
Yes, they are iconic in the sport of 200s. This family, so many. Gosh, I would love to know how many 200-mile finishes they have across the family itself.
I thought that number would make me maybe feel bad about myself. So.
Claire, have you done 200s?
No, I haven't gone past, I think it was like 112 miles.
Just 100.
So, yeah, just leisurely. Yeah, it feels like a whole different beast.
It's something.
Have you?
I have. Yeah, I did Moab 240 back in the day, and I've done a 350-mile FKT.
Okay.
And I've attempted Tour de Jean twice. So
that race is brutal. A friend of mine has done that.
Terrifying. Still.
He lost feeling in some of his toes and it never came back.
Oh,
so.
Gosh. All right. This family affair. Also, the curls. My God. Do they have everything?
This is. Oh, nice. Bronco Billy in at Crown King with a jug of milk. Which, good for you if you could do that. That would be maybe race ending for me.
So glad he is not disappointing anyone.
Yeah.
And is going right for the milk. Oh, Jeff, you're my hero.
God bless him.
I'm such a fan of Bronco Billy. He is just such a stalwart of the sport. He's so consistent, just such a good attitude. I mean, he's one of my heroes for sure.
Oh, yeah. I just love to see someone who's been in the sport for so long at such a high level, like still out there competing with people who are so new.
Well, and also that he has maintained the curiosity to keep trying and improving his craft. I mean, I've taken notes from his aid stations. He is known for just absolute efficiency with his aid stations, his crew being super dialed. I know he's done a lot without crew, and he just gets it done. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't waste time. Love to see it.
Yeah. I'd like to know how to do anything in life as well as he knows how to do an aid station.
Me too.
Like,
all right, we have Bronco Billy leaving the Crown King aid station.
we had someone in the chat asking how many hours of daylight left. I think it's about 12:30. I think sunset is about 7:15, 7:30, so about 7 hours left, more or less.
They can get back to me. I'm going to grab Terradauer. Terradauer.
We're gonna grab. We're just gonna grab Tara Dower. You guys ready for it?
All right, Jeff, power hiking his way up this hill. Love the hands-on knees technique. It's a classic.
It's served me very well many a time. I don't hike quite as fast as he does, but you know.
I don't think a lot of us do.
Yeah,
I think Jeff is one of a kind.
Looks like Courtney on the screen right now.
Yes, moving so well. Gosh.
Yeah.
She is just flying through here. It's crazy how fast the rest of the course gets after this one section.
Yeah, I'm excited for her to get to kind of rip it a bit, especially after Mingus.
All right, I believe we have Mika on the right of our screen, looking strong. It did seem like she took a little spill early on in the race, so hopefully she's feeling okay after that. She's had some rough luck at Cocodona with falls. I hope that this is the end.
Yeah,
Maybe
she got it over with early. Simple, out of the way.
There was a question. Yes, they can absolutely use poles during this 200. I am not sure there are many runners who are not using poles out there.
Yeah, that would be impressive.
Oh my gosh. I did that one more time.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple falls so far. I know Sally, when she came by the water stop, said something about taking a digger on her knee. So
blood is just part of the sport, unfortunately. It's just going to happen.
All right. We are going to get Tara Dower on soon, coming to us from Crown King.
All right, guys, we're back at Crown King with Tara Dower. Tara, we were just talking about the women's field and how stoked we are to see them crushing it and up there in that top mix. I mean, how are you feeling seeing everybody roll through?
I'm so pumped. Oh, yeah. Should I just talk to the camera or talk to you? Yeah, I'm just really pumped right now. I'm like so amped because we had Kevin in first, but then we had in quick succession, we had Killian and we had Joe, and then we had Rachel. And after that, we had Courtney close behind, and then we had Heather. And they're all looking so good. And the exciting thing about this, I get so excited that I talk really, really fast. But okay, so like women can compete. We're seeing like the gender gap close when it comes to these races. Oh yeah, Mika! And we just had Mika come through. She's looking good. Yeah, she's looking good. So that's our 4th place woman. She's looking great. But the exciting thing about this is that the gender gap closes. And so when we have women pushing each other, historically, we haven't had a lot of women in these races to push each other to this degree. Like this year, this is like an unprecedented year, and they're pushing each other harder and harder. And so who's going to know what's going to happen? Like, we don't know if it could be like, I need to knock on wood, but like, it could be a top 3 women like podium race, and I hope that happens. I hope everyone does well. I hope everyone's happy with their performance at the end of the day, but kind of biased here. Love women, love men too, but I'll just give you that.
But the ladies are on fire. No, I think it is one of the big storylines, and like, but you know, as we were just saying, we had that top 3 come through together and then quite a gap. So we now have a 30-minute gap seeing Mika come through here, give or take, which is a bit more significant, right?
Well, yeah. And I was thinking Mika's really experienced in this. Is this smart for her to be pacing in this way? And so maybe she can like make her way up. I mean, Heather hasn't done one of these before. Courtney and Rachel obviously are very experienced in these. So I don't know. I mean, Mika might have like this tactic. She might come from behind and push them. Do you know who else? Lindsay, is she behind Mika?
I think coming in at Meg.
Okay, Meg. Yeah. So many great women athletes. It's a really exciting race. I'm so amped right now. Like so stoked.
And you were saying that Heather Jackson's sister Becca, who's out here, just like made a fun comment to you as she was leaving about how Heather was looking.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't think that was me, but I overheard it. But yeah, her sister said she's never looked better in a race. And that's really surprising because we know Heather and she's run really fast races at Black Canyon, at Javelina. She's a really amazing athlete in triathlon too. So for her to say that, that's saying a lot.
Yeah, I mean, all I could hear when Heather was in the aid station was her laughter, you know, like so good.
They did forget her phone though. I did see that.
Yeah, she had to come back for her phone, so she lost a couple minutes.
Nickels and dimes.
Got a lot of time out here. Well, Tara, I know you and I are going to be chatting from Whiskey Row later today and debriefing everything that's gone on. But yeah, cheering on our women.
Yeah, so excited. Woo, go women and men, but mostly women.
All right. Thank you, Tara. Just a note on the whole field in general. Again, just it's really fun to see everyone come through. Eda Ramirez was here with his whole family. You know, he's got a great little support network. His kids are running around after him. And it's really fun to see him come through looking so strong. Again, no stranger to this distance and to pacing it well. And then just heading out, we've got Bib 73. I'm not sure who that was, but he was here for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. And then Mika Thews went into the aid station. Heard that she might have taken a little bit of a spill in the last section, and she looked a little bit beat up, maybe a little dusty, a little bloody, but still moving well. And, you know, Tara and I were talking offline before we hopped on here just about maybe getting your low out of the way is a good thing, you know? And I thought that was an interesting comment coming from Tara, who knows a thing or two about working through lows. But, you know, there's a lot to be said for just sort of like rolling through these problems as they come up and not letting it derail your race. And Mika has so much experience out here that, you know, certainly could make up a lot of that time later if she's feeling better and charging hard. So I am excited to see her come through. And we had Jeff Browning come through. It's been busy, guys. And he came through and ate a bunch of mashed potatoes. I know you guys saw that on the camera, and we were asking him how he was feeling. He's got this great saying, you know, he says, like, you want to spread the peanut butter in these races. And I think about it all the time when I'm out in in a race setting, just like spreading that peanut butter, keeping it very consistent. You want to make sure that peanut butter goes all the way to the edge of that bread. And when Billy, my husband, asked him how he was feeling and how the peanut butter was spreading, he said it was smooth, which I kind of loved. In the sort of Jeff Browning way. It's smooth, man. We're in control. And so a lot of people just sort of executing. We had Cody Poskin's crew come over here and chat with us for a few minutes as well. And they were saying Cody was 3 minutes ahead of his splits, spent about 5 minutes here and was just like feeling really good. And so yeah, I don't know. Like, it's really cool to see. A lot of these guys were struggling this time last year, and I feel like we're seeing a lot of really in control racing, a lot of smart racing, and it's really, really fun to see how that's going to play out later. And I think it's going to pay a lot of dividends later on in the race. All this sort of like cautiousness or just sort of making sure that you're covering everything now.
No, I love that. Also, I think spreading the peanut butter is going to be my new motto for racing, because I tend to stack a lot on and then really, try to spread it out at the end.
Eat it all at once at the beginning and then have dry toast at the end.
Exactly. But
nobody wants that.
Everyone's looking. I felt like last year and I was up at Crown King, had a lot more of a frantic energy to it. And I feel like this year's just a lot calmer. And I'm wondering if part of it is just that the the weather, it was pretty chaotic. It felt consequential, because it is. I mean, you're up in the mountains, you're quite remote. And so I'm thinking that perhaps just the calmness of, hey, it's not too hot, we're not trying to get out of the heat, is just allowing people to take a bit more time and play the patient game.
I think you're totally right. I feel the same. I feel like there was a lot of nervous energy before the runners rolled in. I think from the crews and the media, as much as everyone else, like, it's such a long time between seeing the runner at the start and now, and you really don't know how they're doing. But as the runners are coming in, I feel like they're almost bringing the energy to a calmer place, which is cool to see. And nobody's run in here. Not one person has run in a panic and sort of like, where is this and where is that? Everyone's felt like they were really on their game plan and they were in control of the situation. And I love that, because you work really hard to get here. Everybody who's coming through, every single person that is towing the line of this race has worked so hard to get here. And I want to see them have a good day. And I feel like the more that we sort of understand about the sport, the more that we understand about the strategy of these long races, the more that we're realizing, like, don't skip these steps at the beginning. Even if you feel good, like, you have so far to go. You have 217 miles to go. Like, it is too early. And so really great to see the pros treating it like that. And it's going to make for an exciting race later on. I think we'll see less blowups because of that, which is going to be crazy town, because these guys are all pretty close together. And if they're all running good, smart races, then there's going to be some moves that have to be made later. And I'm here for that.
Sprint finish down the streets of Flagstaff.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Come on, guys.
That'd
Let's go.
be crazy.
Everyone over Eldon together. No pacers. Let's just go for it.
Yeah. Hillary, has there been anything you've seen from like a crew or a runner that was kind of unique, like maybe like Jeff's milk or anything?
The milk was a bold choice. I turned around and made eye contact with Jeff Browning as he was chugging this like gallon of milk. And my brain took a minute to be like, what is he drinking? I mean, we see the pickle juice, like Joe McConaughey did a shot of pickle juice, but the, carton of milk, that is bold. And washing it down with the mashed potatoes. But again, if there's anyone that I trust out here for nutrition, if there's anyone that knows himself and knows what he needs, it's Jeff Browning. And I feel like everyone else should be looking around and sort of like taking notes. But on the nutrition front, we've seen everything. Like, we've seen people just grabbing gels, and they're really sticking to that strategy of like easy come, easy go, hopefully, and just like whatever stays in. And then we saw the double burger patty, and that was kind of fun to see that approach of like, no, it's lunchtime. I'm going to eat a burger. And then we've got the mashed potatoes, we got the pickles. I know a couple of the runners, Cody Poskin said he didn't eat anything. He just rolled right on through, which was my only concern with him. He is one of our younger runners, and I know he was out here last year, but it's, not eating is also, I think you really do need to stay on top of that in a race this long, especially when you're going this long in between, seeing your crew. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how that plays out for Cody later, but I did get that note that he didn't eat anything. Got another runner coming through here.
We have Michael Versteeg entering the chat.
There.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Yeah, here comes Versteeg.
Oh, go for it, Hillary.
No, just watching Versteeg roll through.
Mm-hmm. He was with Cam
heading into the aid
earlier,
station.
so I'm curious to see if Cam shows up soon.
I think Jeff Garmeyer was also in that pack.
He was
Yeah,
around
I
that
don't see
time.
Cam yet, but we'll kind of keep an eye out for how far behind he is. That would be a really good day for Cam. Like if that's the
Yeah.
case, he's running really well.
Absolutely.
It is. I have to just talk about the weather again, guys, because it is such a factor here at Cocodona. The weather is so nice right now. It's almost cool enough that I want to put my sweater back on. Next time you see me, I'll probably have my sweater on because it's right on that margin. But from a running standpoint, like you got a little breeze. It's cool. It's dry. You've got that tiny bit of cloud cover, but it's not like overcast. It's really freaking amazing weather. So I think that's part of it, you know? And like you guys were saying, that franticness from last year, I think a lot of that was maybe due to the hail and the crazy winds that were whipping around and the fact that we could feel the storm coming in. And so everyone had that sense of wanting to get out of here before it hit and being able to sort of relax a little bit and know that you're not heading into that weather. Going up into the Bradshaw is like, that's huge, right? And it's exciting to see them not have to deal with that as one of the many problems on their plates right now. And I don't believe we've seen Mika Thews leave yet, right? I didn't hear her go out behind me.
I saw her going into, it looks like receive some medical attention. It looked like they were cleaning up her face. So I don't believe that she has left yet. I'm really glad that she's taking care of herself early and just getting checked out. So hopefully she'll be able to get on her way again soon.
Yeah, I mean, she's F4. Like, it's pretty cool to see that. And again, infamously, Mika also took a fall late in the race a few years ago and had to leave the course and go sleep and recover, came back and still placed 4th place overall in the women's field. So again, talking about just how much time there is and how much race there is to play out, I think this is a great example of her knowing, like, hey, I have to deal with this. I took a fall early on. It's not ideal, but here we are. And like, I'm not going to rush out of here before I'm ready. So yeah, I'm also really glad to see that she's taking that time. Keep hearing noise behind me. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. And the sun just came out, guys. Like the weather is truly, I see blue sky now. So we are getting actually a little bit of a break in that cloud cover. And the temperature immediately kicks up by like a good 6-7 degrees as soon as you feel that direct sunshine. But it's still pretty comfortable overall.
Michael's getting loaded up. I'm guessing he's going to take off pretty soon. I will say I had the opportunity to spend a little time on the trails during UTMB with him, and I just love this pack. I think it's the coolest pack. It's so original. It fits him so well. It's one of a kind. So Michael, share your pack with us.
I mean, Michael Versteeg is a fan favorite here.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
always fun. Every time you see him at an aid station, he gets like a really good cheer. And like, yeah, he's got one of the most unique styles of any runner here, you know, in a sport that's not known for its fashion. I feel like Versteeg has got that like punk rock kind of running vibe down. And, you know, I will say too, what I noticed was he was the first one that came through looking like his shirt was soaking wet. And I don't know whether his crew doused him down or he was sweating more, but we have seen a lot of kind of dry runners coming through because it's so dry up here. So he's doing either a bit of cooling or he's sweating a lot. And either way, I hope that there's some electrolytes happening with that.
Yeah. I mean, just being at the start this morning and being at the bib pickup yesterday, gosh, it is just so dry. I mean, you could just feel everything. It's almost this electric feeling of like,
What do you want here?
man, everyone is just covered in dirt. It just feels like it could impact people, I think, in a way with the breathing of just not having any moisture in the air. So
Yeah. There's also some wildfire smoke.
There
in
is,
a couple
yeah.
areas. So
Let me tell you.
Yeah, when we were driving in last night, we got in fairly late and we actually drove by where one of the fires were, or at least I'm assuming that's the source of the smoke, but it was definitely smoky this morning. And yeah, you can feel it in the air. Like as I talk right now, my tongue feels that sort of like thickness and you're like trying to sort of like get the moisture going. And for these runners, especially coming through the last 25 miles, all of them are burning through that water. And, you know, it's funny because you always hear complaints at the beginning of the race of how much water they have to carry. That 4 liters, it's almost 9 pounds of water. It's so much water, but all of them went through it and more coming in here. So it really is so important. And especially for that mid pack, as we start to see, you know, these folks rolling in over the next couple hours, like the longer you're out there on the stretch, the longer without water and without aid, and that really starts to impact your day. And I think you'll see people spending more and more time in the aid station as we get into this sort of next crew because of that.
Definitely.
Definitely getting some lulls here. I am quite intrigued at the gap that's opened with the women's field already. Just the fact that we have only got F4 through here, and we're now sitting at over an hour since we've seen that top group of women come through. That's a significant gap. We are starting to talk about real time now. All right, and there's Versteeg heading out behind me with his 666 number.
You know you're special when you get a custom number. He
A
deserves
custom
it.
number, yeah, he does, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he looked good. He was only in here for a couple minutes and seems happy. I was at Sedona aid station last year when he dropped, and it's great to see him in good spirits and just looking like he's in control of his race right now. And hopefully that continues for him, because he's always, a fun runner to watch at these things for sure. But yeah, like I was saying about the women's gap, like the fact that we don't have the next crew of these women is like that front pack broke the elastic band really early. And then now it's going to be a question of like, are they managing everything to a point where they don't have to take big stops, where that isn't going to catch up with them later and allow these other ladies to make up this time. But once we get into gaps of 30, 45 minutes longer, it starts to be something where it's like, okay, well, something's got to change with these women at the front for them to make up that time. And like, you can't just run a little bit faster in a 250-mile race at that point, right?
Yeah, it is pretty insane to see what the gap already is, with not that far into the race, but things happen. I mean, if you have a bad aid station, you could be sitting there for 30, 40 minutes. So things could still very much swing, but I believe we're waiting to see Rachel Dwyer and
Lindsay Dwyer.
I'm sorry, Lindsay Dwyer. There we go. I was like, that is wrong.
And Meg Eckert.
Lindsay Dwyer and Meg Eckert are the next two, I believe, that we're waiting to see come in.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And it'll be great to sort of see how the women's top 10 is rounding out. Again, these are the women we expected to see. The gaps are maybe a little bit more than I expected to see at this stage of the race. But to your point, it really is like so much can happen and change. And just seeing how much time Mika's spending here and troubleshooting makes you sort of remember, like, yeah, there's going to be times where you have to stop and deal with things. You don't know when that's going to hit. It could be at a very inopportune time in the race, but you can't let things get away from you. So there is a lot of opportunity for things to turn around for these ladies and for them to close those gaps pretty easily.
And we have still not seen Mika leave, correct?
No, she hasn't left yet. Yeah. So she's been here for a little while. I believe she came in just before 12:30. And what time are we at now? I'm phoneless. I'm tech free right now.
Almost 12:50. Yeah.
Yeah. So 20 minutes, give or take so far.
I believe this is where she dropped last year. So I really hope that this is not a similar situation. Like, really, really hope. So
yeah.
You got this, Mika.
Yeah. I mean, I saw her last year. She was so cold. I think that was a huge factor. I don't know. Obviously, she took the fall this year, so that seems like a likely explanation for the stop. But Mika is tough as nails, and I do know that if she's otherwise feeling fine and she gets medically cleared, that she won't be giving up this easily. So I would expect to see her go back out. I don't think she didn't strike me as coming in with the intention of not carrying on. And I would say being in the medical tent is very much just a troubleshooting thing. We have amazing volunteers out here. We've got incredible support for these runners. I mean, they have their crews, but they also have the support of the race organization. And there's so many people here that'll patch you up and push you back out again. And so, I know she's in good hands there.
Yeah, she took the time to put on a new pair of toe socks. So I feel that means she intends to keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, I would take a guess that they also might be doing a little bit of a concussion protocol just to make sure that she did not hit her head, which I think is a very good call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, especially because these aid stations are so remote and so far apart. Like this is the last chance she's going to get to really get that medical support until Whiskey Row. So you don't want to leave here without making sure everything's there. So, very smart.
All right.
Got a little lull here. I feel like a lot of the crews and the media have sort of departed Crown King and they're winding their way back down to Bumblebee again. But it was really fun for the last hour, just having everybody all here and everyone being close enough still that it's like rapid fire trying to pick everybody out, right? It's a little crazy there.
Everything always happens all at once.
Yeah.
That's the
classic.
The nature of
We'll
200s.
tell them to
It's
space
like,
it out.
Yeah.
Guys all just like come in one at a time, give us your bib number as you go. That'd be great, you know.
Couple you have to
As it
speed
is,
up.
I'm like staring
slow
at people
down.
trying to be like, yeah. What's the bib number? There was definitely some surprises in there on the men's side, which I'm not entirely surprised by. I think that field was a little bit more wide open. Like we had the top contenders and we knew they'd come in first. We had Kelly and we had Joe. You know, we had Browning, we have all these guys, Adam Kimball, all these guys in the lead, but then there was definitely some surprises in there. And again, like just really curious to see how that plays out when we see them again and to see if our friend Kevin is still in the lead or if he's been overtaken by that next pack of runners. I wouldn't want those guys right behind me, I'll tell you that much.
Same. And we did just get confirmation that Mika did leave the aid station about 7 minutes ago. So she snuck out at some point.
Yeah.
She did, man. She was right behind me. Well, that's great to hear. That's awesome. We just had Cam Haynes roll into the aid station behind me. All smiles. He looks great. He's in a cutoff, shirt right now. He's got his party shirt on.
Classic.
Make sure I'm not going to get run over here, guys. It's funny. I don't remember it being this busy last year, but there's been a lot of activity.
Aw.
You guys see the high fives?
Yeah, that was really sweet.
The kids love Cam Haynes. I remember last year
really
his finish, he
cute.
ran in with
Yes,
a kid
yes,
for a long
that was
time.
so
Yeah.
cute.
They have signs saying "Go Cam, go," and nobody hammers more than Cam. That was some big smiles. Oh, so cute. I
Get it
love
out of
seeing
that
him
lead.
take the time to high five them. Like he had just as big a smile on his face, and I feel like that time is worth its weight in gold, right? Just to have
Yes.
that little moment of like zooming out and being like, "Hey, like." We get to be out here, guys. Like, this is incredible. Look where we get to go. Look where our feet get to take us. Like, I don't know. I find myself sort of forgetting that when I get into these moments and you get so caught up in the race. But anytime you get the chance to zoom out and just sort of big picture or look at the people that are inspired by you or the people that are just stoked to see you out here, it's hard to have a bad day, right? Like, it's like, yeah, this is pretty incredible. Every single person that's out here is incredible for doing this. And I love it so much. It's a stupid, cool sport.
Yeah.
I could not agree more. And yeah, Hillary, gosh, I feel you on that tunnel vision. It's so easy to just completely put the blinders on and not think about anything. But then when you stop and realize, other people have made an entire day, a week to come out and see you, to give you that high five, and how much energy you can exchange with that moment, and how when the times get hard, that's what you pull out of, like, hey, remember when that person said that or gave me the high five? And that can be such a difference. So I'm sure Cam draws on all of these moments when it gets hard out there.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, we saw some of the pros stop and take that minute to sort of take it in, but most of them were pretty focused on just like their plan, what they need to do, seeing their crew. And I totally respect that. I think that is what you need to do to be able to hang with that front pack at this stage in the sport. Like, it is so competitive these days. But to see someone like Cam come through, he's running an incredible day so far, but he's relaxed. He's not taking it too seriously. He's working hard, but he's also taking the time to be like, yeah, this is awesome. Here's a high five. Like, we're all stoked to be out here. And I know he made those girls' day. Like, that was really cool.
on like the GoPro feed right now. Are you still on?
Oh, you start. You know where they come? They'll come in this way and then they leave out. Oh, they come in this way. Yeah, over the bridge.
Like the weather's breaking up more.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't hear any.
Unceremoniously off the air.
We are working on identifying this runner.
Yeah.
He's looking really smooth coming in.
It's running too fast for me to read his bib
I know,
number.
gosh, yeah, the way the bib is curled, we can't quite get his number down.
Looks like Patrick Kavanagh, number 99.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing as well. Patrick looking super smooth. I really love the button-up shirt.
I know. I've been seeing a
Look.
lot of those, and I
we've
think they're
got
so nice.
F5.
Who's that?
What?
We have,
Is that maybe Megan?
that was Lindsay.
Okay.
Lindsay Dwyer coming in. So we have our
F5?
F5, yes.
And then F4,
We have Meg
F6.
Eckhart. Aw, with a big hug.
Seems in great spirits.
Yeah. So we have Lindsay and Meg, our F5 and F6, in at Crown King right now. They both look like they're feeling good, happy. These precision fits are something else.
I know. They are recognizable. I'll give them that.
Yeah. I've seen them a few times in some very, very warm temperatures, and I don't really know how they're not dying, truthfully.
They're that dedicated.
Yeah. It looks like we have a shoe change happening, a little foot cleaning. Honestly, so smart to keep on top of foot care throughout these races. I mean, it can just absolutely destroy you if you get behind on it. So
better to spend a couple minutes here versus lose hours down the line because you have massive blisters.
Absolutely.
Reapplying some sunscreen, also a good move. All right, we are going to switch to a couple ads real quick, and then we will be back.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
All right, we are back in the studio. I am Claire Farrow here with Alyssa Clark, and I am actually going to be headed out now. I will be replaced by Corinne Chavoy, and who will be doing an incredible job. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Claire. All right, we are getting some beautiful footage around the Crown King area. See runners making their way. They have gotten onto more of the runnable terrain at this point out of the rocky, mountainous Bradshaw. Well, they're still in the Bradshaws, but they're out of some of the rocky parts of it. And if we are going by the leaderboard, then we still have Kevin in front at mile 44.7. We have Joe McConaughey at mile 44. Gillian Korth right behind at 43.9. Oh, Courtney DeWater. This is definitely not right because Rachel is I think stuck at 41.7. So, there we go. It updated. Okay. We have Kevin in second, Kevin in first, Rachel in second, Joe in third, Killian in fourth, Courtney in fifth, Heather in sixth, Max in seventh, Adam in eighth, George in ninth, and Eder in 10th. So that is our top 10 right now. Apologies, the tracker was not updating correctly. We're trying our best out there to get you the information, but hopefully as they get out of more of the rural sections of the course, we will be able to have the tracking right on board. All right, I am joined by Corinne Chavoy. Corinne, so happy to have you next to me again.
What's going on, Alyssa? Oh my God, it's Cocodona.
It's Cocodona.
I feel like it was just Cocodona I don't know, a month ago, and now it's Cocodona again. So this is super exciting. I cannot wait for just the days to unfold. It's just, this race is something else, and you know, to no one's surprise, we have somebody out front who we are not familiar with. I did some digging.
Oh,
okay. A little bit. I don't know if I fully know the entire backstory on Kevin Tadonio.
I'm just going to start saying...
I was told by Liam, because Aid Station Fireball, that as an Italian, you got to say Tadonio.
Love it.
I don't know. We're going with Tedonio. So Kevin Tedonio, believe he is, I found him on both Strava and Instagram. He looks like he's a dad of maybe 2. I think he's a firefighter. I think he is potentially a hotshot firefighter because I saw a couple posts of him saying he was 36 hours into something. And then the next screen capture was him fighting a fire that looked pretty intense. So I think maybe, limited results on ultra sign up, but he might be in very much like an endurance type profession. So I don't know. This is he also has some posts about just going for it. He has his shoe lineup online and it looks like he is staying true to that. So really interesting and looks like a family dude. He won the Crown King Scramble this year. On the men's side, has run a 100-miler, but it was about a 22-hour finish. Didn't look like it was like maybe who knows? Maybe it was a training run, but 22 hours. I think he came in like 25th or 26th in that race. So yeah, we are learning in real time about Kevin.
Love it. And I love to
But
see
if anyone
people-
knows in the chat, please.
Yeah,
let
I
us
love
know.
to see people shooting their shot, just going for it. I mean,
You
heck,
never
why
know.
not?
He said it's unknown territory, after that 100-mile mark, or after even he said 77. So we just don't know what's going to happen.
It does look like it is warming up out there. We can see that the clouds that have given them a lot of respite are breaking. And so I think we're going to see a hotter afternoon for them.
Yeah, it's a bit sunnier. I will say Graham the weatherman had the forecast pretty solid up until this point. I do think he was mentioning that's my husband Graham. We talked about him on the previous show. He thought it was going to be cloudy or overcast all day. So yeah, some little breaks here and there. And I can just from being outside up here in Flagstaff, right? It's a pretty dramatic difference between if it is cloudy or sunny. It can start to feel warm quite quickly. So I think that's something to pay attention to as we get further into the day and see if some of the cooling techniques are employed.
Yeah, I did see at the start a couple of people with ice bandanas.
Mm-hmm.
So I was curious to see them deploying it so early. It makes sense though. I mean, above 65 is not cold. I mean,
No.
that will get you feeling pretty warm, especially with the amount of exposure as well.
Yeah. And then kind of fascinating stuff with that chase pack behind Kevin that was made up of 3 individuals, two men and Rachel Entrikin, and then Killian Korth and Joe Stringbean McConaughey, all running kind of together, which, we don't often see too much in these 250s. Early on, maybe more so, but they really were packed up basically like running as a group, which was kind of cool. And I think that kind of energy and momentum, they might be able to start to gain on Kevin. It's hard to know. I think he still was maintaining a similar lead to what he had been at earlier this morning. So this is now a long, somewhat runnable stretch, right?
Yeah. It's so interesting the way that the race plays out. I feel like it truly is a race of parts. And for some reason, Whiskey Row feels later on in the race and it's still so early.
Yeah.
And especially too, because you really do get to truly runnable territory when you hit Whiskey Row. And so, gosh, there's just so much time left.
I know. I'm pretty sure it was Kevin when we saw him kind of at one of if it was one of the earlier aids, Lane Mountain, or he said, and the climbing is not my strong suit. He's like, I'm not a good climber. So he's like, so I'm really looking forward to getting to the runnable. And so that's pretty exciting to see how that's going to play out. Yeah. Thank you for letting us know in the chat. Someone did say he is a firefighter. He has 2 kids, knows no sleep. That's an advantage at this race.
And I think too, just the mindset that firefighters have to have of the ability to stay calm under pressure and
totally
to deal with.
It's a good point.
Yeah. Just the unknowns
and stress.
Yes.
A lot of literal fire in your face. Like, yes. So It's going to be super, super curious to see here. Kevin ran 35 miles at 7-minute pace on a treadmill 3 weeks ago. Sicko behavior. Okay. 7-minute pace for 35 on a treadmill. That is gnarly. I did see his Strava. Looks like a lot of combination of biking and running. He did have like a 25 or 27 hour week in there of training combined with the two. It looks like maybe 80-ish miles of running, but a lot of cycling too. So he's been, it looks like, putting in the work to get prepared here, and really, you know, some solid training. I believe he's based in California, San Diego area. So, you know, this is what's cool, is we are now all getting to know.
Yes, Kevin, thank
Sedona.
you for taking the lead and giving us a new person to learn about, something exciting to follow.
Okay, we probably should put like the fire emoji in there for him, or like, I don't know, what we need an emoji for Kevin. We're gonna give him one on the spot here. The fire emoji is not very inventive, but he was an Ironman and is a firefighter in San Diego. Wife and kids are there cheering him on. Awesome, great. I don't know. You never know. Moose Muncher. Moose Muncher says he won't be able to outrun the. I'm not going to say that because I have to pay money for greatest of all time runners. But yeah, you never know. You never know. What do you think about the women's race so far, Alyssa? How are you feeling about this?
It's honestly not altogether surprising. I know that Rachel has the confidence on this course, as she should.
Yeah.
And I think she's really gunning for an overall podium. You know, she was just off last year in that 4th position. So I'm sure that that is top of mind for her. She just understands what this effort feels like.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure she's well within her capability and is just running her own race. I'm not surprised to see Courtney seeming like she's being a little bit more patient.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is a really smart approach for her to take after last year, and just kind of saying, okay, we're going to get through the part that maybe was difficult last year, and we're going to see what we have in the last 100 and what was it, about 40 miles that she had left? Or
yeah,
30?
at least.
Yeah.
It was like 257 last year, so I feel like it was maybe 150. But I don't know. Yeah, she's really curious to get past that section. I don't know. I'm feeling good about that. I feel like we're seeing the cast of women that we anticipated seeing up in that front pack, including Meg Eckert, Lindsay Dwyer, Mika Thews.
Yeah, and Heather Jackson.
And Heather Jackson doing Heather Jackson things.
Doing Heather
she
Jackson
is. I
things.
raced Heather Jackson just a few weeks ago at Desert Rats 100K. I feel like she may have been a little conservative at that race from just going out hot. So maybe she's trying to reel that in a bit. Who knows? But she's in great shape, and she is like ready to explore this distance and this adventure. So it's pretty cool.
I really loved seeing her video where she put her season out. She's got a monster season
it's
on
crazy.
board.
Yeah. It's like the season that might kill me. Isn't that like Mike McKnight's as well? Or like, I can't remember who had that, but both of them, I mean, it's nuts, including a couple of Unbound gravel, like 300 or something like that. Isn't she back to, I know she's back to UTMB.
Yep.
Are you back to UTMB?
That's the plan right now.
All right, we're all going to UTMB.
I swear every other day I see another incredibly strong runner saying, yep, going to UTMB this year. I'm like, let's join the party.
I feel like it's bonkers just from the U.S. grouping of athletes out there. So Courtney's mantras that she posted online: patience, progress, party, power, positivity, pain cave. And then she finished it with let's run to Flagstaff, because you got to throw another P in there. But try hard. She's going to try hard and ride the roller coaster, she said. So we are all here for that roller coaster, and I'm sure that's why many are tuning in. Let us know where you're tuning in from. I love to see who is joining us. If you can throw, and thank you to all those emojis. We had fire trucks, we had firefighters. Like, of course, there's a firefighter and a fire truck emoji. But yeah, let us know where you are joining us from. We would love to just see kind of what the expanse is this year.
I saw some.
Oh, Finn wants you to do Cocodona next
God,
year.
Finn.
You know I was going to call that out. No. Yeah.
Probably not next year.
At some point.
Are you going to do it, Corinne?
Not next year. I was technically on the wait list this year, but that was like that was not I wasn't in my right mind when I did that. So
oh my gosh, we are getting these flooding in. Thank you all so much.
See, this is the best is when people tell us there's all kind. All right. Are you going to call some of them out? People coming in from Ireland, I saw, Texas,
Sweden, Switzerland, the UK. We have Paris.
We've got some Baltimore, Maryland. Shout out East Coasters, Calgary, Utah, Fort Collins, New Zealand in the house, Norway. Sweet. A lot of Colorado, Albany, New York. There's a big grouping of New York athletes. I saw earlier when I was watching, this was great. Like if you want to go back and check out that first aid station, Luke J was out there and he was actually like handing the camera to people who were it was busy. So there were people waiting to fill up their water. But as they left, he's like, hey, you want to shout somebody out? And where are you from? And so we got like these impromptu interviews with, I don't know, probably 20 or 30 athletes. And there were a number of them who were from New York area. It was pretty cool.
Some of the trails, especially in like the Catskills area, are brutal.
Yeah.
It is gnarly out there.
Yeah.
And then the Adirondacks as well. So definitely if you're in those areas, you are not lacking for technical trails for sure. So I hope that the first part of this race really felt like home to you all.
Somebody's from Dirty Jers. I'm assuming that's Jersey. Germany, Kentucky, shout out West Virginia. Okay, Flagstaff, come on over to run Flagstaff and say hello to us at the booth, at the studio here. We got a sweet studio set up right inside.
We got a
run flag. Geez, yeah, very international field. I mean, and one thing from when Luke was kind of interviewing all of those folks, or a lot of them were like, this is my first Cocodona. I saw it on the live stream. I saw my kid showed me a tweet about this race. Like people are just discovering it from so many unique, avenues. It's cool.
It is. I mean, the amount of times I've seen, my child was watching Andy Glaze TikToks.
Yeah,
it's just
seriously,
wild
TikTok.
to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has done such an incredible job of showing what this sport is and helping people to understand all the aspects of it.
Yeah. While you're in there telling us where you're from, also make sure you subscribe to Mountain Outpost. Give us a like. We've got like almost 10,000 people watching this. This is nuts. But that really helps the channel. And, Mountain Outpost has been a pioneer in bringing you not only our Viper races, but many of the iconic, is that a word that I have to pay for?
No.
Oh,
no,
yes!
You're good. I've already paid for one. Yeah.
Many of the, just the biggest and the best races across the country, whether they're Air Viper or not. That looks like that is Jeff Garmeyer, isn't it?
That's Jeff.
Jeff Garmeyer on your screen right now. I don't know what's happening. Somebody is putting something in his face.
I'm sure he loves that.
It's like a FaceTime situation happening. Yeah, didn't he say his aunt is crewing him as well as Tara Dower?
Yes. So Tara's definitely pacing him. I think she's putting a speaker maybe in his face to cheer him up.
Okay, nice.
I love it. Tara's
music.
energy on her interview. We had her on maybe about like 30, 45 minutes ago. She is so pumped.
Oh, she was on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was
Sweet.
awesome to see. Yeah, Jeff's family has crewed him, I think, almost every year of Cocodona.
Yeah.
Wild.
They're often wearing tiger shirts. Throw a tiger emoji in there. Somebody is, people are already. Throw in some tigers for Jeff into the chat here. I listened to his solo episode on his podcast Free Outside about his prep. Did you catch that or no?
No, it's one of the only ones I did.
Yeah, there was so much content ahead of this year's race, but I feel like he's in a really good headspace. He said for the first time, he employed the help of both a nutrition coach. He's going to drink a ton of fluid. He said at some points he was going to have more than the 4-liter requirement on him, planning to take down more than 4 liters in certain sections. And then he also worked with a mental performance coach. So what did I do? I took some notes. So his mantra, he has like 3 mantras that make up an acronym. PCT is the acronym.
Yes.
Which actually was the first through hike he did when he was like 19 years old.
Yeah, he said that the PCT was one of the most influential trails. It was kind of where he grew up. So I love that he was able to work that into
that's
his
Tara.
mantras.
She's dressed up. She's got some some paint on. It's like javelina all over again there. But yeah, so his mantras of PCT each stand for a word that then translates to a mantra. So he's got a very complicated, he literally called it a method that he's going to go through. The P was presence. So he really wanted to try to be present, not really think about anything forward or behind him, but really try to stay in the moment, because he thinks that is going to be helpful. So he's going to draw himself back into the present moment whenever he's, maybe having an issue. I think the C stood for community. So community meaning for him, let other people help you. So he really obviously he's a super self-sufficient individual, did the entire AT, unsupported or self-supported last year. But he wants to work on letting other people help him. And that means him communicating what he needs and how he's feeling and actually asking for that help. So that was a goal of his. And then the T was for trust. And he had a great point. It's trust in himself. So he's run this race 5 times. He knows this race. He knows what's going to happen. He's probably been through more scenarios during sections of this course than anybody out there other than the other 4 individuals who have also done it every year. And so he really wanted to just focus on also trusting himself that he could figure things out, but that he's capable, trusting that in his abilities and having some confidence. So PCT for Jeff Garmeyer, and I don't know, he looks really cool, collected, happy. He's talking.
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
It's always a good sign. Yeah, if your runner stops talking and is just staring off into space, that is a bad sign. If they're talking, at least there's something productive happening. But yeah, Jeff and I've been lucky enough to get to know Jeff quite well these past couple of years, and he always asks me, how do you rely more on people? Because I love having a crew. And I am so excited to see that he's really leaning into this. He is so self-efficient. I mean, so many of his records are self-supported. I think he's incredibly good about getting himself out of difficult situations. But I think seeing him combine this ability with the superpower of what happens when we let people in, I know he's going to go so much farther. Also, he doesn't have COVID this year, so that's a huge win.
That right there, that helps. He's probably got 1 left and 1 right shoe on each foot. That is a huge win. Anybody who knows this story, he packed 2 left shoes for his AT trek and had to run in them for a very long period of time. So he's doing great this year. And I was also we were talking in the previous show, I actually threw him in my top 3 potentially for picks, because I feel like the fitness boost that he probably got from doing the entire AT last fall. And then it sounds like did take a little time to allow recovery from that. He's got to be strong, he's got to have. I feel like he is in pretty good form right now. So I don't know. I'm excited, and this is really cool to see him. Is this a John G shirt? He's a John G athlete. Looks like he's rocking a sweet sleeveless John G button down of some sort. Thinking through things. Do I need anything else? And what position is he sitting in right now?
This one's water.
I think he's got to be.
The big one's water, so the one in this
that's 11 in the chat for him. I love it.
And then the rest are one scratch.
I don't know if we have audio. Oh, we do.
Or when you dump it on yourself, you'll taste it.
Or feel it. Nice, rumblings, even if we can't discern
only
everything
get better,
they're
right?
saying.
Well, I mean, they just
There we go.
start that. They should eliminate that section.
You want to start over?
Couldn't hear it.
Come in, you.
Do you want to walk? Walk while you. No, another right here. Everything will go. Okay.
It's like maybe he's gonna run in and use the facilities potentially.
That was so Wait. Say, is it as hard as everyone said? Wait. Harder. Just loose rock all the way up, all the way down.
Arizona's wonderful.
Yeah, you're right.
As we keep an eye on another runner who's got at the aid station here. Someone's watching from Guam. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, my phone got red.
Cleaner off.
Shout out South Carolina.
If you phone.
Did you fall on a gel?
I also like.
We
need that. Need the cell.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Was defeating my girl eyes were like. Mouth was like it was like 3 months. Wow.
So we listen in on our audio from this aid station. I don't want to talk over it too much, but it's great to hear kind of what we got. Multiple runners in here right now. Look at this. This is epic.
You gotta bring the fun. It looks like we might have someone from Antarctica.
No way.
If that's true, that is amazing.
Hey.
Fake news. That's sweet. How did you learn about this race if you are the person from Antarctica? Someone's watching it on a flight from Iceland to Portland. It's a good thing to do on a flight.
The little guys. The little guys in the bottom of the water. Don't put them back here.
So if you want to check out the tracking, we do have it pinned. There is a link tree pinned to the chat. You can follow that and go to the live tracker. Current standings, we've got Kevin Tedonio, who is leading the race right now. He was off the front early, setting a pretty hot pace. There's a pack of 3.
Oh, you're good. I'm not live right now. I'm good.
Crazy guys.
This is Manu Villaseca at Crown King?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep, that's at Crown King.
Manuela Villaseca. Returning to Cocodona this year.
Yes, she in 2024
was third. Was she second, third, second? We'll find it.
Yes.
We got it. We got it coming up here. But she has podiumed at this race in the past, and also Did she run the Triple Crown last year?
She did, and she set the new women's overall combined time.
For the Triple Crown. So very similar to Killian Korth winning the Triple Crown last year. She won it for the women. Oh,
I believe we have a
That's
Mike
McKnight
McKnight.
because I recognize Maya Detmer and her fabulous hair right there.
Amazing hair.
Her braids she just got done. Yeah, Manu took last year second in Bigfoot, second in Moab, and third in Tahoe for a first place in the Triple Crown overall. Combined 201 hours. So now she only has to do one.
I know. Easy.
She was second in 2024 at Cocodona running 78 hours, which would have beat last year's second place time by about an hour.
Wow. So we do have Mike McKnight in. He is coming off a course record at the Arizona Monster 300, which was just last month.
He also, yeah, his schedule this year, bonkers stuff. I don't even, you know. And so he and Manu are both at Crown King, is that right?
Yes, this is Crown King. Yeah.
And Mike McKnight with perhaps one of the most incredible comebacks in a race ever. He was in like 150th place and ended up winning this race after just having some major issues on day one. I think electrolytes. We see him taking a ketone shot right there. Yeah, I think ketones are going to be heavily employed in this event this year. Also have heard about some creatine macro dosing happening. Very interesting scientific experiments going on.
Yeah, you know, we've actually talked quite a bit about the whole creatine situation, and I know that Killian Korth is one of the ones who is experimenting with it. I know he's been practicing it in training. I think it's really interesting.
I do too.
Prospects, because one of the things that really slows people down is the sleep deprivation. I mean, that's the biggest, I think, question mark at the front of the pack. And so if you can put that off, then
and the thought is that can you know, increase some alertness and the cognitive kind of
function,
keeping you there. I did hear he was maybe going to do 20 to 25 grams, and he came down to like 10.
Okay.
So I think he's doing a little less than originally planned, because that would be a huge bolus that could cause some GI issue.
That's always the tricky thing, is the GI issues.
But I like it too. I mean, creatine also is a bit of a water retention. You might be able to actually hold. I've actually thought, what would that do for a hot race ahead of time, loading it in your system so that you have more fluid in your muscles? I don't know. But yeah, Mike McKnight is, he is attempting a very ambitious season. Currently signed up for this race, as well as Moab, Bigfoot, Tahoe, and throw Hard Rock in there.
And he's putting on
his own
200 miler.
It's still on here.
Big E4.
I apologize. I thought I took it over.
Yeah, which is insane within all of this.
Well, that's what I thought when I came over. I was like, it'll switch, and then it didn't.
So just to let everyone know who's curious about a prize purse, we are not doing one this year. Still working out the logistics behind the scenes on how that is doable and keeping things, you know, on the up and up from a legal standpoint. So unfortunately, it is not something that's happening at this year's race. But, you know, if you want to throw a donation, you can do super chats into the YouTube. You know, if you want to support the live stream, I think that's the best way to do it right now. And then I know that, you know, we'll keep working on figuring out how we can do something to get these athletes a bit more prize money. But they're getting great exposure through this live stream, and you know, many of them have sponsors, I'm sure, that also potentially are incentivizing this race.
I also loved, I saw a suggestion earlier to donate to your local trail funds.
I like that.
Yeah,
like
I
that
think
a
that's
lot.
a great idea.
Oh, that's from Maya. I ran here. Really fast. You're supposed to spray it on.
Yeah, well, there's no formalized like research studies being done on the athletes here at Cocodona. Somebody asked that in the chat, kind of similar to like a Western States. I wouldn't be surprised if many of these nutrition companies are doing a little bit of their own just like analysis on everything that's going on. It would be very interesting to get, you know, blood work or, you know, some feedback from kind of what's going on in the body after these via blood, but I don't know if that is happening. It would be a one-off, you know, case-by-case scenario if it is.
I also, one of the things that Precision does that I really enjoy is that they will put out kind of a case study of what their athletes are taking in. So I'm excited to see what Rachel's
and then hopefully they'll
when
send it
she
over.
finishes. And it seems like they're pretty accurate, or at least I hope they are.
I mean, they do claim to kind of take the leftover trash, and even if there's a little left in a gel, account for that. It's a great crew. Ladies supporting Mike McKnight here, including Maya Detmer, who's on the Air Viper racing team. I think she's going to be pacing later as well. They look to have some matching shirts and hats. Somebody asked in there if Randy Zuckerberg was racing this year. She is again. She is back. She did this race last year, completed it. She is back in the field.
It seems like she is excited to tackle Eldon again.
Yeah.
From the stories that were told, it seemed like that was a pretty challenging and almost life-changing experience for her out there. So I'm sure that she's excited to get back up there and take it on again. There was a question about the athlete age range. And I'm trying to find that answer, so I have not skipped
I think
that.
there's a 17 or 18-year-old.
That's what
But
yeah.
the oldest, are we trying to find the oldest? Yeah. I feel like there's got to be like somebody in their 60s potentially out there. But I don't know. We'll have to research that. Maybe we can put Mr. Liam Aid Station Fireball on that for us if he is listening in. Let us know who the oldest runner is. But the Chisholm family kind of, they made this famous, and I believe not only is the third oldest Chisholm boy, I don't know his first name off the top of my head, running this year, but his mom is also back in the field.
Jenny,
I
believe.
Jenny Chisholm.
Jenny had a strong race last year.
Yeah.
I believe with top either 5th or 6th, F5 or F6 on that. She had a great race. We have Mike McKnight also leaving the aid station.
Blimp captain, who I'm wondering, is that Brett Hornig, says something like 18 to 69. I mean, I don't know. Sounds right.
Sounds great. Yeah.
If that's Brett, I would trust that. Thank you. Pam Reed is in her 60s. That's right. Pam Reed is out there. She's definitely, I believe she's like 64, maybe.
Oh, also awesome. Thank you so much, chat. We have Elliot Chisholm is
Elliot?
Elliot's
okay,
the one who's
it's
running.
Elliot.
Thank you all.
And he's the 18. He's 18 now. Thank you, chat, for helping out. Appreciate you guys. As we watch. Is this Mike leaving?
Yes.
Okay. Heading out of Crown King. Thank you, Matt Feldick. Youngest is 16, and I think oldest is 69. So I don't know if that's Elliot Chisholm, but if it is, he's 16. That is nuts. I have a 14-year-old. I cannot even fathom him being in this race 2 years from now. And the oldest is 69 years old. That's awesome. Goes to show anyone, any age, can attempt this.
Are your kids runners?
The oldest does some. He's done like a 4-mile trail race. Somewhat casual with it, but he enjoys it from time to time.
Yeah.
Not serious. Not super. They have their whole lives, I tell them.
Yeah.
Asher is the youngest Chisholm. Asher Chisholm is the youngest. Okay, so Elliot, there must be I don't know if there's 3 or 4. 3 Chisholm runners this year, 2 brothers and their mom. Thank you, Mr. Chris Warden, with the fact check.
It was so cool last year. I was crewing and pacing Shelby Farrell, who will be on later this week, and we got to kind of go back and forth because Jenny was right around us, so we got to know them a bit better. And yeah, just such an incredible family. I mean, I feel like they have become so much of the roots of Cocodona, and I hate to be at a year where there's not a Chisholm running.
I don't know. I don't think there's going to be for a while.
Yeah, I hope not.
Thank you guys for being here with us. As you can see here, we have eyes on a couple of our aid stations. This is Crown King. Crown King aid station is around mile 36.6, and it is the first crewable aid station. So the runners are very excited to see their friends, family, crew up here for the first time since they started this morning at 5 a.m. local time, and they have been through some pretty rough terrain, a lot of climbing, 10,000-ish feet in these first 37 or so miles. So I am sure that they are very excited to get to their people. Lots of shoe changes happening up there.
Also just really a time to reset. You know, if things were kind of starting to go sideways, this is an opportunity before you take off, especially this is the last time that they're going to see crews before the night, most likely. I think last year, Courtney and Dan were getting into Whiskey Row just at sunset. I think it was around 7-ish p.m. So some of them might sneak in, but definitely heading into the darkness for the majority of these runners.
Someone said this dude is ripped. Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's in pretty good shape. Positive comments only in the chat. That's all that we tolerate here, but compliments are fine as long as they're PC.
Unfortunately, because he does not have a shirt on or any kind of number, it's a bit hard for us to identify if there's anyone.
We'll get a bib soon.
Yeah, if there's anyone in the comments that knows who he is, please shout him out, but...
I mean, that can on the table, somebody's speculating it might be a beer. It's a little hard to tell. Could be an NA beer. Like, I don't know. It's like, it kind of is Coors colored, but who knows? Might be sparkling water for all we know. A little hard to tell from here. I think a lot of people are also changing shoes here just because the terrain changes a bit. But I heard earlier, as he came through the 24-mile aid station, Eder Ramirez, we had audio on, and he was talking to Noah, who was heading up the water stop there. And he said that it was quite a bit looser this year than last year, the course. And so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe, there's some sand in the feet, or like your feet have been moving around and you just want to get some fresh foam. I don't know. But he thought that the terrain was maybe a little tougher this year. And maybe it was all that, moisture from last year had
tamped it down. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, it's always a give and take with weather, in that you think like, oh, I don't want it to rain, you want it to be drier, but then sometimes, especially in these areas, if you have a bit of rain, it really solidifies things. It makes it easier, as long as then it doesn't get to mud, which it did. But for that first section, it could have been a bit faster because things were
like created hero dirt-esque.
Exactly.
The tacky, like beneficial.
Yeah,
terrain.
We did see Courtney did a shoe change here.
Yeah,
so.
And I believe she actually changed from the S-Lab Ultra 2 into another S-Lab Ultra 2 that is just her colorway. Oh. So I think it was the same shoe, if I'm not mistaken, that she had started in. It was just two different colorways, and they literally just launched the edition, her color edition of that shoe. It's quite a it's not a light shoe. There's a lot to it, but it's very cushioned, quite high stack height. It's got a unique kind of underfoot, like wavy pattern that's not completely flat on the bottom. That's supposed to help with the stress of, like, certain points on your feet. So yeah, it seems to be working for her. I think I saw her say she was either, or heard her say on a pod that she was either going to start in the S-Lab Genesis or the S-Lab Ultra 2. So it sounds like it's been S-Lab Ultra 2 thus far. Yeah, and thank you guys so much for hanging with us. Sometimes when we have audio in the field, we will try to let you hear what's going on with the runners and not talk over that and switch back and forth. Doing our best in here.
Yeah, and we'll also get sound from Hillary when we do get to Whiskey Row. We still have a bit of time before that's going to happen, but she is our on-the-ground eyes and ears, and is just, I think we can all say Hillary has been doing an incredible job bringing the energy and the sounds and just vibes of the
she's great in the field. She knows so many of the people out there that it's really easy for her to, go chat up one of the crews and get some takes and insights. Billy's out there. Congratulations to Hillary and Billy, who are expecting in September of this year. I see her out there rocking that baby bump. She's doing great. Hopefully no morning sickness is going on at this moment or this point in time.
She said she's feeling better. I was honestly quite worried about her driving up to
Crown King.
I was that's
getting nauseous.
That's a rough go.
Yeah.
She seems okay.
What do you guys think? Oh, okay. Who are we seeing here? This looks like Holly Stables. No. Yes.
I don't see a number.
Yes, that's Kabuki Snyder. Holly Stables coming into Crown King. I recognize these two ladies. Holly Stables is a John G runner out of the UK. And she has done the Annapurna circuit.
She's also done the, the Los Angeles to Las Vegas.
Oh, the Speed Project.
Thank you.
LVL, yeah.
Yeah, I had
LALV.
Yeah, LALV. So she has a lot of experience going long distances. She's also a very fast marathon runner.
Mm-hmm.
So I love to see the combination.
Yeah, and I think this is like, we got to pay attention to people like her and Manu who are really taking it, what might seem like chill to this point, because we got a lot of race left in front of us. And this could be a great strategy to just keep it nice and easy. And she's going to sit there and have some food. Shout out to Kabuki Snyder, who's there in the shot. She is a free trail femme. I am good friends with her, and she is an awesome lady, and she was very intimidated to be out there crewing and potentially pacing Holly, but excited to be. I don't know if they have a UK connection. Possibly you see Howie Stern there, but
got a Howie sighting.
Yeah, got a Howie sighting. It's very cool.
Howie has been bouncing around. He was at Canyons 2 weeks ago. He was at San Diego last weekend. The man works hard.
He does. Super hard worker, but I don't think he would miss a Cocodona.
No, I do not think so.
It's just going to let people know, pull it up here. There is a mandatory kit for Cocodona. I actually don't think it includes a hat. Somebody said that it's not exactly like a UTMB kit, but it is required for all crew and all pacers. We'll find that list here and let you guys know. Required gear, here we go. Cell phone, GPS-enabled device with the course file loaded. So they're recommending a smartphone in airplane mode. You need extra batteries for charging. You need a headlamp with extra batteries or a method of charging it, a collapsible cup, a space blanket, and a whistle. And then there's some cold weather gear that, needs to be carried on certain sections of the course just because it can get down into the 30s. That would be, or it could get hot. But the hydration piece, certain amount of fluid or capacity for fluid, gloves, a warm hat, a long sleeve, an insulatory upper layer, and a waterproof jacket with a hood is required, but only in the case of rain or snow. So that's going to be kind of something you would have ready for you, and they may employ it or not. I mean, these temperatures, like I was hearing the runners earlier today just talking about coming into that 24-mile A, just talking about how absolutely glorious it was. I mean, String Bean was like, it's cold out here, but I think that's a good thing. I mean, they've had really nice conditions. It looks still maybe a little overcast there at Crown King. What do you think? Or is it sunny now?
It's been going back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that like for a little bit there was quite a bit of sunshine. So I was saying, oh, I think the sun's going to be out for the afternoon, but it looks like it's gone back behind the clouds. And gosh, as a runner, you really want the sun to stay away if you can.
Yeah.
I will say one of the things that is very challenging about this race is that it is known to be a hot race, at least for the first part. It was not last year, kind of an odd
it was strange
blip.
Yeah,
but they are continuously climbing in elevation, and so it is getting continuously cooler and cooler as they go further along the course. And as people who live in the desert know, it is freezing at night in the desert, so the temperature swings that they have to be projecting for, oh, we have Sally in. All right, stop talking. We have Sally McRae in at Crown King. Have some Sally fans there. Oh, I love it.
Oh, good. We got Sally. We're gonna let you hear Sally.
Can I get a picture with them with you guys? Yeah. So cool. Okay.
Yeah, but is it a blender salad?
Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna start telling Hillary. Can you take a picture when you or do you mind? Okay, good. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. What an amazing moment you are. Yeah, always stuff for the kiddos. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh, it's so good to see you. It's like falling. Yes. Yes. So good to see you. You too.
Okay, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself.
Get to work.
Sally McRae, Yellow Runner, on your screen right now into Crown King.
Yeah, what's on?
Yeah, I'll take the picture thing. And just the whole thing. I'm going to wipe my feet on it. I have that red bag. So I can
Sally has such a great crew with her.
Red bag right there. Hey, yeah. You want the inside. No, inside. And then I'll take care of salty briquettes.
Salty briquettes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a lube. Oh yeah. I'll do the little package because it is so gooey. It literally doesn't come off.
And we do have Tim helping her out.
That is Tim Tollefson.
Pretty good.
Billy Yang.
Okay, so I'll have to get a little bit. That's.
Isaiah, when'd you get so tall, man?
I know. I know.
That one picture that you posted? It's like,
It's crazy. Yeah. And he's 18. I don't have any babies anymore. So babysitting is on, dude.
Whenever, one time.
What?
Six.
Was that fall, It's not a big deal. Honestly, I was with I ran with no like it will not come up here, so I have to
Hey, does Sally have all her cold weather gear?
Oh, yes.
We can check it. Cool. No, I don't need to see it. It's right here.
Oh, thank you, Greg. Yeah.
You're
I mean, also, it's like, why would you not want? It's gonna be so cold tonight.
Are there more runners here right now? You know, just the two.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you.
What do I say? The bottle, like a electrolyte, or just it's just the tabs. The tabs. Let me chew on that. Do it on tabs. I haven't used those in cold. I think it's really cold. Right? What? Not this. Yeah, but let me chew on this. Let me chew on, I can chew on this here. Tabs. These guys? Or you took them out. Yeah, oh, these are good. No, you took the other bottle. You grabbed it. Yeah, those. Yeah, let me chew on this. Just you have some water? Oh yeah, there's water. And then what do you want? Yeah, it's so awesome. Yeah, you look fucking great. Wait. What's that? I gotta wait for the burger and that's it. I got the last time. Okay. I'll get a bottle of water. Oh, do they stick there well for you? What's all this stuff? It's got it. Pick up some like it's the paper song. I can see both. And then give it a shot for sure. Yeah, I'm only thinking. I just want to make sure you guys are 35. I'm done. It's great. It's amazing. I know. Are you nervous? Down that hill. You're moving fast. You good, Banner? Yes. I mean, don't like that. Oh, yeah, let's just go. So I took off on the side today, so like set on there. And then ready for some cold water? No, we got cleaned up. There's 3 of us. Sally, little cat, and myself. Have you think before like that? I mean, I would honestly say to try and find it. Hi, are you the light feed? Oh yeah. People want to see my feet.
I was about to actually walk in, but I wasn't sure.
Anything else from the state? Any food? Yeah, do they have any like? I can maybe like pizzas or pizza like grab.
They have it. They have it.
Yeah, they have like. We don't have any like pork sandwiches, a burger, potato salad, potato soup. We can get some though for ramen, with potatoes, breakfast chips, nuts. Ellie, my burger came out. You want to sell my burger? It's a Western bacon cheeseburger. I'll have like a triangle of it. Like do you want fries? That's all that I can have now. I don't want a 10. Thanks, Bill. I think once. Off and take that off. Yeah, I feel like okay, yeah, because it's not going to stay without. Yeah, and then we can get. Yeah, I what? I didn't feel that strong. I'll be sure to. I haven't worked that whole segment. I'm saving. I'm trying not to open it. Around.
So right now we're on Sally McRae at mile 37, which is the Crown King aid station.
Keep eating though. Keep eating.
Yeah, I'll eat that too. And I recorded that.
Still working.
Is there any potatoes?
You need potatoes over there?
Okay.
There's potatoes. There's cooked potatoes.
Don't worry about it.
There is potatoes?
There's cooked potatoes, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, will you go grab some?
That'd be awesome, yeah. I'm done with that. And I haven't tried that green one. I'll take yours with me. And there's like a.
As much as you could eat real food on it.
Oh, I'm so risky, dude. Oh, God. That's perfect. I don't ever.
Yeah, I think so. We'll lace you up and have you walk around a little bit. Just,
Getting there was really a thing. Okay. I got routed a different way and I realized it's too late.
yeah. Your feet give me a little small. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Let's stick with that then. We're all. You want me to go grab some?
Yeah.
Or just save time.
I don't experience that and set the box. Yeah. I'm done. I'll take that.
Dad, any cups? We don't have any cups. Yeah. Yeah.
So we are seeing on the right Rachel and Joe Stringbean moving along. They are absolutely cruising. They are closing in on Kevin, is the info that we are getting. So you are seeing essentially tied for second place right now on the right part of the screen. That is overall standing.
Yeah, Rachel Entrekin leading the women's race. Joe Stringbean McConaughey second currently in the men's race. And they're running together, moving very rapidly down this, what looks like quite smooth terrain. Out there working together, running side by side. And they did have Killian Korth with them a little while ago, but he is not in the picture at the moment. Who knows? He may have stopped to use the restroom. He may have just wanted to back off. It's hard to say, but there was a pack of 3 and now there are 2.
Killian was holding, I think, about a minute behind them.
Okay.
That could have been intentional. You know, sometimes you want to have that space just to really make sure that you're running your own race and you're not trying
Gauge
to
your effort. Yeah,
exactly.
Totally. That's exactly right. So
it does look like it's heated up quite a bit on them. There's not that cloud coverage we were seeing earlier. So we will see if that impacts them. It does not appear to be, though.
No, but it does look warmer. Okay, here's a fun chat. What's the stride length difference between these two? Joe is 6'3", and Rachel is, I don't know exactly how tall, but I want to say maybe 5'2", 5'3". So there's a foot difference between these two runners. And so either cadence or stride length, like what's the difference? Like I'm thinking that as someone who's pretty tall myself, about 5'10", I have a really long stride and a low cadence, like 160 kind of low. I think Joe's probably around 160, and I bet that Rachel's around 185. What do you think?
I would guess she's doing close to 2 strides per his one.
Oh my God.
Maybe not entirely, but
that's wild.
I'll say 1.5. Yeah.
Now, the dialogue between these two might be very interesting right now, too, because they both have quite big personalities. They're both really funny. So I'm really interested. It would be awesome if we had them mic'd up like you get in an NBA game. There's Rachel Entrekin, String Bean McConaughey, Joe String Bean McConaughey coming into this 8th stop.
And that's Kevin right there as well.
So they have now caught up to your race leader, previous race leader, Kevin Tadonio. And this should be interesting. All right, as you see on that screen on our little ticker, that Kevin is spending a little time there, 3 minutes in fact, and yes, it looks like he is still hanging out and maybe gonna just join them, taking his time at this aid station. And as Joe String Bean McConaughey coming up on the race leader, that's got to be also a little bit exhilarating. And they are, looks like, leaving all together.
Got a big smile from Kevin there.
Nice. It's like, nice to meet you. Let's run in the front of this race together now.
Yeah. Want to run 200 miles together?
So this is Kevin Tadonio, Joe McConaughey, and Rachel Entrekin. 1, 2, 3 overall in the Cocodona 250 2026 edition. Heading out of Arrastra Creek, correct? Is that Arrastra Creek? Okay. Heading out of mile 51. So they are 51 miles into this race, 9 hours, 7 minutes, and 55 seconds elapsed. Joe might be putting his bottles back in before he gets going. They're heading off. Did you see a snake in the path?
That's what I'm wondering.
Dang it, we missed it. We're going to have to go back and watch it.
I know there were snakes around in the start area yesterday.
Okay.
They are quite a bit higher now. Still possible.
Yeah. A lot of snakes in the desert, in Arizona in general. And we're back on Sally McRae, who is very much taking care of her feet, which has been something that she has struggled with. Like, not historically, like never had foot issues until she ran Cocodona, and then had some of the most horrific foot issues that you can get, but still managed to finish the race. So looks like she is absolutely doing her due diligence on the foot care. Looks like she is sliding into some new shoes. She was in the On Cloud Pro.
Yeah.
I keep wanting, like, there's an Ultra in there. Is there not?
There's
like these shoes?
Ultra 3, and then there's the Ultra Cloud Pro.
Okay.
Yeah, so she was in the Pro.
You would know as an on-athlete, Alyssa. But now she's putting on what I think appear to be the North Face.
We do also have footage that we can run of, I do believe it was a snake encounter, so we're going to jump to that.
Oh, this is a replay?
Yeah, we're getting a replay.
We're getting a real-time replay of a snake encounter. Sweet. Who says there's not highlights? And here it is.
Instant replay.
Instant replay. I think he's going to avoid it there on the left. Oh, yeah.
String Bean is completely unperturbed. Does not care.
He doesn't even know what's happening. He's like, is my bottle in my pack or not? That's awesome. All right. Thanks for that instant replay, guys. That was amazing. See, what does Mountain Outpost not do for you in the live streams? And Killian Korth.
He's right with them.
Here at Arastra.
Yeah.
Look out, Killian. There is potentially a snake up ahead.
I'm glad to see Killian taking his time. I think that he's being very wise in not getting caught up. And I think every athlete is running quite comfortably right now. I mean, super comfortably, but I like that he's giving himself a little bit of space, but he's not losing contact. He's absolutely right there. Killian, please watch out for the snake. So there's a question. Runners are allowed to pick up pacers at Whiskey Row, which is approximately mile 75-ish.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Went around the snake.
I think yeah, it must still be there because he definitely moved over. Yeah. First time you can have a pacer is mile 75. Whiskey Row, and historically, it was like, oh man, runners probably getting in there and it's nighttime. And last year we saw Courtney going in there in full daylight. So with the times being run now, I think the original thought might have been like around dark, pick up a pacer, but might be a bit earlier now if you're in the very front. And from that point on, they can have pacers with them, other than a few non-pacer sections, due to some of the regulations in the permitting and maintaining or preserving the spotted owl on Eldon. That's going to be one of the craziest moments of this race, is that last descent down Eldon without a pacer and runners having to traverse that with so much mileage on their legs.
Yeah, it's a lot reminiscent of Tour de Jean, which is a massive 200-plus mile race in the Alps. There are no pacers allowed in that race. So every time I start getting really worried for these runners, which I still am going to be worried about them, I think, okay, people get through Tour every year where they have no pacers. So I know everyone will be okay out there, but it is definitely a big mental challenge. And Eldon gets really cold. I think there was some snow up there just a couple days ago.
So this was her lineup, the On Cloud Ultra Pro. This is Sally McRae's lineup of shoes.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the Debo comment.
What's the Debo comment?
The Debo comments could have been Debo laying on the trail getting a good angle.
Tell me, it could have been. I mean,
it could have been.
I also wouldn't put it past Howie Stern to get that kind of an angle.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so Sally's shoe lineup was the On Cloud Ultra Pro, the La Sportiva Prodigio Pro, the Mount Costa H1s, the North Face Alta Mesa 500 version 2, to be very specific, which I think is what she put on at Crown King, and the Nike ACG Zagama 1 and 2. Sounds like that is her shoe quiver of choice for Cocodona 250. Sally had been a Nike athlete for a decade, if not more, or 12 years, I think, and recently became a free agent. And one of the most exciting things is she gets to try all the shoes out there, pick whatever works for her. So she is taking full advantage and having a very diverse lineup of shoe choices. I think it's a smart move, and she knows more than anyone the importance of taking care of your feet in these long, long races.
We have eyes on Killian, who's looking super smooth. It is very hard to miss Killian out there. I love it. Killian, thank you so much for making it very easy for us to tell who you are. he has been rocking the colors. He always has themes, has the nail polish.
I love it. It's so cool.
Brings the energy.
We also have a camera operator we're going to go to right now out there in the field so we can get a little more insight from the ground.
Hey, this is Shad out here. I'm at Arastra.
Hey.
Just a couple updates. When they came through, as you guys saw, Kevin, he did spend a bit of time. He was fueling. He did look a little bit rough, but he was still moving pretty good. And then the funny, as I saw you guys talk about, hey, hello, we finally get to meet. It was kind of funny as they went by here. Kevin did actually go up and introduce himself to Joe and Rachel, and actually Joe said, we were wondering who this Kevin guy was as they went running down the road together. And then just another update, when Killian came in, he did say that he had to spend a few minutes fixing his pack, so that's what was slowing him down a little bit to come into here, but he was looking strong. He refilled his waters and he headed on out.
Awesome. Thank you, Shad. That's a great update. Some insights from on the ground there.
You want everything taken out of that?
Shad letting us know that Kevin Tedonio and Joe Stringbean McConaughey and Rachel Entrican have all become acquainted with one another, met out there on course and are running together now, and that Killian Korth had to fix his pack, which just resulted in him, falling a little bit behind that group.
Plenty of time.
So much time. Important to keep your pack together and intact.
So we still see Kevin Stringbean and Rachel running together. So I hope they're enjoying getting to know each other.
I think, what are your thoughts on this kind of the pack running situation? There's a great question in the chat from Bryn Caroline. Do we think they're strategically staying together, Joe and Rachel? I would say, and, let me know your thoughts, Alyssa, but I think that, I think it's great to have company. It's great to be running with somebody, especially in this long. And if you are at the same effort level and you're both feeling comfortable, I think it's great. So I don't know if it's an intentional, I want to pack up with you. I think it's more of we're both running a similar pace, so let's work together.
Absolutely. I highly doubt that Rachel and Joe had a meeting before the race and said, hey, let's run a bunch of miles together. But it's honestly not surprising to see them working, and it can pass the time. I mean, there's a significant portion where they're getting to having pacers. I believe both of them probably have pacers from Whiskey Row on, but it's really nice to have that company and just to be working together, taking care of each other, and having a friend out there.
We've got visitors in Run Flagstaff. You can come around and say hi. I mean, it's not that exciting, but welcome to the studio. Yeah, if you're in the area, feel free to come by. Give some business to your local run shop. It is Run Flagstaff here. Isn't this where Jim Walmsley worked, or at the bike shop next door when he first moved here? I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah, I feel like this was instrumental in launching the career of Jim Walmsley, this shop. So come give him some love. Oh, it's us. We're everyone in the studio. Hello. Yes, we have this lovely studio brought to you by Ultra. This is the Cocodona 250. Presented by Ultra.
Yes, I was going to say brought to you by Ultra as well.
Yeah, presented by Ultra. And we have so many great sponsors. We really appreciate all of their support. Oh, you can see the little window in there. That's where you can say hello to us. We got the whole camera set up. We're looking official. I mean, yeah, this is I remember when we were in the back of an Airbnb makeshifting a this is a little more official, but it's great. So thank you to Ultra so much for all of your support in this and helping us bring the race to the masses. There are a whopping 9,000 people watching from across the world, literally, and the race is not disappointing so far. We got some exciting things going on. We had someone go out super hot and just blitz it. I saw Jamil was interviewing, Kevin and said, "Hey, was this the plan or what? Did you just decide to go for it?" And he said, "I feel good, so I'm just going." And then, slowly over the course of these last 50 miles, the chase pack of Rachel Entrekin and Joe Stringbean McConaughey have caught up to our front runner, Mr. Kevin Tadonio, and they are all three running together now with Killian Korth very closely behind, followed by Courtney Dauwalter and Heather Jackson right behind those two. I mean, look at Adam Kimball. Adam Kimball, according to our tracker, is right up there with that next group, including Max Jolliffe, Cody Poskin, Adair Ramirez, Jeff Browning, George Cyrus, Elliot Chisholm. Trackers might be a little off here and there, but here we have on your screen Courtney Dauwalter coming into Arastra.
We'll see how she's looking. I'm going to guess she'll do just a quick water fill up and then be on her merry way. She was really patient at Crown King. It was nice to see she took a bit of time, just made sure that she was ready to go. I know one of her crew members, shout out to Meredith Terranova, who is the best nutritionist in the world. And Meredith is, with Kevin, like Courtney's main crew. And I know that Courtney is in the absolute best hands and just has an incredible team behind her. So looks like she's getting down some water, which we've seen a lot of runners that are, filling and then drinking it all, taking it again. So that leads me to say it's not cool out here. It is really warmed up, and that maybe they're kind of playing the edge of having enough water getting into these aid stations.
Yeah, it's a pro move right there to go ahead and get down, 250 to 500 milliliters of water and then refill before you head back out. When you're moving quick, sometimes it's hard to drink a lot at once. So this is your chance to really chug some fluid. And that is so instrumental, that along with the sodium to keep absorbing all the carbs that you're putting into your system as well, and just keep things moving, staying hydrated. You're out in the elements, right? We're in an exposed environment. Oh, everyone is so excited. She washed off her face. That's a typical Courtney to do, is getting your face nice and fresh and clean as she leaves. So I have a little story. I was running Desert Rats, and before the race, I actually caught a little cold from my youngest son. Thank you, Dash. I really appreciate you giving me a cold right before my race. But there were NAC was at the event, and they had some new gels that were menthol, and they're Courtney Dauwalter. And I was like, on a normal situation, I would probably not eat this, but it kind of was nice when I had a cold. So I actually used it like 3 times during the race. And when I tasted it, I was like, this is like Courtney's version of a toothbrush in a gel. Yeah. Because it was very minty, almost a little toothpastey tasting, but it also refreshed your palate. And so it was really interesting. And I wonder if she's utilizing those out there.
Oh, there is still the snake there.
Really?
Yeah,
she just moved aside?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Guys, we got the snake back.
Man, that snake is like, somebody needs to draw that snake. And then, because it's like this elusive snake. We can't see it. We don't know how big it is. Maybe someone can walk over there. That's going to be like what we remember from day one.
Yeah, I was
the snake at Arastra Creek.
Well, I keep thinking that the snake is going to move somewhere, but they do love hanging out on wide, open areas. So, gosh, can we call into the aid station and just tell them to let people know?
I know they might want to let people. Is that unfair? Are we giving people inside information that there's a snake up ahead? But yeah, that's I just love how Stringbean didn't even pay one attention. He probably didn't even see it there. I'm guessing it's not small if everybody has been jumping around it like that.
Yes. Are there any snake wranglers at the aid station that could come help with this?
Okay, were we trying to get drone footage of the snake? think we are. Here we go. There it is.
Yeah, that's a big puppy.
Is it a rattler?
Oh yeah.
Is it coiled up?
I think it has feelings. I'm gonna say that. Oh, yeah, that is not happy.
Wow. Oh my gosh, this
that would scare me on its own.
That is crazy
Yeah.
scary. Dang, folks, we are bringing you.
That's kind of a beautiful snake.
I mean, it is beautiful,
Yeah.
but it looks huge.
It's terrifying.
It looks like it's just soaking up the sun. This is this snake that.
Look at the drone.
The drone is just hovering over there, like I don't want to get too close. Okay, we need to name the snake.
I was gonna say, let's get some name options.
Yes.
Oh, there goes Courtney again. Jeez.
Oh, the replay. You know what? It might not be a bad thing to get a little adrenaline going in your system.
Yeah, let's get some names for this snake.
A blacktail rattler. I'm trusting that. I mean, that's what it looked like. Is it a Sonoran rattler? I don't know. Sneakodonia. Slithery little. Oh my God. No. Okay. Appropriate names only, people in the chat. Heather Jackson into a Rastra?
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think it is. It looks like her kit.
Oh yeah, it does. Yep.
Man, she is
she's right there.
She is right there.
Heather, watch out for the snake, please. Oh, they're telling her. Okay, awesome.
Yeah. All right. Slytherin makes me think of like Harry Potter. Even though we should probably not talk about Harry Potter anymore, but Goldberg the snake. Snake bean. Legless. I like legless. People who are much more creative than I.
Coco the Nope Rope.
Coco the Nope Rope. Rachel Ensnicken.
I do think that I did see the 8 station worker or volunteer go over, who was over by the snake, go over and talk to Heather. So I do think they've alerted Heather.
Yeah.
Corinne Snake Lavoy.
What? Snake Lavoy. Okay. All right.
All right, Heather.
That's what everyone wants to know. Will she take a far right?
We're getting a word that the snake may have slithered away.
Well, it was exciting while it was happening. Heather Jackson leaving Arastra Creek. And I do think that the snake is probably gone. We scared it off. All it took was telling one of the runners it was up there, and it was like, see ya, I'm out of here. Yeah, that looks very much like the Arizona black rattlesnake, which is the Crotalus cerberus. Ooh, there's a YouTube short called The Ultimate Rattlesnake. So that's pretty sweet. That's kind of cool that we saw something so unique out there. How venomous is this rattlesnake? Capable of delivering large amounts of potent venom. If encountered, should be left alone, like any rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Large percentage. So that is definitely a highlight. It's going to have to make Cocodona Chronicles. A couple of the replays of the jumps.
So that is our top 5 overall through.
Correct. Top 5. Kevin, Sedonio.
She's 6, actually. Heather.
She's 6.
Yeah.
Kevin Sedonio, Joe Stringbean McConaughey, Rachel Entrican, Killian Korth, Courtney DeWalter, and Heather Jackson. Your top 6 right now.
So we also have, that means our top 3 male and female through as well.
Right now it's a 50-50 split.
50-50.
And following Heather Jackson here out of Arrastra Creek. Looks like a really pretty section.
Does.
From here, they're going to make their way to Camp Kippa. Camp Kippa is mile 60.8. And we want to give a quick shout out earlier. The Lane Mountain Aid Station, which was mile 32, was brought to you by Ultraspire. We have a number of amazing sponsors who are, supporting aid stations out there. The Crown King Aid is by Tailwind. Everyone loves Tailwind. Everyone knows Tailwind. Courtney DeWalter's a Tailwind athlete. And then the next sponsored aid station will be Faint Ranch by Satisfy. That is right around the 100-mile mark this year. It's a little earlier, around mile 96.5. So stay tuned to hear, which great sponsors are setting up some cool stuff at these aid stations. But Crown King, again, brought to you by Tailwind. Lane Mountain by Ultraspire. And we will be seeing Fain Ranch by Satisfy as well as a couple others. There's a Precision Fueling and Hydration, I believe, at Munns Park. So thank you to our sponsors yet again. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. This is Mountain Outpost. I'm Corinne Chalvoy with Alyssa Clark, and we are going to throw to a quick commercial. We will be right back.
Flip that.
Ultra Fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
Runners are motivated to be involved in their local communities to protect cherished landscapes and expand access to nature. Together, we can make a positive impact in our community by volunteering locally and supporting national outdoor recreation and environmental advocacy efforts. RPL approaches this through community service, education, and civic engagement. As the largest outdoor recreational group in the country, 60 million strong, runners can make a difference.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Cocodona 250.
We're getting Max coming through the aid station.
Max Jolliffe.
We love Max.
7th place overall right now. He is at Arastra Creek.
No snakes for Max.
Heading out. Hopefully he's not back. Hopefully the snake's not back.
I hope so too. I will say though, I mean, Max lives in SoCal and we've had an absolutely insane year with snakes. I mean, it was really, really warm in March. And so they all came out early. So I'm sure that Max has probably seen 1 to 2 snakes per run that he's done in the lead up to this. So if anyone can take it on, my money's on Max.
Yeah, I don't think it's there anymore. Nobody's moving to the side, but we did have a massive black rattlesnake, Arizona black rattler, out there right past the aid station that we got some visuals on. If you want to check it out, you can rewind in this live feed. We got some really good drone footage of that snake, so it was pretty cool. We've also, oh look, we've got another runner in here. Looks like maybe arm sleeves on. That's Zach Hauer. Zach is the owner of the North American division of Open Fuel nutrition brand that he is representing out there today. And he is attempting his first 200+ mile race. Zach is a very fast runner. He was 6th or 7th, I'll fact check myself, in the Javelina 100 just last year, if not the year before, running a very, very fast, I think 13:30-ish type time. But he is jumping up to a 250 for the adventure, for the unknown, and just to, get himself out there, represent the brand. So yeah, last year, 2025, running a 13:31 for 6th place at the Javelina 100 mile. He was also 16th in this year's Black Canyon 50K, which has become a very, very competitive race, and took 4th, almost on the podium at the Big Alta 100K. That looks like
such a fun race.
I want to run that race. That looks so beautiful. Same. Yeah. I mean, Dylan Bowman and Daybreak Racing just creating a longer distance this year at Big Alta that looks spectacular, ending in Marinwood, California. Got another runner in here. These guys are real close to one another.
Yeah, I'm curious if they'll link up, if they'll kind of keep this distant.
Yeah.
Never mind. We've had a couple of questions of what happens when our runners need to take a bathroom break, and we're very careful to give them their space, and we have another runner coming in, so it all works out well.
There you go. That's it. I mean, some of these places are going to have some indoor facilities. We saw Jeff Garmeyer pop into the building earlier. All right, I'm wondering who this is. I'm not to the point where I'm able to identify kits yet. Do you know this runner or no? I feel like I saw him, but I don't know.
I'm not quite sure.
Is this a Rob? Yeah, I don't know. We are going to try to ID this runner you got on screen, but we're at Arastra Creek, mile 50. I'm Corinne Chalvoy with Alyssa Clark, and this is the Cocodona 250 2026 presented by Ultra. We are 9 hours and 38 minutes into this year's race. Koros, our timing partner, helping you keep track of the clock out there.
Time. Yeah, they also have 2 of the current top 5, Rachel and Killian, are Koros athletes as well.
Rachel Intrican, Killian Korth, Koros athletes. Yeah, I think something fun that I've seen Rachel do is put a custom watch face on her watch before the race, and sometimes she lets her audience vote on which one to use. There's like this hilarious grandma with some kind of meme on it that she's thrown on there, but pretty clever. You can put customize your watch face on a Koros. I currently have a Koros Apex 2. It's a great watch. So we've got 7 athletes now through 8. Is this 8? Yeah, because I think Max was 7.
Yes.
Okay, so this is our 8th athletes. We're looking at our top 10. We need a couple more women to come through to keep the even 50-50 count on the top 10, but 3 of the first 6 were females.
Correct.
That would be Rachel Entrican, Courtney DeWalter, and Heather Jackson 123 currently.
Yes. All right. We just got eyes numbered. This is Adam Kimball.
Yeah. Okay. That's right. Yeah. Now I recognize the kit. So
yes,
he's taken down some serious fluid. Adam Kimball is the FKT holder on the Tahoe Rim Trail.
Tahoe Rim Trail. Yes. Also has run across the United States, I believe.
He has. He's also won the Price is Right. Like the actual, like the final, like the big, whatever. What is it called? God, I used to watch it so much and I can't remember what it's called. Let me know in the chat. What is it? The Showcase Showdown. It's the Showcase Showdown. He's won that, and he wasn't even gonna go to the game show, but I think it was his mom or his aunt who was like, "You got to come with me. We got to wait in line. We got to get in." So he's been on a TV show called The
Circle is a social media.
It's like that though.
Yeah, it's like the wheel.
The wheel. Yes.
I was on the right track.
Yeah, the wheel, which he had to stay for like 60 days on his own in, somebody let us know, different country.
South America.
Somewhere.
That's kind of the general consensus.
Okay, yeah. That's exactly right. So Adam Kimball, he's been in the sport a long time. He's done some really cool things. I think he's very comfortable being out there by himself, very comfortable taking care of himself, figuring things out, navigating.
Yeah, a lot of people were cautious, I think, to put Adam in their top 3, top 5. He's definitely up there for me. But, I mean, he's done the Tahoe Rim Trail. He's run across America. He is no stranger to multi-day effort. So I think that really gives him a big boost, even if it's not per se a classic 200-mile race.
Yeah, I would say like he doesn't do things that are really super high profile, very media heavy races for, he hasn't done those recently. But if you check out his ultra sign up, he's throwing some stuff down. There's a lot of firsts and seconds out there. I mean, American River 50 last year, he won it. This year, April 4th of this year, he won it. Just ran a casual, 640 50 miler. He has run Badwater in the past. He has run the CNO 100 miler. He has run Canyons 100 miler, which Alyssa here just ran and did extremely well and placed second in. He has run a UTMB race, Kulaminen.
Oh yeah,
Where is
the one
that?
in Sweden.
Sweden.
It's started by like these people on horseback or knights on horseback. It looks wild.
Wow.
It's a night start.
Okay. I think I've seen
really
that,
cool.
like the promo for it. 17:33 in that. That's a fast 100 miler.
It is really fast.
I mean, no big deal. 2022, 12th at Western. He was 12th at Western States. That's just, he's a fantastic runner, and he's been doing this sport for a long time, dating back to 2011. So experience. A 250K in China way back in 2015 called the Four Deserts.
Oh, he's in Cape Town too.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Rio de Lago, second place at Rio de Lago 100. Jumps all over from way too cool 50K up to 100 plus mile races. And like we said, those long traverses. Seems like very much an adventure seeker.
Looks like he might be fixing something in his pack or his waist belt.
This is Adam Kimball on your screen. Uh-oh, might have been losing something. All right, we're good. We're back. And again, that 6th, 7th, 8th males are all within a couple minutes of one another. They're somewhat close. I wonder if they have any idea how close they are. And if they did, if they would try to link up. Because I feel like at 9.5 hours in, if you've been running by yourself, you might want some company.
Yes.
Might be nice. Thank you guys for joining us. We really appreciate you being here. This is Cocodona 2026, presented by Ultra.
And we are closing in on 10 hours on our clock, brought to you by Koros.
At this point, the runners in the front of the pack have gone around 50 miles, maybe a little bit more. They have climbed at least about 13,000 feet. They have been to Crown King. They've been through some early aid stations with really no crew, lots of climbing.
Yeah, the density of the crude aid stations really picks up after Whiskey Row. I mean, there's a section where they're hitting every 6 to 7 miles.
Yeah.
So they're really truly getting through the hardest parts. They'll also have, if they choose, a friend with them if they would like after Whiskey Row. So they are making their way through the most challenging parts of this right now.
Yeah, I mean, by the time they get to about mile 100, they'll have around 15,000 feet of climbing on their legs. So that first 100, we're going to be kind of paying attention to that Koros clock to see what it ends up being around the 100-mile mark. You know, historically, we've seen very fast times of 18 and a half hours run for the first 100. So if you just put that into perspective, that's a really, really good 100-mile time if the race ended there with that amount of climbing. And then they're going to do it 1.5 more times. It's just wild.
They did take off, 4 miles this year? So,
yes, but it was long last year. It was 257, I think. So it's a little closer to the 250. And yeah, thank you, Everyday Ultra Pod. Joe letting us know there is a big climb after Arastra as well. So that might be what we're seeing Adam Kimball kind of make his way up. It's really hard on the screen, you know, from a drone shot to tell what the grade is, but looks like he's doing into a nice hike here.
We are showing 81 degrees at Crown King. They are outside of Crown King, of course, but if they are kind of in between, say, 84 and Prescott 64, it's not cold out. They're well above 70, so I'm sure that Adam is regulating his effort right now in the heat of the day, so he's not overheating by any means, because the biggest problem when you overheat is that you cannot get down calories, and so that can really throw everything off. Glad to see he's taking his time.
I mean, Cocodona 250 is a net uphill course. So while there is, you know, some descending in it, there is not a lot. I don't know what the total figure is, but total climbing, 39,000 feet.
39,000.
Just under 40,000 feet of climbing over this 250 miles. I don't know. It's all relative. It's not a lot. It's not a little. It just depends on who you are and where your background is, what your perspective is on that. But a lot of it, majority of it, I think 25% is in the first, 70, 80 miles or 100 miles.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of it. In the first 37. There's 25% of the climbing in the first 37 or miles. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think AJW and oh my gosh, Caleb, thank you. Caleb, there we go.
I was like, Chris,
AJW and Caleb were having a great discussion about uphill training versus flat training for Cocodona. They did such a good job kind of breaking that down. And you do need uphill training, of course, but really after you get over those first 40, 50 miles, it is spread out over such a great distance that you really can focus more on the runnable aspect of it.
Yeah. And I think that's something we've heard too. You know, Rachel Entrekin said she thought she could maybe run it a bit more evenly than she has in the past of, you know, trying to continue to keep running in some of those later sections that are runnable, even though you have the fatigue on your legs, you know, it's runnable. So it's just this constant game of gauging your effort and really saving your legs for when you can run. We've got another runner here at Crown King.
Taking down some Coke.
Nice.
Important part of Cocodona.
Putting the feet up.
Corinne, have you ever used the straws on the flasks that we can see right now?
No, because they hit me in the face.
Yeah.
I can't get them the right length. I think I do see the advantage because I do have a tendency sometimes to every single time I put my head down to try to take a sip, like my nose runs, and therefore I don't drink as much. So I need to take the flask out of my pack and then like put it up to my mouth to drink. But I think it's a strategy, and if it works for you and it sits right in your pack, it could be real easy to just turn your head and sip instead of having to, put your head down and kind of lose your line of sight. So I don't know. Have you?
No, I haven't. Like once, and also they hit me in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they could never quite sit right.
I agree.
I wish, because really what you're trying to do is encourage drinking.
Yep.
So the more you can minimize extra effort, the better. But yeah.
But what I found is I just take the flask out and just try to down a lot of it and then put it back in if I need to really focus on making sure I get a good amount of fluid in. But yeah, to each their own. I mean, I'm sure there's folks out there with bladders that maybe have a straw that's coming around the back, and that's also a method you can use. You can have the straw coming over the top and like magnetized to the front of so you could just pick up the straw and drink. But bladders are tough too because it's hard to know how much you've drank.
Yeah. Yeah, these are great points of like, you can cut the straws. There are straps. Yeah, we've done, we've tried it. It's just if you cut it too short, then it's below the thing that holds it. Yeah, but some vests, I'm sure that it works better on others.
Everyone's shaped differently. Everyone has different long torso, short torso, distance from neck to chest. They just don't work for us, but
we have another runner coming in. Awesome.
Is this a dare? All right, let's see here.
I do not know what his kit looks like, so I'm gonna have to rely on you if you know it.
I kind of think that looks like it could be.
Love the swag though. That's a great shirt.
This is like
where's your number?
This looks like a Mount to Coast and Jaunty athlete of some sort because they're pretty kitted in that.
Yeah.
Who are all of there are a lot of Mount to Coast and Jaunty athletes.
They do really work hand in hand. They're a great pairing.
Yeah. Is it really? Is it Cody Poskin? Someone's speculating Cody. All right. Might be Cody Poskin.
Yeah, that's what the tracker's saying.
I think that kind of swagger looked a bit Cody-esque. So.
Cody also is a Mount to Coast athlete, so
yeah.
I can see this.
A little hard to tell when you're fully covered in a hat and sun coverage there on the neck and back, but I feel like that guy looks a little taller than I know Cody to be, but who am I to say? Good morning from Australia. Good morning, Australia. We look forward to keeping you unproductive at work today.
The last time I wasn't here was 4 years ago. And I remember I was like, I'm not going to get sucked into the Cocodona feed. And that didn't last very long.
Yeah.
And that was back in 2022, where it was still up and coming. But man, it is hard not to get sucked in.
It is hard not to get sucked in. So again, we're still trying to ID this runner. We will let you know as soon as we have confirmation. Okay. And folks thinking this might be Cody Poskin on your screen at Arrastra Creek. We may also be getting another runner coming in here very shortly. We anticipate that person to be Eder Ramirez. This runner is taking a few minutes here. Reset, refill bottles. This is mile 51, everybody.
I think it's right almost exactly 50. Yeah, 51. Yeah.
And people saying 100% that's Cody Poskin. And so we will, we'll go with that. We trust you, chat, 100%. Cody Poskin, and coming into aid right now, that looks like Eder Ramirez and his gate. So we're still here at in the top 10. Does this round out the top 10? 9 and 10? 8 and 9?
I believe so. There was a question. We do have runner tracking pulled up. Unfortunately, when it is remote, that is not always the most accurate. So we try to tell you who we know 100% rather than make guesses and make people angry.
Yeah. And for those just tuning in, I'd also encourage you to go check out mountainoutpost.com. We have a new website there, mountainoutpost.com. Some pretty cool stuff over there. You can check out a link to the live stream. You can also check out the race updates, which is a really cool feature. That's a feed that is being updated with kind of important information by our own Liam Tryon. Tryon, yeah. I almost said Tyron.
Fireball.
Aid Station Fireball. I just know him as Aid Station Fireball, but he is putting pertinent updates in there so that if you miss the feed for a little while, you can come back and get caught up on what is happening in the front of the field.
All right, we have George Cyrus.
120.
Yeah.
Okay, this is George
right now.
Cyrus. George Cyrus, bib 120 into Arrastra Creek.
It seems like George has made up some time. Also, apologies, we do have a train going past our commentating area, so if you hear background noise, that is a train. But this is George in at mile 51, looking strong.
George is doing great. On that mountainoutpost.com, if you go to the feed or the live updates, you can also put your phone number in there and get push notifications.
Whoa.
So that you can always be the first to know if there's something important that is posted. Lead changes, things like that. We're here to give you notifications real time of things that are going on in this year's race. Thank you, Liam and Jamil Curry, for bringing this to the viewing audience. All right, as we look at round mile 51, Arrastra Creek. George Cyrus?
Yes, George
Cyrus is in aid. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Corinne Chalvoy and Alyssa Clark here commentating for you this afternoon. Just so you know, we are going to be running to an ad break here shortly and switching live stream feeds. YouTube only allows for a certain amount of time, 10 hours. So we will switch over. If you're viewing at home, you do not have to do anything. You will automatically be redirected to the next stream. But just wanted to give you that update that is coming. So we are going to run an ad and move over to the next stream here in just a moment.
Looks like George is taking his time. All right, he's off.
Go, George.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.